And we are back. It's time to go into our second series of the evening. That's right. It's the Guangzhou Charge versus the LA Valiant. Let's see who is going to be, giving themselves a very good chance of making it into the play-ins. Both these teams have been hovering around the bottom of the standings the whole season throughout. But in this most recent meta here in the Countdown Cup qualifiers, they have absolutely become forces of nature that need to be feared. Now they square off against each other, and this could decide it all.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at our charge starters to kick things off, see who's in the starting lineup. And a lot of excitement has been around Piggy, I'd say, in the Countdown Cup. Been a standout player for the charge. Absolutely going to be a deciding factor in this series, I feel, going up against Marvel in that tank matchup. We'll see more about the Valiant roster as they come through. But it's the roster that's had a few ebbs and flows throughout the season. They've had some quite highs where they've been quite competitive, and then they've had really big dips where they're not actually performing quite well. And now I feel like they're starting to try and climb up a little bit more, but they are often entering into the territory which the Spark suffered from, which is where they can, maybe go to 5 maps, but they're having difficulty closing some of these maps out.
Yeah, both teams have struggled with that one, but we know the Valiant, they absolutely just love their map 5s. They just continue to go to them no matter what. So we'll have to see. Again, it seems so incredibly likely that this is going to be resulting in a Game 5 at the end of it all. We'll have to just wait and see. But when you talk about Piggy, Marvel in his own right has had a pretty fantastic showing since he's joined the squad. But Becky is the guy that we really need to chat about when it comes down to the Valiant, because he has been looking absolutely phenomenal as of late. Him on the Tracer, the Echo, whatever it may be, Becky has been absolutely clapping fools.
Yeah, he's also been one of the players who's been inclined to play Echo a little bit as well. So, I mean, probably won't see too much of that, I imagine, but the fact that they have the confidence to pull that out when it's not really been in the current rotation of the damage lineup, I think when we look at the previous series, that was more representative of how damage dealers are going this current patch and this current stage. But no, it's been fantastic from the LA Valiant. I think that this could be quite a competitive series, and like you, Seth, I have a feeling it's going to go the distance to 5 maps either way.
Yeah. Legs is rocking the little jacket or whatever. You're trying to be stylish on
It's
camera.
Cold.
So
Is it cold? A little bit chilly?
Maybe it's a little chilly. But yeah, I'm excited to see these guys square off against each other. As mentioned, the previous 2 meetings, I do believe, we were able to see Guangzhou Charge take down the Valiant. So Valiant have struggled against them this season, but given the new meta, given the performances that we have been seeing from the Valiant as of late, I think that we can kind of wipe the slate clean as far as this head-to-head is concerned, and then just kind of look at it from through a new lens, because the past is definitely not very indicative of the present right now, because every team has been incredibly competitive here in the Countdown Cup qualifier thus far. We'll go ahead and take a look at our map set here in a moment, but spoilers, it's going to be Ilios to kick things off for a control map. We'll see how they fare, who's going to be able to take that first map win. Then we'll head into Paraiso, as well as Junkertown, Colosseo, and then Busan.
Tasting a little rotation of maps here. Colosseo, of course, being the push map of choice today.
I could change up
on every other map, though. Yeah, we'll change up everything else, though. He said Ilios is our starting location. We're actually going to be on well to kick things off. Last time they met, you already talked about how Charge were winning against the Valiant when it came to our previous matchups. There's the scoreline for you. In week number 16, a 3-2 victory. So that was a 5-mapper as well.
It's just destiny. Both these squads, Game 5s just runs in their blood. Becky, for now, going to be TPing everybody forward. We'll see if he goes for the Echo, because this is one of the maps where he could run it. Zihan is going to be coming out the gate with the Sombra. There's the TP forward, but no, Becky will go over to the Tracer. As mentioned, it feels like he can really do no wrong when he's on either of those picks, so I don't mind seeing the Tracer at all. Just keep your eyes trained on that build time, because he has been a man possessed.
Very stagnated start. Everyone's hiding up in the rafters. No one's actually on the ground right now, apart from Jimmy. He's keeping an eye on where Becky is hiding out. That's a low Tracer, but the recall will save him.
Recall now forced, so that puts him at risk. He can land the hack. Actually turns the sights over to Marvel, does get that one through. Marvel going to be antied out as well, but quietly, no damage really getting applied to him, so he's going to be okay. Piggy takes a quick little hop out, rotates around the back as Marvel tries to go diving forward, but the bubble's a little bit too late. Gets slept. and that's going to leave Molly exposed, so it does end up getting picked off. Piggy charging up these right-click zaps, just trying to get the snipe there onto Marvel, who has been forced out of the fight. A little bit of a dive into the back line here by Becky and Easy Han, trying to find some kills, but it's going to be Piggy who gets his hands dirty, finds Langza. Both supports now suffering some deaths. Guangzhou Charge very firmly in control of the point, already ticking up above 25%.
I'd like to see a clean Winston's hands, actually. It's very rare that they would be, considering they use it to traverse the ground, Seth. So it's always going to be dirty when you're having Piggy on the Winston, but getting on the board nice and early with one pick opens it up for the charge. Now we're looking towards Becky's Pulse Bomb to maybe be a bunker buster and get them back onto the point.
I was able, despite the fight loss, able to build that up a little bit faster than Choice A1. He has widely been keeping pace. Right there with him, there's the stick. As far away taken out of the fight, Becky opens things up quite nicely, but now they need to capitalize, and with Jimmy falling down, it should be the cleanup coming through the side of the Valiant. Piggy as well going to get taken out. Xerneas down low, antied. The shield only going to do so much for him. Ends up falling, and there's the flip. 58% though set up at the side of the Guangzhou Charge with ults on the way, so not the worst position to be in by any means.
Absolutely not, and I'm looking towards the EMPs as being the big ones to come online, unless Choice A1 can find a cheeky little stick and get some immediate deletion from the map. Keep an eye on where the Sombras are pathing, who's going to be set up, who's going to pull the trigger first. That might be a big deciding factor in the state of this next fight. And probably going to see Piggy and Marvel hit those primal rages in these next fights. They've both got nano boost available to provide onto it. Molly looking low.
Oh, Molly does get taken down. Piggy was able to join in the fight. They find that pick. That's going to be the nano now, taken out of the equation here for the Valiant. Choice A1 Pulse still held as the Primal comes in, just juggling Marvel around here in the health pack room. Easy Han taken out as well. Rally rolling from Langza widely. Going to whip, not going to get them too much here. Guangzhou Charge retake control of the point now for themselves. Xerneas is rally rolling. Primal pop from Marvel. They're still trying to swing this. They want to get a fast flip back into their favor. There's a knock off the side of the map, I do believe. Maybe they claim they want. Seems like he did get himself back up onto safe ground. Valiant still trying to push through. Hack out now onto Marvel. He's going to be the focus target. Goes low. Bubble buys him a little bit of extra time. He jumps back over to join in with the rest of the team. Needs some healing here from his squad, but the point is no closer to being flipped than it was before. Guangzhou Charge still in control. Now taking this in the final fight territory is far away. Gets the kill onto Becky. EMP going to be thrown out. Catches two. Far away. Burned down. Xerneas as well. Going to be eliminated. That's both the supports now out of the fight. Pulse bomb stick in for Choice will find Molly. He tries to keep the charge in control. With Piggy going down, that should be the flip here. Valiant going to be gaining control once more. Choice A1 continues to be an annoying little fly on the wall. The flip is there, but it's a long road if the Valiant want to be able to take this.
Yeah, by God, the LA Valiant needed that one. They needed that EMP capitalization onto the back line of charge to be able to get the point flip. As you can see, 99% for them. Uphill battle for Valiant to hold onto this one and potentially take the first round.
Just in case.
Jimmy's still got that EMP, unable to find an opportunity to use it in the previous fight. Looking for them to get the back line. Molly and Langza should be really vulnerable here. The Brigitte providing a little bit of extra protection because should be able to flail that around, do a bit more spy checking on them frequently. But Jimmy goes into the mix, finding Marvel and Langza.
Yep, the EMP strikes. Marvel goes down. Langza as well still hacked out. Becky going low, still under a bit of fire. Ends up getting eliminated. Xerneas able to find him, gets that kill. Now the Guangzhou Charge very much poised to be able to take the round. The flip is coming through. The OT will start bleeding away. And it's kill after kill being found as Molly just going to get juggled around. This last second touch does come through. I think Becky able to force things out here into OT. Try to extend it a little bit longer, but it's just only so much you can do. The closeout is there. 180% is the Guangzhou Charge. Take well.
Competitive as expected, Seth. Competitive as expected. No blowouts
Indeed.
here found today. Charge definitely in the lead with this one. I'm just double checking. Are those scorelines right? Are Valiant and Charge both on identical season scorelines of 7 and 15?
That they are.
Ooh, okay. That makes it a little bit more interesting. One of them's going to pull ahead when it comes to their
Connect the
win-loss
whole way
record
through.
at the end of this series.
I mean, yeah, one's going to take the lead in that regard, and also, you know, like I said, to get themselves set up to be able to make it into the play-ins and deny the other. Huge implications in this matchup. The Valiant need to be able to fire back as we go into Ruins.
There's the rollout. Piggy on the Zarya this time around. Choi jumping onto a Genji, a hero that is no stranger to them. See if they'll have the impact from the change-up to keep in the lead, despite us moving over to Ruins. Overall change-up from the Valiant here, still keeping with the consistent backline of damage lineups.
The sleep dart connecting Marvel just disappears. Choice A1 able to find that killing blow. Then Piggy as well, going to be taking a nap, but nowhere near the forward pressure there for the side of the Valiant. So Piggy going to be safe to just go ahead and wake up on his own terms. First lockdown again, going the way of the charge.
Yeah, really easy for them as well, with Piggy picking up a little bit of energy in that back fight. It's a bit of compound interest that happens on each of these fights. The longer Piggy stays alive, the more impactful he'll be, maintaining that high energy on the Zarya, creating a third damage option for the charge. He's playing from the defensive position, and staying alive in these fights is going to be big for them. Hacked up Becky!
Yep, great hack into the assassination. Jimmy gets the kill. Becky just completely taken out of the fight. Still so damn close to having that pulse bomb, but if he's dead, obviously can't use it. Great here from the side of the Valiant. Jose1 does overextend a little bit, ends up getting tagged up, taken down. Hack on the Piggy as well, so some space bought for the side of the Valiant, finally making their way away from the dropship and over towards the point a bit more. As Piggy gets zapped, but the healing comes through, far away, keeping everybody alive. The other side of the Bionade still has that nano boost in his pocket. Should someone need it, he's going to go ahead and invest it. Goes over to Piggy. Looks like decently high energy for him. Just zones him back. Marvel makes his exit.
Yeah, the beam has a lot of girth right now. That's an indicator of how powerful it is. Easy harm finding Xerneas. And he's about to get EMP online as well.
A big opener.
There's the flip. This is important.
Valiant now in control, ticking up 61% though. Set up here for the side of the charge, and this fight not necessarily over yet. Piggy's still under a bit of fire. The pulse bomb held by Becky. Seems like he wants to hold it for a rainy day, but now Marvel gets taken down, and just like that, the Guangzhou charge can re-aggress over towards the point. Far away, going to get clipped by that anti, but it's not really going to slow them up because Xerneas still holds on to that sound barrier, and he might not even need it. Pulse bomb will find the enemy out up. Becky able to find that kill. Jose1 going to be taken down as well. So the turnaround is actually looking quite strong here for the Valiant. They managed to shove him back.
Yeah, keep hold of that point, get the progress climbing. They still need to meet the 61%. There's an opportunity for the charge to come in here strong. They've got a Graviton Surge in their pocket for the retake to deny Valiant overtaking their map percentage. But this fight has just been staggered out by Jimmy being picked off at the end there. It just converts directly into percentage because charge aren't going to want to regress until they got a full member of the squad lined up.
Good time by Great Stagger. A little bit more wiggle room here to try to build up and match the percentage gain of the Guangzhou charge. Jose1 hacked out, down low. Marvel trying to pursue for the kill. Can't quite make it happen. Jose1 now back up to full HP. Attention being turned on both sides, though. Doesn't know which way to look. Now that's going to be the jungle coming through as Marvel has a couple people locked in to the side room. Can't get the kills. The sound barrier is used by Xerneas. He keeps everybody alive, but there's the hack! And Molly scoops the kill. Jose1 now taking out the Dragon Blade. Nowhere to be seen. Valiant now just 25% away from taking this round and taking us a lighthouse.
Dashing around. Pulse bomb for Becky again. Last time able to find far away. Another pick-off like that should seal the deal. No nano boost to give over to Jose1 if they goes down. The hack's there. Bionade used to sustain them up, I believe, at the end there. Graviton Surge. Only finds Marvel, but he's nano boosted, so he stays alive throughout all of that and escapes. This is it. They're taking him out, Seth.
Yep, they're trying for it. Blade pulled. Marvel jumps away from the Dragon Blade. Not gonna find any kills there. Destroys Jose1. Now gets tagged up, has to kite back, and no one touches to force out the OT. Jimmy just a little bit too late. Piggy rerouted, has to rotate around the flank rather than go through main. They cannot get there in time, and it's 161% reply here for the Valiant to take it to a third round.
Lighthouse to close it out then. Very reminiscent of what we expect to see the rest of the series. Charge showing moments of brilliance throughout that, but Valiant had a fantastic take out there. Becky, as we highlighted at the beginning of the series, being a huge difference maker there. Just finding these key picks and applying the right pressure at the right time to far away, who in particular seems to be the target. Xerneas is too sticky to maybe get away with a Tracer, but that Ana, very static and without the tools to protect themselves, keeps getting picked off or forced out of these fights. More of the same, and it leaves Piggy hanging out in the wind, unable to really contest with the amount of support Marvel's getting in these fights.
Well, now one more round to see who is going to be able to take this. Start with that map win in their back pocket. Far away, just breaking down the railings here. Gets jumped on. The dive is beautiful from the Valiant. Perfectly executed. Far away. Immediately melted out of the fight. Jimmy as well now going to fall. They do get easy hunt for their troubles. They need so much more than that if they want to win the fight, but it's not going to happen. Damn near team kill comes through. The Valiant will gain first control of the point this time around.
We need to get a Secret Service detail on Faraway right now. He's so vulnerable. He needs some protection. Constantly vulnerable to attack. If it's not Becky, it's Easy Han. Even Marvel getting into the mix there. Choice A1 with a little bit of a slap down onto Becky. That's a good opener for the charge to retake.
A quick little boop on the nose, finds that kill. Now Choice A1 threatening the flanks. Has taken the lead towards that pulse bomb. The point right now unoccupied. Valiant, they give the flip over because they couldn't get back in time. So the Guangzhou charge now going to be holding it. So Valiant look for a fast flip. Far away, scoped in, just keeps Xerneas alive. As Piggy continues to play forward. Just trying to keep things contested so the flip cannot come in. And Molly gets found all on his lonesome. Jimmy and Choice A1 both collapse. They get the pick. It's one of those reports now down on the side of the Valiant. Langs as well under fire, and it seems like the Valiant will just go their separate ways. Sounding the retreat, the Guangzhou charge now take the lead.
Pulseman sitting down for Choice A1. Lingering in the background. Oh, EasyHan spotted him out, so intel given over. Can't go on the secret stealth mission they were hoping to achieve there.
Yep, can't make it happen. Actually gets picked off.
It has to be a railgun, right? No way Choice A1 had the elevation to be up there in range of the Tesla cannon.
Yeah, either way, him going down is quite costly. EMP going to be used. There's the supports taken out of the fight. First and foremost, Valiant starting things off quite nicely. Now just need to deal with Piggy, but on his lonesome, slept, didn't have access rather to that primal in time. Just built it up as he was dying. Even then, don't know if he would want to commit it to the fight, given that he was all on his lonesome. So it does just suffer the loss. Valiant now back in control, looking to retake the lead.
Yeah, they got good tools. 5 ults against 5. EMP missing. Becky not going to challenge Piggy. Not solo at least, knowing that reinforcements can come in fast.
Running away from him. Piggy straight back in onto the point. Knows that he's got a bit more wiggle room, given that the ult is available. There's also a nano potentially for him. Pulse bomb out, not going to find the stick. Molly evades it. Choice A1, unable to find the opening kill so far. Becky now maybe going to try his hand at it, see if he can get a stick through. Taking out Xerneas right now. Would be massive. He's nanoed up. He's also got that rally rolling. Now going to be expiring. Piggy with the primal does find a kill. Xerneas going to be taken down. Marvel. Goomba stomps far away. Once more, it's going to be the supports out of the fight for the Guangzhou charge. But the Valiant still holding control of the point. Piggy leaps into the corner, has to try to make his exit, but he will not be allowed to do so. Marvel strikes him down once again. The Valiant now with a firm lead can close out this round.
Yeah, they're on the cusp of doing it, Seth. They're in that final fight territory now. Marvel holding onto the Primal Rage, has a lot of stall to drag this out to 99%, even if they do end up losing the fight. Need to have a pick-off. They've kind of stabilized far away, getting picked off a lot. But that fire on top of him makes it too hard.
Him low. And somehow it's actually going to be Piggy who finds a kill. Langston does get taken down. Becky, bit of a tracer battle. Seems like hacked through from EasyHan into the kill. So nice elimination did be found here for the side of the Valiant. Still going to be without one of their healers. Piggy pressured out, taken out. Becky finds the kill. Marvel just keeping everybody else occupied, and no one can make it to the point in time. The Valiant looking dominant here on the last round. Lighthouse is theirs, and so is the map. They take Ilios to start things off 1-0.
Well, well, well. LA Valiant draw the first blood in this series. Bodes really well for us to go to a map number 5. They said they did tidy up the problems they were having with keeping Far Away alive at the end there. Able to deflect some of the dives that were coming in from EasyHan, Becky, and Marvel. Still not 100% clear of that one. Need to tidy up even more if they're hoping to stay alive in this series. But good start for the Valiant charge. Still room for improvement, but I'm sure they can do it as the series goes on.
Yeah, we'll have to just wait and see. It's only one map, so still plenty more to be played out. Valiant, though, good start for them with the 1-0. We have not been able to see this team take, pretty clean and decisive victories so far this whole season throughout. It's often been those 3-1, if not those 3-2 score lines that have been coming up at every little twist and turn. If they could shut down the Guangzhou charge with a 3-0, it would be a very strong statement to send to the team that is desperately trying to claw their way into the play-ins. We'll see if they can make it happen. We're going to have Paraiso coming up next for our hybrid map. We'll see whether or not it's going to be a tied-up affair or if the Valiant will be able to move to match point. So don't go anywhere, guys. That map is coming up in just a few. One map out of the way in our second series of the evening, and it's the Valiant who stand tall with a 1-0 record right now. They managed to take Ilios for themselves. Now we get ready to go into Paraiso for our hybrid map to see if it's going to be a 2-0 affair for them, or if it can be tied up by the Guangzhou Charge, or a draw. Because, whatever, it's these two teams, so who knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, that is possible on the hybrid map. I don't think we've seen too many draws this stage, though, and maybe not this season from my memory. But they can happen, of course. It is the nature of hybrid map types. Yeah, moving on to Paraiso. Of course, that point A defense can be quite of a chokehold for teams to break to. Less oppressive than it used to be. Teams are often not holding as far forward as they have done. But that arena square of point A can be quite difficult to crack. We have seen Echo in the past be quite a successful pick here for certain teams. Might be an opportunity for Becky to show that flex, but not necessarily going to be rolled out with because, of course, the meta doesn't really reward that right now.
No, it does not. But here we go. Paraiso. Get ready to open up. I mean, we have seen some different looks of this map, I suppose, but widely has just been a lot of point A holds, but between these two squads, something tells me, especially in the current meta, that this one's probably going to go all the way to the end of the map. Just have to wait and see.
It's going to be the charge on the defense first, so here's the rollout for them. Piggy going over to the D.Va, so more D.Va today. Wasn't expecting that, but here we are anyway.
Yep. Just key, when you least expect it, the D.Va arrives. See if this comes back to bite them, however.
I hope not. But it can be quite costly, right? You got to think about it. Like, if you get clean swept, or if there's a clean wipe, you have a lot of times to worry about.
Well,
I know who caused this. I know why this has happened.
Is it me?
But
Am I the problem?
No, you're not the problem. It's one of the players. But I won't. I can name and shame them if we feel like it. But I definitely spotted something on one of the cams as we were loading in that would give a reason for a pause the second we started.
I see. Maybe a bathroom emergency, perhaps.
It could be. Basically, Becky wasn't in the seat. Like, we went in player cams, Becky was missing, so I'm assuming it's something to do with them.
Yeah, that's not great, for sure. So whoever on the Valiant gave the ready up, going to be feeling a little bit foolish, but it looks like he's going to be back in his seat as the countdown has begun, so we will be going straight back into the game here. The gates can now unlock. Jimmy going to be playing forward, looking for maybe at least some early ult charge and some harassment with the little hack here. As Easy Han goes for the jump shot, but first the D.Va, not going to be able to get too much done. There's a swap over to the Sombra now.
That's so BM, I think, just to try and like interrupt the jump shot that you know they're going to change off of and just stall them changing over again. But no, Jimmy will recall. 10% gain so far. Might be having another pause, I think.
Uh-oh. Well, it's going to be one of those days, it would seem. So I don't know what happened. I mean, back to the restroom, I suppose.
Yeah, round 2, more in the chamber. We'll find out. Exactly what they've done. So yeah, another pause coming in there. So cheeky little bit of ult charge gained over for a Sombra, but other than that, not really much has happened. The teams haven't progressed too deep into the map. So at that point, why are you pausing? You should have just kept it paused, friends. Like, they didn't have a lot of playtime at all there.
Yeah. Why are you readying up if you're not actually ready to play the game? I don't know. Either way, I think we could say, the first one was definitely Becky not being there. Yep. This one probably falls more in line with me just being cursed with pauses. So I think that's kind of the what's going on here. We'll have to just wait and see. But I am seeing some readies getting dropped here in the chat. So once we are ready for the Valiant, once they ready up rather, we should be getting things underway, and we can finally get to see the map, see something. Have some action happen, because so far,
that'd be nice.
Not much going on. But here we go. Here's a countdown once more, and we'll go right back into the game. For how long? I don't know, but hopefully for a while.
Yep, hold the PPs. don't let them come into the chat again, and let's find out how long we actually get of playtime this time around. Choice A1, 30% on the pulse bomb, so it's been obviously picking away at someone coming in there. Hack a little bit too late, but the sleep will be enough to floor the Flying Diva. Piggy having so much CC applied, but no kill conversion.
Oh, it's just a little bit too late there on that D-Matrix, but even with it, I think Xerneas was likely going to be dead anyway, so that is both the supports taken down, the point occupied, Valiant out the gate. Looking very strong here on the dive, and now with Piggy just being broken out of the mech, that is 100% the point being lost here for the Guangzhou Charge. Second tick are going to be snatched up, and they kind of just have to pull away. Piggy's trying to pilot pistol his way back into a mech, but he's not even at 50%. They should be able to get the jump onto him. Kind of surprised he didn't reset off the side of the map.
Yeah, there is an environmental available for him here. Like,
if he goes down here,
reset, I think that would have been.
It's going to be devastating.
More efficient. Yeah. He's at 76%. He might get the mech back. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, that or he gets right up to 90% and then just gets insta-gibbed.
Oh, no, please don't die. Yeah, if he gets insta-gibbed at that point, like, where is Piggy? Is he safe?
Okay, he's made it back
the
in
passive
successfully.
charge. Yeah.
Mech recovery, a success. So right back into it, but the card's already gotten a decent amount of damage, or distance, rather.
Yep,
and
the high ground given over to him. They need to contest, actually, the high ground. They can't just let Charge just take that for free and hold on to it. I think the Valiant are probably going to have to path up into the buildings now and try and knock them off. Good option for that would be for Marvel to jump up and start causing some disruption. You know you can get back up from a Sombra and a Tracer. Piggy's just under the cosh right now. Discord a bit of damage, sneaking from behind. Becky gets deleted.
Okay, where's they want? Great pick, sends out the pulse bomb and gets Molly for his troubles. That was a bit of a reflexive throw. It does manage to profit from it, so very nicely done there. Choice A1 chases in, looking for a little bit of extra damage, if not the pick on the Langza. Will manage to get himself out of there. And Cart finally halted at the second to last corner. Decent spot for the Guangzhou Charge to try to hold this, because they've got a lot of time to chew through.
Given over to them, of course, by that really quick point A cake. Lots of ultimates for the Valiant to try and break through this, though. So, at the end of the world, EMP.
EMP does go through, far away, gonna get dropped. EasyHon makes his way out, life still intact, dangerously low. Manages to survive. EMP counter out from Jimmy, does manage to find 3, and Molly's gonna be taken out, so will be an exchange, an extended one here on these Anas. Transcendence now expiring. Xerneas stomped out, Marvel able to find the kill, but now Molly gonna be, or rather, Legs are going to be taken down as Choice A1 comes up with 2. Pulse bomb from Becky will find Piggy, takes him out of the mech, gets the kill onto the pilot, but pushing the cart still going to be damn difficult here as EasyHon has to translocate out. Widely the fight going to be taken here by the side of the Charge. They maintain control.
Yeah, that was a great patience there from EasyHon as well. Waiting for the Transcendence to expire from Xerneas. Immediately as soon as it happens, goes for the burst down. Marvel uses those quick cooldown reduction on the jump packs because of the Primal Rage. Be able to get into the fight. Goomba Stomp to get the final bit of damage and take out Xerneas from the fight. And have to use that full and forward ultimate.
Rally rolling. Piggy eliminated. Good early start here for the side of the Valley, but now Becky going to be taken down. So much of that backline damage eliminated with him out. Jimmy being zoned for now. Marvel has to take a quick hop over to the side. The anti-nade goes on to both of the supports, and Molly will fall. Choice A1 scooping one. Jimmy getting the other. Marvel just left to his own devices, just trying to duck in and out of this bubble to keep himself safe. 65 health, and Choice A1's able to pursue for the kill. Looks for a little bit more. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome, so we'll go ahead and slowly drift back in towards the rest of the squad. 2 minutes now remaining for the Valiant, who have not gotten much value off the rest of this push.
I actually think through the regenerative properties of Faraway and also the Orb of Harmony that Choice A1 would have total health in that engagement had more than Marvel, just because of how much healing he got in that last fight. Marvel must have been so frustrated that he basically killed the equivalent of a Winston and still didn't convert onto Choice A1. And then he was left isolated and sprayed down for 100 HP remaining. That's not the way that the HP battle is supposed to go, because fantastic pocketing by the backline of the Charge to make it happen.
Alright. Taking a bit of a forward push here. Pulse bomb going to be lobbed in. That does not get the stick, and had he done so, it would have been devastating, but instead the fight's going to be turned here in the favor of the Valiant as Piggy and Xerneas both get taken down. Becky going huge, finds those kills, the dive in onto Faraway. They snuff him out. Pushing out, coming through, and that should be the completion on to be. But not much time to work with here for the final stretch for the Valiant. It's going to be 2.5 minutes just about as they do go ahead and roll into this station. Even then, actually, the contest is there. 0.95 meters left to go. Transcendence out, Xerneas looking to extend this. EMP was used, Xerneas finds a shot. Immediately out of the ult, into the headshot on Molly. Now Lengza taken down, no supports for the side of the Valiant. Xerneas is a casualty, but the Valiant still have to move away. They don't have their supports. Marvel doesn't want to commit the Primal to this fight, so the Guangzhou charge, if they save this, there's a potential that they can hold right in front of B.
As long as Becky doesn't go down here, Marvel can escape without using that Primal Rage. It's going to be big for the Valiant on the next attack. They need to conserve that ultimate, though. They'll have Lengza's rally to play with. This will be their last opportunity to get it over the line at point B. No picks on the entry, no faltering on the execution. LA Valiant still can extend Powder Itso to the final section of the map.
Hack out. Just looking to harass Marvel where possible. Rally rolling from Lengza. Nano boost far away, about to have that one online. Dashing into the back goes to say Juan. Pulse bomb still going to be held, hasn't committed it yet. Overtime now, rolling out. EasyHan has to make his exit, translocates to safety. Marvel falling so damn low, pops that Primal, gets into the back line, but far away. Sits him down to get the anti out here onto the Winston. They look to chip away at him, but so far the kill has not been found just yet.
Marvel's
rejoins in with the rest of the team, looks to stay safe. Self-destruct up over the top, the bubble blocks it. Marvel keeps himself alive for a little bit longer, but the cleanup eventually comes through. The team kill and the hold. The Guangzhou charge off the back of Xerneas, basically just Hail Mary throwing himself on the cart with the Transcendence, managed to get the hold in front of B.
They had a lot of tools to be able to do that one. Unable to find any kills with their ultimate uptime, and Marvel, when his Primal Rage expired, had nothing left to play with. Basically useless until he dropped, but while they were focusing on the big monkey in the backline, there was work being done on the backline of the charge. Farway and Xerneas going down quite early in the engagement, and then just a cascading effect for the charge to be cleaned up quite decisively at the end there with that final fight. Capturing point B is basically the benchmark here. They were fractions of meters away from doing it. So there's a good benchmark for the charge to try and go in here and find some success on their offense. Looking for the LA Valiant to be able to put in a solid bit of defense here and shut it all down.
Well, their work cut out for him now. The draw is off the table. Valiant now need to have a perfectly executed defense. Otherwise, this is going to get tied up 1-1. Guangzhou charge this map very much in their hands. As long as they don't drop the spaghetti, then we should be looking pretty good at the end of this all.
Yeah, never drop your spaghetti unless it's within the 5-second rule. Then you can eat it, it's fine.
It's a 5-second rule for each individual end of spaghetti, so you have to try to grab as much of it as possible.
Yeah, but you're not grabbing. When you pick up spaghetti, you don't grab individual strands, do you, Seth? You just get in there with your meat grabbers and just.
I mean, yeah, you just gotta get a fistful of spaghetti off the floor.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it all comes up in 5 seconds. Sauce and all. Don't forget the sauce. You can scoop that one up later. Jimmy translocates out, as expected, just taking weird skirmishes around the fringes of the fights. Oh, they nearly body blocked EasyHan out of safety, who's on that sojourn.
Yeah, he barely managed to stay alive. Becky as well now using the recall. Marvel going to be hacked. They pile in, looking for the kill. The dash over to the side. Choice A1 getting on top of him. They take him low. They have him antied, and they have the kill. Guangzhou charge. Going to break things open. 100% sat here for EasyHan. He wants to get rid of one of the squishier members of the enemy team with this rail shot, but just has not been given line of sight towards Xerneas, towards Faraway. They're playing around him so perfectly. And the hack out. Becky noted. The recontest going to have to come through. One tick already going to be snatched up. Rail shot goes wide. Held this damn long. Doesn't quite get the connection. So Xerneas lives to fight another day. Piggy sat on the stairwell. Stays safe. Bionade from far away helps boost him back up to full HP. 77% now on the cap. Charge just inching their way towards getting this lockdown, towards having a massive time bank, and now Becky is going to be taken out of the fight. Far away with another anti, connects on the 2. The follow-up kill's not quite being found yet. As Marvel continues to poke and prod. He's got Piggy so very low, but there's a nano boost. Far away puts Piggy right back into the fight. Marvel now has to stay sat on this corner. Cannot evacuate the point, or else it's going to be the cap coming through. 96.7%. EasyHan comes back in. Marvel tries to go for a stop, tries desperately to get the Primal online, but it's just a little bit too shy of the mark. So the cap is there, and it's 4.5 minutes now to chew through for the Valiant if they want to walk away with a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, Marvel went up into the sky, and then a corpse fell back down, unfortunately. 2% off again the Primal Rage. Could have definitely stalled out and bought time for the rest of the Valiant to get into that fight and maybe turn it around, but burn more of this time back, because 4 minutes 20 to get through point B. That's sizable, Seth. It really does look like the Charger on the cusp of equalizing the series away from the Valiant. But let's not write them off entirely yet. Big combo online here. EMP, Blade, Graviton Surge. Charge got a lot of options, and it's just going to be Lynx's rally to try and mitigate a lot of that damage. Looking towards Easy Hunt, potentially find a pick and take a lot of bite out of these fights before they begin with that railgun. Overclock will certainly help with that.
Colosseo is climbing back up top here onto the high ground, continuing to contest. Marvel displaced, jumps back. Cart now going to be held here in the forward corner. Marvel going low, staying alive, and Easy on with the rail shot. Takes out Colosseo, so EMP not going to lead to the eliminations that they were looking for. Easy Hunt still going to be sniped far away, able to find that kill as they continue to chase forward. Spot check there on Jimmy, making sure that he can't get back into stealth, and for now the cart will be halted, but still so much time to try to work through here for the side of the Valiant. They need to be so economically sound with these ults, but now Colosseo just get the dry pick onto Becky.
Quite difficult for Valiant to hold this position now. This is one of their core members. Easy Hunt's hacked up as well, so won't have access to mobility they usually do. Anti mutes the fights at a charge. 3 members feeling that one, and now they're on the home stretch, Seth. This is really dicey for the Valiant looking to go for the match point. They're going to really struggle at this one with 3 minutes to burn and not a lot of meters for it.
It was a good anti to try to slow things up, but the cart still gained distance. Piggy just playing forward on that corner now. Brings it around the side. Nano at the ready. 4 ults about to be versus 4. Xerneas looks to get the sound barrier off. Marvel going low, 159 HP, still holds on to this Primal. Grab going to be used. Pops the Primal now to try to survive it. The Nano still going to be pocketed here by Molly, just in case they need it, but they do not. No one else is able to play off the back of the Graviton Surge, so Valiant just get rid of one of the ults for free, pop one of their own. They continue to hold.
There's nothing to stop the Nano Blade.
Should be tagged up. Blade
nothing to stop it.
Sound barrier used. Xerneas keeps himself alive, and Marvel has overstepped. He gets taken down. Nano comes through. Colosseo dives into the back lines, finds Easy On, finds Molly, and should be finding the map win. The cleanup is there. Onto Langs up. 4.5 meters left to go, and they've got it with 2 minutes to spare. The Guangzhou charge pushed to B. They tie the series up at 1-1.
There was nothing there at the end for that Nano Blade, Seth. All defensive resources blown. You have a Brigitte as well, so it's not even the best option to deal with it. Zenyatta typically be the staple to shut that down. Not on the board to do anything. All ultimates expended. You could see it just being held for the longest time. Choi wanted to pull that blade, and then all of a sudden, whoop, Fireway gives it over, and that is the game. Charge equalized the score line. We're going to go to a 1-1 piece as we head into map number 3.
Well, it's just exactly as anticipated. Not a very difficult script to read for you and I. We knew that this one was going to not be a clean victory by either side. So we are tied up at 1-1. That's Paraiso out of the way. Get ready to go into our escort map. I believe we have Junkertown coming up next. We'll see there who is going to be able to take the lead, who is going to have match point in their pocket. But I think even if, with one of these teams getting match point, we're probably still destined for a game 5. We'll see what happens. Let's see if we can get proven wrong when we come back from the break, so don't go anywhere. We are back, and we are all tied up 1-1, just as was anticipated. Now we get ready to go into Junkertown for our escort map to see which of these two teams is going to be able to take the lead and take this to match point. Right now, Guangzhou Charge able to respond quite nicely with an incredibly clutch hold on point B to go ahead and get them the win on Paraiso.
Yeah, pulling ahead quite nicely there. Like I said, there weren't many tools left in the charge, in the Valiant arsenal, to be able to pull away and get the win there. Really under pressure with a nano blade in their face and no defensive tools to be able to deflect it. So it does just mean the case of Charge being able to walk it over the line at the end there and being able to capture Paraiso and move us on to our third map of the series, which, as Seth highlighted before we went to the break, is going to be Junkertown, an escort type. And yeah, I think a lot of what we're seeing is going to be consistent. I don't think we need to change up the picks too much. We might maybe see a little bit more of the Sojourn that's already been dabbled with, perhaps. But, you know, Sombra Tracer can still navigate through all the weird buildings and terrain and cause some havoc.
All right, well, should be getting underway here momentarily. See who's going to be able to take this one. Again, I mean, both teams very much vying for this win. It's their playoff hopes and dreams pretty much ride on this series alone. Fate's still very much in their own hands now. See who's going to be able to get it done.
Okie dokie, so we're going to be having to charge on the defense first. More than likely going to attempt some form of close hold. Maybe. Might go away with the Widow, but I have a feeling they might try and go for some kind of close hold on this one. It just depends. You know, put Piggy on the Zarya, give them a little bit of support there, and they might be able to hold and burn a lot of the time back before the fights even begin.
Oh, Jimmy.
Okay.
Okay. Flashing it. If he does bring this through.
Well, I think. Oh, there you go. Jimmy Sombra, but Piggy Diva instead. The Piggy Diva.
Jimmy playing with my heartstrings, pulling at him.
Well, look, there's still time. There's still time, Seth. You can still get the Jimmy Widow. And we can see Jimmy do what Jimmy does best. Procreate.
Well, please just do it for me, Jimmy, you know?
Okay. We'll put in a request. We'll let Jimmy know. We'll get the admins to slip him a message. Seth has asked to see the Widowmaker. Please reveal it.
I thought maybe
Easy Han's gonna try his luck.
Come in so that we could have the little showdown, but okay, it's just going to be one shot from Easy Han. Swaps over to the Sombra. Fine.
Okay.
Screw me, I guess. Don't get anything that I want.
It's fine. You'll probably get an interesting series nonetheless here. Easy Han already trading blows with Choice One before going back into the point. So no close hold coming in from the charge. They're just letting this walk into the standard choke point you see between these two buildings. And you can see the silhouette of Jimmy still being a nuisance on the back line, just causing some harassment before they'll translocate to safety. Just keeping the flankers in check for the time being is what they need to do. Marvel punches through the hole, but then he's going to have to just dip back and wait for the rest of his team to be able to push forward with it.
Shots flying across. Xerneas desperately trying to get this hit on the molly. Can't quite make it happen, but turns okay. Quick flick to the side, and just kills Becky, who's already softened up. Two nice kills coming from the side of the Valiant. Xerneas and Jimmy now both going to be taken down far away. That much more pressure applied to him as he tries to keep everybody alive. Marvel realizes, like, hey, we need to grab the cart, starts bringing it forward out of the choke, and this is a bit more difficult now for the Guangzhou Charge to try to get back in and retake control of this now that it's out in the open.
Everyone's up and everyone's in position, so they do have the option of trying to do it, which is a saving grace for them, I guess. Choice one pulse bomb, and Length's already gone, so this is okay for the charge. They've actually muted the point off of just Jimmy finding the backline.
Okay, yeah, just kills them both. They get the sleep on the Easy Han. Xerneas able to clean it up with relative ease. Huge take here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge, just regaining control. Cart now starting to roll back. Already half the time they're going to be drained down.
That should have been a challenge for them, and Jimmy just made it look easy.
Translocates out EMP. Now online from him. Becky recalls out the safety. Pulse bomb held by him and Choice One both. And Choice One's going to die. Langza finds an opening kill. Still, however, he's going to be at risk because Jimmy's playing nearby. He's got the EMP locked and loaded. It's just a matter of when he decides to pull the trigger on it. Piggy under a little bit of fire. Quick stick in, but doesn't find the elimination. Xerneas actually staying alive. The Nano goes out onto the Zenyatta. They keep him in the fight. Now he's holding the Transcendence here for the extended fight. Still gets tagged lower
what
and lower.
A clutch nano there from far away. That's the only way that Xerneas stays alive. Like, without the far away nano, that's it. EMP comes in though, and now Jimmy's found a kill.
And now Molly taken out. Langza under a bit of pressure. Will go ahead, pops the ult just to try to stay alive. Choice1, however, holding onto the pulse bomb, could try to get him on the back end of this. See him chasing forward. Jimmy again out harassing, trying to find the kill on the Easy Hom, but ends up getting taken down. Langza firing back. Also finds Choice1. Another damage dealer who's gone on the side of the Guangzhou charge. Mana goes forward. Becky charging in, trying to get on top of Xerneas. Does pop that Transcendence, keeps himself alive. Far away, going to be antied out down to a sliver of HP. Marvel finishes him off here at the very end. Piggy going to be desuited. The self-destruct fuse. He's kiting around the cart, trying to stay safe. Will be able to get back into the mech, but there's the stick to break him out once more. They find the elimination. It seems like it's not going to be a full hold here after all, as the Valiant will be able to push through. Add 2.5 minutes to the time bank, but it's just over 3. They got taken down quite low as far as the time is concerned, so not much to work with for the second phase of the map.
Yeah, really good there at the end there from Becky to time that pulse bomb as the remech was coming in. It means that no defense matrix is there for the potential eat, and you can just burst down a locked down target and remove most of the HP pool before Marvel even gets to take control. Even before Piggy gets to take control, sorry. Does mean it's an easy pick off and there's no stall to be had. Like you said, Seth, extension of the time bank, no full hold coming in here from the charge. So we'll have to deal with them on point B. This does some ultimates available for them, mainly that pulse bomb from Choice1. He's looking to dive bomb onto someone who's straggling behind the point.
Now inching forward. Decent amount of space given up here for the side of the charge. Pulse bomb goes in. Choice1 actually goes down. I wonder if he was slept there by Molly. Either way, does result in a 1-for-1. Becky now given an opportunity to try to catch up towards that next pulse. Currently sitting at 59%, but the card is gaining a considerable amount of distance right now. Becky just has to pull back around the corner. Can't really stay forward and try to keep this one contested. Back in on the Marvel.
But of course, they can just fade away. Still healthy. There's a contest coming in from the teams. They're just shooting at each other, holding down the left click in that corridor.
Very much into the meat grinder there for everybody who steps into that position. It's Easy Han trying to play up through the stairwell right now. I don't think he's been spy checked. It's going to be a nano. Piggy goes on the offensive, goes diving forward. It's got Langza locked up here into the corner. Needs the rest of the team to come through and try to find the kills, but instead Becky gets himself into the back line. That pulse bomb was built up. Gets the elimination on Xerneas. Now far away is out of the fray as well. Full support's down. Piggy retreating, wraps around to grab the mega pack, but it's giving up the cart for now. Moving forward, Valiant doing well with the limited amount of time that they had. They're getting so damn close to being able to get this cap across. Somebody needs to contest this sooner rather than later. Piggy trying to make his way out. The self-destruct nearly online, but he's going to lose the mech just 1% away. So now can't clear the space. He gets taken out. There's the cap. 2.5 minutes just about in the time bank now for the Valiant.
This doesn't seem like the payload's been stopped like at all in point B, Seth. They're just walking it in, constantly winning these fights. It's just being drip-fed ultimate charge and bodies to take out. Easy Han's playing so forward right now. They capture point B and he's already at point C, looking to try and stall the progress.
But he set up the kill. He gets a little bit of damage there on his Xerneas, and Marvel's able to pursue forward. Find that elimination. And that's just making the lives of the Guangzhou Charge players that much more difficult. 2 minutes to try to work through to stop this card from making it to the end. 4 ults on either side as Choice1 is just about to have this pulse at the ready. Anyone's fight once these get used. Easy Han, he's got the spot. He knows exactly where the supports are. They're playing together. Get the EMP across and have the dive come in from Becky. It could be absolutely huge for the Valiant being able to break through.
Trying to see where the options are. Becky's just playing around the turnstile. Pulse bomb stick comes in the far away.
I mean, doesn't even need the EMP. EMP going to be used by Jimmy on the opposite side, but Langza's got that Transcendence. Pulse bomb lobbed down onto the floor. Doesn't find the stick. Doesn't find the kill. Molly lives to fight another day. Choice1 still on the hunt. Dashes around the flank. Xerneas is actually up close and personal. Gets on top of Langza and he takes down both of the supports. What a play from him. The Madman makes it work. Piggy, however, off screen, going to be desuited. They're looking to do very much the same here to Marvel as Xerneas just continues to push into his face. They get the break on the mech. They deny the remake actually from Marvel, so self-destruct going to be used. Not to much avail here. And in the meantime, the card is not moving forward. Choice1 cleaning up 2 on the back end of the fight. Goes a little bit low, dashes around, gets healed up, and the Guangzhou Charge are going to be able to hold this.
Yeah, Xerneas were just using that Lucio positioning to be able to get those kills at the end there. very much point-blank action, like you said, being in the front lines of where the conflict was. And always been fouled by Molly. Oh, no charge. Your defense not going well. 30 seconds remaining, and Valiant are winning the fight. They've already cleared out 3 of them. It's home stretch for them.
Yeah, I mean, easy on who he still held on to the ZMP. Didn't need it in the last fight. Now uses it here and goes huge for the squad. Multiple eliminations found. The cart once more pushing forward. 14 seconds remaining for the side of the Valiant. Now online. Becky, Pulse Bomb, 8% away. 4 ultimates for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. They should be able to hold this, but they need to get into position. The cart for now steadily inching forward. Closer and closer. There's the hack on a Marvel. They go rushing forward, trying to break him out of the map. The Anti as well going to be committed to this one. He's just a sliver of HP. Finally does get taken out of it. Far away, taken down. Choice they want. His old pulse bomb to good use. Manages to find Molly in exchange for the Honest comes through. Now the D.Va out of the fight as well. A 2 for 2 so far, but now 3, now 4 as Langsa is the last man standing. The lonely Zenyatta is only going to be able to do so much. Even if he had a trance, likely was just going to have that expire and get taken down. So once more, just in front of the finish line here is where the cart will rest. Valiant can't quite make it to the end. The Guangzhou Charge successfully defend.
Good benchmark for them, though. It's definitely going to be an uphill battle here for the Charge to match that pace themselves. I wonder if Valiant can be convinced to potentially do one of the close holes that are available. Let's take a quick look at a replay. What happened here? Ooh, hello.
Yep, yeah, was the sleep. Molly saying, I will take you out with me, good sir. Very nicely done.
That is almost that is a Uno reverse card right there. Wait, nope. Have the damage. But now we'll see the yeah, it's a quick little turnaround. We'll see the Charge go on the offense now. Defense for the Valiant. So still keeping with the Divas this time. So another Diva mirror. Consistently coming into this series. So yeah. Figure that one out, analysts.
Gonna say, not me. I'm a play-by-play. I'm the yelly guy.
Technically,
Avril.
I'm also supposed to be a play-by-play.
Yeah,
we'll let Avril deal with this one.
We're doubling up on that regard, but yeah, we'll have a we'll let Avril watch the VOD back once he's done doing whatever he's doing. And
he's actually asking. He's asking in between the
that
matches, like he's seen the scoreline of the last series. He's just asking in like in between the matches, like, guys, how did this happen? And so he just got a pineapple equals thumbs up emoji, and we just left it at that. So that was all he needed, all the context to figure out what happened in the previous series.
Told the story well enough, I reckon.
Yeah, pretty much. He was our player of the match, and wonder who's going to be taking that accolade for this series. I still feel like we got a long way to go with Charge versus Valiant.
Oh, Jimmy sprinting into the back. Sets up his translocator behind, spots the other. Oh! Somehow actually doesn't get noted there by Becky. Could have been a decently huge catch for him. Easy Han now spotted over by the health pack. So much base given up. Cart just going to advance forward, gets itself right there into the choke point. Not the worst positioning here from the side of the Valiant, but now they need to start contesting it. Sardius going to be taken low. Anti-Nate does come flying through from Molly. They managed to find that pick, but Marvel gets lost at the same time. So much attention paid to just as enemy Zenyatta. Now they lose out on their tank. They lose Easy Han, as well as one of the supports. The Charge seem like they should just be able to storm their way through to A now. Hack out onto Becky. He ends up falling as Choice Juan going to go ahead and scoop up 2 kills, and yeah, that should be the cap.
I mean, that defense had the defensive structure of a dry sandcastle, Zeph. Like, there was nothing there. They didn't stop him they didn't do a close hold. They didn't stop him at the usual choke. They were just faltering at every step. 5 minutes and 15 seconds to take through into the next section of the map. That's a pretty large time bank to be banked by the Charge.
It's pretty big. Pretty big time bank. So, yeah, work definitely cut out for them now here, the Valiant. They would love to be able to get this win. Give themselves that little lead once more. Take it to match point. Okay, now it's looking just way too good for the side of the Guangzhou Charges. Choice Juan, he got the call to come dive in onto Langsa, but wasn't really anticipating the bio nade, so instantly gets deleted. Nicely done there from the Valiant. Good D-Matrix out. Piggy keeping Xerneas protected. Knows that Xerneas has been kind of fragging out of control, so keeping him alive. Definitely a good look.
Choice finding a route of entry. He's going to clash with Mr. Becky, I believe. Hack's coming in there. Xerneas giving over that Orb of Discord to Marvel, but there's no real damage to capitalize off of it, which serves as a deterrent. Easy Han in position with the EMP. He's found the back line. There's low targets.
Goes for it, finds two. Xerneas taken low, but the Nano actually comes in from far away. After EasyHan jumps out. Sleep across onto Becky. Xerneas charges up the right click, finds the headshots. They get the kill. Just like that, it gets spun completely on its head. The execution from EasyHan just a little bit too late, I suppose. Things go wide for them. Nano now out on the Lengza as well. Molly just trying to keep these Ilios in the fight. Marvel keeping sustained for now. As a self-destruct from Piggy doesn't find anything, but he does safely get back into the back. Pulse bomb out. Not going to find his stick. Becky going to have to try to build up another one. As Choice1 currently is just holding on to one of his own. Jimmy does get pinched, however. Marvel finding the kill. Transcendence in. Lengza looking to keep everybody alive as Choice1 and Xerneas trying to make their way out of here to safety. They will be allowed to retreat. As Piggy eating that little hack here. Recontests, goes in, and it's actually going to cost him and Xerneas their lives now. Molly taken out, but the mech is gone, but here's the back cap!
The back cap!
He actually managed to get it! He brings the cart forward. 4.5 minutes, and now they have the forward spawns. What a steal.
Unreal.
Valiant just did not read that at all.
They were so committed to taking out Piggy and Xerneas and trying to get that stagger that they completely forgot about the third member lingering. Choice1 just goes, okay, uses all 3 charges, gets the back cap, and unlocks even more time bank, unlocks more space. It's looking like they could have burnt that down and held a defense. That's the first time we've seen a solid defense from the Valiant on this push, and is mitigated by a back cap.
That's going to be a bit of a heartbreaker one, especially if this leads to a map loss now for the side of the Valiant. Definitely can be a tilter. Jimmy now poised. EMP at the ready. The lone ult that the Guangzhou Charge do have for themselves, so there's a bit of space here for the Valiant to be able to take the economic advantage. But with 4 ultimates ready to go. Choice1 picked off, so nice little neutral kill coming through. Drop down, hack in, Piggy. Harassing the side room now. Just trying to stay alive. Got that D-Matrix up, so seems like he will be okay for now. Becky goes in, Pulse Bomb goes wide, doesn't find a sticker and an elimination. Piggy continuously getting chunked out. Far away just holding this Nano. Limit testing very much to see if they can keep this Tifa in the mech.
Yeah, going for a wild ride with that one, but still keep Piggy in the mech. Self-destruct coming online from shortly. EMP, Xerneas is isolated.
And this time it works out. They manage to find the elimination. EasyHan scoops the kill, far away hacked. Gets finished off by Becky. As they clean up there onto the supports. The Valiant winning out the fight. It's 1 ult into the fight win. That's exactly the kind of pace that they need to set for themselves. But Guangzhou Charge have been building up ults in these neutral fights. Piggy trying to retreat, trying to stay in this one. They dive forward. So damn close to being able to get this remake for himself. Kites back, a little bit of extra damage onto him, but they managed to keep him sustained, so he should be able to get this. Just a couple % left to go. And there you go. Now 5 ults to work with for the side of the Guangzhou Charge versus 3. Hacks in the Nano as well, Seth.
Self-destruct's available. Like, Transcendence, that goes. You can just drop the bomb in the middle of the fight. Hold on to it for now, play for the stall.
EMP from Jimmy gets the catch. It's going to be Molly and Lengza both taken down by him. Suddenly things looking a hell of a lot better for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. The push forward, Marvel loses the mech. Sends out the self-destruct, is looking for a pick. Will be able to get Piggy. Just hit one. Now just pushing the card forward alongside Xerneas. They're trying to make this one happen right now. They want to go for the end. Jimmy as well joining in. EasyHan moves forward, goes for the contest, tries to get the hack out. Can't quite make it happen. Leng's going to be hacked. It's actually going to be Xerneas who ends up falling. Becky getting on top of him. Finds the kill. 3.3 meters left to go. And with Choice1 dying, it's likely going to have to be yet another reset here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. We are not done yet. Valiant can still pull this off, especially because EasyHan is 10% away from an EMP.
Yeah, 100%. And like, just going to point out, EasyHan there, when he decloaked, he actually hacked the Mega as well. That ended up being a kill conversion because Choice1 couldn't pick at the heal on the escape. So even just having a slight utilization of the time available, it's fantastic by there, and it did end up converting a kill there at the end. Piggy's gone over to the Zarya to try and get this over the line. It means he'll have access to those protective barriers, maybe deal some, maybe protect some of the explosive damage that's coming in from Becky's Pulse Bomb. He needs to build up damage if he wants an energy, if he wants to be useful.
EasyHan scouted. Xerneas finds him. Becky goes low. Recall used to keep himself alive. Marvel going to be hacked at the moment, but is safely kited back around the corner. Piggy going on the hunt. Choice1, Pulse Bomb at the ready. A kill would be massive. He lobs it in. Looks for Lengza. Can't get it. Also does not force out the Transcendence. EMP now goes through. Nano boosts up from far away,
He's got
goes
the charge
to keep them alive, keep them in the front lines. Becky
stepped on the
continues to play against the cart here. Pulse bomb at the ready, still just holds on to it. 3 meters left to go with 25 seconds left. He's not under fire. Nano here comes forward. Marvel juiced up, langs up. The Transcendence now expires. Jimmy holds on to the EMP, but it's just so very low. They need to top him back up, and he needs to pull the trigger on this. Needs to get a massive catch.
Yeah, Zonion's also about to get Transcendence online. That can reset the fight. They could get Piggy to the grab. Piggy is building the grab in the final fight. He's like 17% away
so he needs to touch.
from pulling that out in the last fight. Transcendence online!
OT going to be forced out. Easy Hunt desperately trying to find a head to click on, but Becky's going to be taken down. That's going to be the pulse bomb now out of the fight. EMP goes across, finds two.
Grab.
Molly and Easy Hunt.
What a
quick
shot!
scopes it. He finds Choice A1. Takes him down, but now the support's dead. Marvel sends out the self-destruct. He's trying to keep this going, but he's going to be denied the remake. Pulse bomb out from Becky. Does find Piggy. He didn't have another bubble.
No
but
way.
They just don't have any bodies to keep this card contested. The Guangzhou charge in overtime. It's a good effort from the Valiant to be able to drain the clock all the way down, considering how much time they started with. The back cap that came through onto B. They take it all the way into OT, but they cannot close out the map to get the win. So now it's going to be a 2-1 lead for the Guangzhou charge. Onus is on the Valiant to be able to answer back on our next map and take us into a Game 5 once more.
What an acceleration from Piggy to get a grab online in the fight. It wasn't the most impactful, but it just shows how much value they were finding in those final clashes, Seth. Just a huge catch at the end there. You expended both the barriers. He had to use one to block the Diva ultimate and keep the point contested. Then a Pulse Bomb comes in afterwards after depleting the resources. So he does go down, gets the grab out at the end there to lock a stationary target for the cleanup. And yeah, wow, what a choice to go there over to the Zarya at the end and get the charge over the line. They're now at match point.
Huge win here for the side of the Guangzhou charge. They've been able to best the Valiant at every twist and turn when they face up this season. Can they go ahead and get the 3 for 3? Make it actually a little bit cleaner as well compared to the last time out, because it was 3-2. Now, it's in their hands. The Guangzhou charge, if they can close out on Colosseo, it will be walking away victorious, keeping themselves in for the play-ins. The Valiant, they need to fight back. They need to be able to close out this map, a push, and then take us into yet another Game 5. We'll see if they can muster it up when we come back from the break, so don't go anywhere. And we are back 2-1 the scoreline right now as the Guangzhou Charge were able to close out a win on Junkertown. They now have the lead and match point in their grasp. If they can just hold on to it, firmly grasp it for a little bit longer, perhaps they can walk away with this with a 3-1 victory here. Colosseo is going to be the decider as to whether or not they win here, or if we're going to be going into yet another map 5, which it just kind of feels like we're destined to do. We'll have to just wait and see. Sashin's going to be coming in for the side of the Valiant, with Marvel stepping back, so we can anticipate that there's going to be some Zarya play.
Yeah, Zarya to challenge Piggy. I believe that is probably what's going to happen. From what we've seen so far, however, Seth, I feel like if you were just looking at the Piggy Zarya and the Sashin Zarya, I have a feeling Piggy probably wins that direct head-to-head, but there's a lot that goes in and a lot of resources funneled through the tanks, so could be a difference maker there with Lengzi and Molly. Lengza and Molly. Could have been a new player right there. But no, Colosseo is our next destination. We saw how that went earlier in today. Lots of trying to recall what actually happened in that series. It was a lot of the Winston, I believe, on that series, or I might be wrong. Honestly, it's a blur. Seth, save me.
It's all right. It's a blur, much like Choice A1's camera right now. As it seems like maybe he's knocked that one over. Should be okay. There we go. Yep. Get a little fix. Make sure he's got it, so we can see his beautiful little face. Carry on our merry way to what could very well be the last map. Work definitely cut out for them right now. I agree with you. I think that even with Sachin being a bit of a Zarya specialist, he's always been a very specialist player since the start of his career was very much just a Pharah one trick. Now is coming in to play widely the Zarya. I think we've seen him play a couple other things from time to time, but is a very strong Zarya player. The thing that has me concerned is that Piggy is kind of nasty. He has been looking so damn good. We've even seen Piggy, push Smurf to his limits, honestly, and have the upper hand against Smurf in those Zarya battles in the past. So work definitely cut out for him. The rest of the team very much needs to rally around Sashin if they want to find success here and take this into a Game 5.
Let's see what they roll out with as we get on to Colosseo. We're expecting Zarya's. Probably Zen, Ana, and then I imagine we're still going to have Tracer, Sombra in the mix as well. So it should be pretty uniform comps from both these teams at this point. Unless we have any curveballs to throw into the mix. Mayhaps a Genji.
At what point in the Overwatch history books did we come back around to gladiatorial combat being a thing?
Do you reckon, so if we just dive into the lore a little bit, do you reckon this Colosseum is completely historical, or do you think that they repurposed it for modern day combat of some description?
I mean, we're seeing a lot of the robot, gladiators, so I think that they actually refurbished the Colosseum and are using it for its original usage. But, I mean, the Omnics have... conscience, consciousness, right? Like, they can feel pain. Yeah. So it kind of isn't that different from humans doing gladiatorial combat, which seems a bit savage. But anyway, enough about that. Our little musings here of Overwatch lore. We'll have to chat to the death,
meta, because we're watching gladiatorial combat in an arena that was designed for different kinds of gladiatorial combat, and people at home are watching gladiatorial combat.
There they are. Sashin getting bullied down a little bit here at the beginning. Pops a couple bubbles, continues to keep himself in this front line as the bot is very much firmly locked into a neutral position. Neither team really looking to give up an inch, it would seem. It's a big collection of people off on the flank. Becky rotates in, gets that bubble out over on the far away. Helps save his life, but Becky gets on top of Choice A1, finds an opening elimination. So first blood here for the side of the Valiant. Now they can start moving things forward, especially with Piggy taken down to the front line. Sashin very much energized. Is a force to be reckoned with. Now they can go ahead. The bot going to start pushing forward for them, and the ult economy already looking damn good for the side of the Valiant as Becky comes up with another kill. Okay.
I think Sashin heard us in the pre-game, Seth. I don't think they were happy with our assessment of them versus Piggy. And look at how they're able to just pull ahead now. Easy Han finding some value on the Sojourn as well, the other variation in the composition. So got a little bit of Genji Sombra going up against the Tracer Sojourn combination, and seen some Lucios on the field as well. Sashin about to get the grab online. There is an nano boost available to pass over to them to get them over the line and let them have some high energy fun. Towards some pick potential from Becky as well. But there it is, there's the nano boost.
And then it'll just go out. Choice 1 managing to find one. Finds his seconds. It's going to be a 2 for 2 in the extended fight. Sashin still 100 energy pushing forward. He's trying to get the kill here on the far away, but turns his back to Piggy. Piggy manages to strike. That's that elimination to go ahead. Even the score a little bit. Now the bot can be stolen away. Qualifier charge in possession, but 49 meters. Not too bad off the first push here for the side of the Valiant. Definitely still in a very winnable, workable position.
And that's huge for Piggy. Like, Piggy being able to shut down Sashin there and deny the 100 energy we had POV on is big. It means they're going to have to find a reset for that afterwards and build up to that charge. Well, they got about a 40 lead. That should build up again quite quickly. They've got 2 bubbles in the pocket, and they're about to clash with more of the opposing team. EMP in, grab the counter, pulse bomb in the mix!
Yeah, it's in the mix, but it doesn't find any eliminations. Just kind of hits the floor there, and the cleanup is coming through for the side of the Guangzhou charge. Choice 1 filling the kill feed, painting it white. Finds 3 for himself off the back of the grab. Very nicely done, well dealt with for the side of the Guangzhou charge. Now continuing to push forward, trying to take the lead for themselves. Only 3 minutes gone, still have plenty to play through. Choice 1 just kind of getting in behind. Now Blade's going to be pulled out. Xerneas, however, already taken out of the fray. Blade needs to find some impact, but so far it's just the 1 kill, and he needs to make his exit. 5 HP remaining. Langza hounds him down. Just like that, the tides have been turned. Sashin will get finished off here by Piggy, but then he falls. Loses out on his own energy, and they get to 26 meters, but it's nowhere close to 49.
Yeah, still another fight off of getting that checkpoint for both teams. Even now, when the Valiant are pushing this bot forward, they are going to run into resistance from the charge before they can get those forward spawns and really start to make an insurmountable lead. They haven't got the full team, and the respawns are working in their favor, so it does mean charge can reclaim the bot and stagnate it in this tunnel.
Alright, next fight. Getting ready to happen. Bot right back into the starting position. Nano v Nano. The pulse bomb about to be online for Becky. Find a stick could just be the difference maker. Nano's going to come out first from Molly. Throws it to Sashin. Trying to keep him alive. Pulse now at the ready. Piggy as well getting nanoed up. Forces them back. Gains some space and Molly goes down. Jimmy funded the kill. And now Becky gone, so that is going to be a massive fight win for the side of the Guangzhou charge. Once more getting the bot into a good position. Here they may just be able to retake the lead.
They should be able to snag this one away, Seth. And I think the big difference there was that the Valiant's nano boost was used reactively to save Sashin, not to go out there and make an offensive move. Piggy didn't need saving. Piggy wanted extra resource to go and be an absolute menace, and Charge were able to make that work so much better as they were ready to follow up.
Very solid cleanup here, continuing to find some kills. Bot now pushing forward, the lead gained for the side of the Guangzhou charge, and they should be able to make it to the checkpoint off of this one.
Yeah, I think this is forward spawns.
Right now, Valiant are not forward enough to try to really keep this contested. Like you say, the forward spawn will come through. They do get a touch. They haven't contested for now. They need to get the rest of the squad over there. Instead, it's going to be a grab into the back line right in front of the spawn. Just isolating Molly, taking him down. Now they turn their sights over to the now, healerless team. Just trying to keep this bot occupied, but the cleanup will just be coming through. Seems like the Guangzhou charge just not going to be denied. They push forward. And we go into our little minor break, but Guangzhou charge firmly in control.
And to push forward then, Sashin has a grab. They saw that the charge were able to go for a solo grab onto Molly just to secure the backline kill before going back to the bot itself. Could have been a little bit risky leaving the front line isolated, but it did make it work. Sashin's probably looking for a multi-man grab on this one, considering how the fight should be separated. Blade coming in.
Blade pulled, Easy Han dead, just no saving him, and Langza also just taken out. Final slashes the bubble. Sashin buys himself an extra second of life, but then does fall down. Now the bot getting ready to advance up on top of the bridge for the final stretch. I mean, ult's about to be there for the side of the Valiant, but they still have so much distance that they need to try to claw back here. They're running out of time with which to make it happen. Just shy of 4 minutes now left in the time bank.
Sashin hitting the zero-man grab and dropping it in a lost fight as well. It's just a wasted resource for the Valiant. You're going to have to do this with a pulse bomb and the overclock potentially. Long sightlines available just because of where they are on the map, so Easy Han might be able to find some value should the fight stay here.
Okay,
overclock
is
online
popped.
for Easy Han.
Not going to nano him up, push up into his face. Actually, Choice 1 gets right on top of him. The rail shots are connecting, but they're body shots rather than headshots. Speaking of headshots, Jimmy, the Mac 10 out, just goes ahead and sprays down Becky. Pulse bomb now out of the frame. Nano was committed here onto Sashin, but it just seems like not that much energy to really work with. Now the EMP comes in from Jimmy, catches 3, and Easy On is instantly dealt with. There's one playing around the back, gets on top of Molly, offers up a good amount of damage, goes down to 8 HP, breaks line of sight from Sashin, who then got slept, and Piggy's able to scoop up 2 kills. The bot again is going to be pushing. Guangzhou charged. They're looking for the finish, and they might just be able to get it.
Yeah, they're on the home stretch now, Seth, and that was another questionable nano usage onto the Zarya, like you already identified. Low energy, but also strong disengage potential from the charge. They were just backing out the fight. Like, okay, we don't have to fight you now. We'll come back in a second when that expires. We have the power outside of the nano, and they were able to flip the fight round on its head, turn it around, and Megi used the grab, catches in Sashin.
They're looking for the finish, and with the anti, they will be able to find it. The pulse bomb not going to stick from Becky. The bot continues to push forward. Now sound barrier used aggressively as Lengza will fall. The bot is 0.94 meters left to go. With the cleanup, they will have it. Not a 3-2 this time around. The Guangzhou charge deny us from having a 10-map day. They will take it a little bit more cleanly, though, and maintain their win record over the Valiant. See Lengza with a smile on his face, but not so much for Molly. He pushes the camera out. You have to suspect that this one stings a hell of a lot worse than the previous losses at the hands of the Charge. This team just has consistently had the number of the Valiant the whole season throughout. They have not been able to best them. Now again, they fall. This was the series that they needed to try to get themselves into the play-ins, to make sure that they still had that opportunity to to go into the playoffs. It's been a massive resurgence for them, for both of these teams, here in the Countdown Cup qualifier. But unfortunately for the Valiant, it just got started a little bit too late. Those early losses at the hands of the Guangzhou Charge hurting them a hell of a lot now.
Yeah, really feeling it in the scoreline, but 3-1 victory there to Charge at the end. Like I said, maybe not the best use of the nano boosts at the end. They wouldn't necessarily have been the thing that we won out the map, but definitely was a noticeable feature in how they were being utilized and not able to really find value from what could be quite a crucial ultimate. But Seth, we have our player of the match identified. It's going over to another damage dealer, shock horror. Choi Se-wan is going to be our player of the match today.
Yeah, I mean, Choi Se-wan, he has been a bright spot on this team, kind of since the beginning, even when Guangzhou Charge were just getting bodied left, right, and center. We've seen some fantastic performances from him, but today, some great moments as well as just fantastic team play from the Guangzhou Charge the whole way throughout. This was another one where I think we could have kind of cut this award a couple different ways. Piggy with a good shout, Jimmy as well coming up huge. Playing that Sombra. So I think this was a little bit more up in the air between, who could have gotten it, but Choi Se-wan, the whole series throughout was just so damn clutch. Swapping over to the Genji here, in particular, just coming up with so many multi-kills was just monstrous in helping the Charge be able to get this series closeout. So very well-deserved from him, and a very well-deserved win from the side of the Guangzhou Charge overall, 3-1, making it look a little bit cleaner than we've seen from them in the past. It's a very good sign as they are going to be trying to battle their way out of the play-ins and make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, we are at the last stretch of the regular season now, aren't we, Seth? It's around the corner for when we're looking at play-ins, playoffs, grand finals over in Anaheim. Charge want to be there. They've got an uphill battle to do it. There's already 2 teams in APAC confirmed, still a lot of open slots, but ultimately that's only 2 matches today, and it felt like 3 because we had some quite long series on our hands, but there's 2 matches we have today. We've got a bunch of others to come tomorrow and Sunday as well, and we might see more of those teams knocked out of contention of those play-ins. But yeah, what a fantastic showing. I would say an upset to kick things off, and then kind of, we did that last series we watched could have gone either way realistically on paper before we started. So an interesting day overall.
That it was, but it's just the first of 3. So myself and Trin will be back tomorrow, of course, for another action-packed day of Overwatch League. We're going to have 3 matches for you guys tomorrow, so make sure you tune in. It's going to be plenty to go ahead and watch. And there's still plenty of stakes right now, as we do still have teams vying for that 3rd spot to get auto-seeded forward into the playoffs. So, between the Fusion and the Hangzhou Spark, with their win today over the Seoul Dynasty, still very much in contention for that position. So we'll have to just wait and see what happens there. We'll have to see if the Seoul Dynasty are going to be able to bounce back after a massive upset loss at the hands of the Hangzhou Spark. So plenty to be watched, to be absorbed into your next little eyeballs there tomorrow evening. So make sure you guys tune in. It's going to be same place, same time. I'll be here right alongside Trid once more to guide you guys through the action. But thank you guys for watching tonight. We'll see you again tomorrow. Goodbye.
There's resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Michael to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is that? I haven't even gotten to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate. Oh,
Rampage through the side room. Everybody, massive for Bernard. Catches everybody else.
I'm a warrior.
Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Welcome to Watchpoint, one and all. I'm Zoe Schwind, and with me on the desk are no other than Jonathan Reinforce Larson and Danny What a Guy Lim.
Oh, I
and
missed that,
now I thought I'm going to be the highlight of today's show, but apparently here to steal the thunder is, of course, the game director Aaron Keller himself.
Woo!
And thank you so much for joining us. You must be over the moon, thrilled, maybe exhausted after that Overwatch 2 launch earlier this week.
Yeah, thank you for having me. This is amazing. So excited. The team is incredibly excited. Yes, we're a little exhausted too. I think we have a newfound appreciation for caffeine. I've had more like lattes and coffees this week than I have in my entire life.
So what's the, after just, 4 days, I think it was now, that the game is at, what's the mood like in the team? Is everyone happy and satisfied, or are you already like heads down working on the next big thing?
We are so happy that the game is out, and this is like it's a new era for Overwatch. So finally, anyone can jump into the game and play now. There's no, you don't have to go out and buy a box. You can just log in and play. And we've had some issues this week. We have been working so incredibly hard to fix them, and now I think we're at the point where people can just jump into the game, log in. We're reducing a lot of the queues. We are working through a lot of the bugs that we had with it, and I'm so proud of the team and everything they've been able to accomplish just in the last 3 days in order to serve our players with this new game that we're all so excited about.
I mean, talking about the new game, there's so many new stuff and so many things that I want to ask, but I think the biggest question for me is the new push map, Esperanza, right? Is there what can you tell us about this map?
Yeah, okay, this map is so cool. So it's set in Portugal, and it's on the coast. So if you look out, you can see the ocean out there, and this crazy tech that they're using to hold back rising waters that we have in the future. And the map itself, it's a push map, and in the center, it's this arena that we have, and there's these high ground bridges on each side of it. And so controlling high ground in this map, like in a lot of our maps, is incredibly important. But in here, it's even more important than a lot of our maps. And there's just this great fluidity to that space and the way that teams can rotate around it and try to hold the different positions there. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, so I noticed when I played this map, actually, like you said, it's such a huge map. Like, there's so much area on this map compared to like Colosseo. You have that tunnel, of course, but this map is massive, it's huge. What were some of like the design going into this map, and maybe some of the challenges the team faced when like trying to make this huge, vast area of this map?
Yeah, so this is our third push map. We wanted it to feel different than the other ones. And push is a difficult mode to design because there's only 2 spawn rooms for each team, and you're actually pushing the robot a pretty far distance. So we have to have that route that the robot moves on kind of move back and forth a lot. In order to do that, it kind of limits some of the layouts that you can do. And so we spent a lot of time, especially in this middle area and on some of these curves, trying to make the map compact, but have it feel different than some of the other spaces. And I think one of the things that I love about this map, this is the most recent map we've made. And so our art team and the rest of our team, they've gotten better and better at using the updated Overwatch engine. I think this is the most beautiful map that we have ever put together. It's absolutely gorgeous. It shows off the features of our engine better than anything we have. And the exciting thing about that is I think we're just getting better. So like as we start releasing more things, they're all just going to get better and better.
There's that Swedish map in the making. I'm looking forward to that. As a Swedish guy, I am.
No bias at all. Yeah, when is that Swiss map coming? Looking forward to that one. Now, Aaron, I know the game has only been out for, what, 3,500 minutes, but who's counting? However, we're a greedy bunch, you know, so we want to know more already. We want to know what's coming with Season 2. Is there anything at all you can share? Anything you can tease? Any breadcrumb will do, honestly.
You're looking for spoilers, aren't you? Okay, so I think one of the most exciting things about Overwatch 2 is that there's always going to be new content coming out. We've said there's going to be a new season roughly every 9 weeks, and it's going to have all sorts of new things to it. Not just all of the new cosmetics that we have in the Battle Pass and in the store, but other things as well. So in Season 2, we will be debuting a new hero. It's a tank hero, we've said, and it's someone that players have seen before. And the other thing we're putting out in Season 2 is a new map, and I think the new hero, he's connected to this map.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we got 2 clues. It's male and a tank. Okay.
I thought I was being so subtle there.
All right, detectives, get on it.
Seen before.
Yeah, that's going to keep me awake at night.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Aaron. Really appreciate that. Now, no, this is super exciting. Thank you so much for sharing a little bit. I mean, I asked for breadcrumbs. I feel like I got a cake.
We got a cake. Oh, that was great. That was good.
Yeah.
That was good.
For real. Now, yeah, I mean, I know you're a busy guy, and there's lots of work to do for you and your team still, and ongoing. So thank you so much for taking the time to joining us once again on the desk. Anything you want to say to the fans before you leave us?
Oh, yeah. Thank you for having me. And we're just so excited to see you in the game. And the fans that were logging in this week, thank you for your patience. Thank you for your feedback. We're already fixing bugs that you've been reporting. We're already adding new features and making improvements to the game just based off of 3 days of feedback from all of you. So thank you so much. We couldn't be happier to go on this journey with all of you.
No, Aaron, thank you for everything
Thank
you and
you,
your
Aaron.
team are doing. And now we are heading into a very quick break. But wait, there will be more. That's right, because when we come back, we've got Dion Rogers, art director of Overwatch, joining us to do a deep dive into the making of our newest hero, Kiriko. So stay tuned.
Nice.
Welcome back, everyone. Things are about to get real kawaii in here. We are excited to welcome Dion Rogers, Overwatch Art Director, joining us to chat about the newest hero, formerly just known as that Fox girl.
Yes.
Now she has a name.
I think I accidentally said that in the interview.
I mean, there is so much love for that character already, and rightfully so, because everything about her is just fantastic. Can you talk a little bit about everything that went into making Kiriko?
Yeah, Kiriko actually started as a PvE character that we were thinking about creating. And she was this cool ninja with a very large ninja star on her back. And we thought this was pretty awesome, but as you guys know, we moved away from PvP, so you can see the concept here. It's pretty cool.
Wow.
So as we were exploring the new PvP version of the game, we always loved this concept, so we went back to it. She's also a hero that we wanted DPS players to play a support hero. Like, hey, you're into DPS class, what about, could we convince them to play a bit of support, you know? And so that's part of where her initial design started. So you can see here, she evolved a bit into this kind of Miko shrine maiden that we use Kanazaka for the lore of her in the game. But the fox was always a part of the kit, this kind of spirit that her in the narrative team made this amazing story where her grandmother taught her about the spirit. Her mom taught her martial arts. And some of her designs, we wanted to mix up traditional and modern streetwear. She's in this game called the Yokai. It's very much like Kanazaka. The map itself is, there's half a shrine, half a modern Japan, so a little bit of that is injected into the hero too.
Yeah, I mean, like, I played a little bit of Kiriko, and like, from what I got and listening to all of her voice lines, she definitely has a lot of personality.
Yeah.
So, you know, how are you able to let that shine?
Yeah, our narrative team is pretty awesome. They go really deep on some of the heroes so that they really feel alive and have a lot of personality. So Kiriko, we went for kind of she's humble but confident, you know. She's kind of got this really cool, jokey style about her. There's this amazing voice actress named Sally Amaki that does her voice, Japanese actress, and just amazing. She captured that kind of playful jokiness that she has, but you know, still confident, humble, and you know, just the traditions that she grew up with. I think comes across really well with her narrative.
So talking a bit about her abilities as well, you mentioned, of course, that she has a bit of a DPS kit almost, a lot of offensive abilities, fun stuff like that. But there's like unique abilities, get the cleanse, of course,
right, yeah.
The ultimate as well. How has it been watching some of the Overwatch 2 players like utilize her kit as well? And like when you were playtesting the hero, was it like a favorite combination or something that stood out about her kit when you played?
So Kiriko, it's something for everybody. She's able to play at high level. You know, her kunai does a really nice critical hit when you get it right. So you need a little bit of timing and aiming to do that. But also her heal is one of the best heals in the game. You know, she can compete with more Mercy when it comes to healing. But the protection Suzu, that's where it really changes. It's a game changer. And a lot of people might, it might be a little overpowered, but it is definitely a skill-based ability. You really need to get your timing right. The window of invulnerability is pretty short. Combining that with the teleport, there's just so many moments where you teleport through a wall and you save a group from a Junkrat tire or a Reinhardt shatter. And it just feels so good as a player in this protector of Kanazaka. That's the gameplay we wanted people to feel as she played her. You feel like the protector of the team.
Yeah, when I played her, I just felt like I had such an impact with her. Like it was you can make or break a game or a moment right there with Kiriko, which is just so much fun. I mean, her abilities are amazing. Her looks are iconic already, and there's only a few of them. I mean, I love the traditional Japanese style. I love the streetwear you guys gave her as well. So we're really excited to see something like, I don't know, a Mythic skin for her coming up soon, hopefully. But what is going into the making of Mythic skins specifically? We got treated to the Genji one, which is phenomenal.
Awesome.
But that looks like a lot of work to get right.
It is. It takes us a while. You know, a Mythic skin is basically what we consider a tier above Legendary skin. But one of the things for the team is we want to approach it, there's something unique about it. It's not just that it's a better looking skin. It needs to have a unique element about it. So you can see here Genji with the really cool mask opening ability, and then the customization of the hero. This is really fun to pick the different customizations on it. So basically, Mythic skins are a way for the dev team to try something new with a hero or a skin. You know, an existing hero that what could we do if we pushed them a little further? You know, we want to surprise people. Each one of the Mythics will have something slightly different than the previous, so it's not set in stone. Everything you see Genji has not necessarily is what the next hero may have. There's some heroes we need to catch up on skins, so you know, there's some heroes have more than others. We love Genji, so we had to do them first, you know. But
getting one clue after another. So now everyone is out there figuring out, okay, how many skins does each hero have at the moment?
Yeah, we definitely want to catch up on a few heroes.
I love to hear that. Now, this is fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you guys for having me.
Congrats again to you and your team for all the amazing work. We absolutely love everything we've seen, and are so excited for so much more to come. Now, yeah, that's it for that part. I am personally also really looking forward for that Zoe Tracer skin. Now I said it on air, you kind of have to do it in your hand. Thank you so much to you, Dion, and to Aaron, of course. Thank you so much. Now, everyone on the Overwatch team has been creating an amazing game for us. Make sure to thank them appropriately over on social media. But coming up next, it is time to talk about the games in the league. We've got APAC to cover, and Houston is taking on the Paris Eternal, and much more, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back with Watchpoint.
Kiriko!
Welcome back to Watchpoint. Yeah, I don't know what he's doing here.
Yo, man, yeah.
That's not
Suddenly,
what
Matt
that's
showed
not what
up.
the prompter says.
That's not what the prompter
What
says.
does the prompter say?
She doesn't go by the. by the
Thanks
script.
again to the developers. Yada yada yada. It's great. Matt is here.
This sounds
That's your now.
Matt, hello.
Hello.
Hi.
It's great to see you. It's been a bit.
Yeah, it's been a hot
I
minute.
haven't seen you in a while. I unfortunately see Danny and Johnny pretty
Unfortunately,
often.
what do you mean? You came back for us.
I came back for Danny. Me and
I
Danny.
think he just told me that you came back from Vancouver.
Yeah.
Well, we get into
That's
that
true,
a little
that's
later.
true.
Now it is time to cover what happened or what is happening over in the league in the East. So let's head on right over there. First up, we're going to take a look at the Hangzhou Spark, who took on the Seoul Dynasty and Reinforce. You had a lot to say about the logic or lack thereof in the Eastern region. So can you maybe walk us through what happened here?
I mean, this region is just complete chaos. It's just utter madness. It lacks reason. It's in
Has
shambles.
everybody entered the Chengdu zone?
Everyone is in the Chengdu zone. It's like they're stuck in just like an ecological kind of like reservation or whatever. It's just, I don't know. It's absolute madness. So just when you thought that things couldn't get crazier, the Hangzhou Spark decided to beat the Seoul Dynasty.
Oh.
What do you mean decide?
That's a
Yeah, I mean, I think they just, I think that the script was just like, hey, we're just gonna go in and beat Seoul Dynasty today. That's what we're gonna do. And the Hangzhou Spark, they played amazingly. I'm not even kidding. They played amazingly. Irony is back in the lineup. Double flex support. Pineapple instead of Alpha Yi. Bernard, I mean, now he's swapping to Doomfist and stuff, but he played Diva most of the time. The dives were incredible. The way they played around Smurf Zarya this entire series, it's literally forced Smurf onto the Diva themselves at times, because Seoul Dynasty, they just couldn't keep up. It was only here on Circuit Real, Seoul Dynasty's down 2-0. That's when they started to fight back. Fitz was on the Soldier and had a lot of impact. But overall, like, the Hangzhou Spark, they're still in this like play-in contention spot, and I swear, if they've been like 1-10 or something the last 11 matches, it's been nuts. And now they're beating the Seoul Dynasty. Hangzhou Spark might be back. Hangzhou Spark might be back. Pineapple is crazy good on this Tracer. Hero shut down the damage view of Seoul Dynasty like it was nothing. He was popping off on the Zenyatta. Look here, Nono Tracer, Pineapple just cleaning up the point. The Spark, they're back. They're back. Look at them popping off. They're nuts.
In the Eternal Winter,
like
they're back.
recency bias.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
that's
that
what I'm
is-
feeling.
They are the best team now.
We're on like a 5 or 6 game losing streak before this, right? And then now they win 1 game, and Johnny's back on the Hangzhou train.
I'm just telling you.
hyping them up. You're like, no, Taro is
Buy low.
good.
I trust Danny. I get all my hard-hitting analysis from Danny Lim now.
That's
Yeah, good.
not sure
good
if
choice.
that's a good choice.
No.
But that's all right. That's all right. Now, next up, in an absolute critical match in the bottom of the standing, was the Guangzhou Charge, who took on the LA Valiant. And the Valiant, they were fighting for their play-in lives, but unfortunately, they could not overtake the Guangzhou Charge. Danny, this is a sad day for yourself and every Valiant fan out there.
Yeah, very sad day for the LA Valiant fans, and I'm also very sad because I wanted, mostly me, because I wanted them to win. Me and Teddy Donde we're rooting hard for LA Valiant, but unfortunately the Guangzhou Charge were the better team. Like when we started on Ilios, well, honestly, this round, Valiant really didn't do much, and then we went to Ruins. After Wells, though, I think Valiant sort of found a very good strategy of having Marvel, Becky, and Easy Hunt sort of like hack and focus down their backline. And that was their thing, and it worked beautifully. So they won Ruins and Lighthouse in that way. But after that, it was sort of all Guangzhou Charge. Although it was a bit more closer with Guangzhou Charge, were a bit smarter in their composition. Piggy on that Diva for defense was very helpful for their team as well. But like on his offense as well, he changed over to Zarya and were able to get a lot of value. And they looked a lot better compared to when they were on Ilios. After Paraiso, they went to Junkertown, and I think it was a bit more closer, but it was still, I think, Guangzhou Charge sort of in the driver's seat. But it was, I think it was right before this where I think it was LA Valiant had a really big C9, and I think that sort of like boomed them.
I think
We do have a good C9. I mean,
Boomed them, and then at the very end it was Colosseo at the very last map. Valiant actually started pretty strong. And then it was sort of a really sad ending where they couldn't really sort of fight back, and Guangzhou Charge and Piggy just like ran them over. They just ran them over, and then they got a full cap at the
As
end.
somebody who's a Valiant fan, you didn't really sound too sad. You're like, oh, it was terrible, the end.
Hey,
You
I'm
should've
just
seen
being, I'm
it.
just being honest. You know, I am a fan, but at the same time, you know, if it's like this, if they get a full cap, I'm like,
They were heating up, the Valiant.
I mean, yeah, say one thing about the Valiant. Say that this was a better season than last season for them.
it was. Well, I think
Gotta
it was.
take W when you can.
Look, losing is learning. They've done a lot of learning.
Look,
Honestly,
But
like,
they
compared
could
to, like
look smart
the
next year.
other seasons, like they did look a lot better. But unfortunately, this is it for Valiant.
with the amount of learning they did last year, I maybe expected more than 7 this year, but, you know, still learning
year.
I
opportunities.
don't know, man.
7?
7
What's
is
up?
more than 6.
What's up with LA Valiant and 7? Remember a long time ago, it was 0 and 7.
A long time.
Oh, yeah,
When Custa
yeah, they
was
did.
on the
Custa,
team.
yep, that's true.
To take
You're onto
advantage on the
something.
I don't know where I'm going
You're
with
onto
this.
something.
Yeah.
And someone will take it from there.
At
don't
one
worry,
point, they
Danny,
lost
don't worry.
7 games,
Yeah.
Danny, that's
Now, I
correct.
do want to take a look at the standings in the East with only 2 more days over there to actually play. Let's see how the remaining in the Captain
Wow.
Cup make shape up. Any big surprises here for you, Matt Morello?
I am surprised about the map differential for the top 2 teams and then how close everybody else is. You know, it seems like the top 2 teams, they really want to win, and everybody else, it's kind of like, you know, we'll
Fusion
see.
is like -1. It's like,
-1.
we're trying to lose, but we're still here. In
Well, are you going to have a team who potentially doesn't have a positive win-loss record get a guaranteed spot? Like, I guess it's because it's been actually way more competitive than it has in
the
the
region
past.
is very close, man.
But yeah, like Hangzhou Spark, like sitting on the outside looking in with a better map differential and 1 more win than Philly, just because the game's played is kind of
yeah.
weird. But yeah, I mean,
That's exciting though, Matt. Yeah.
this region's been crazy.
It has been crazy, but
Yeah.
that's exactly the kind of chaos we embrace here. And while we're on our favorite segment, which is standings, let's take a look at how things are in the Western region. I guess not a whole lot of movement available here. We know the teams who are in and out. It's really just deciding who has to play in the play-ins.
This is what standings do look like, though. Like that they should look like. Where, you know, the teams at the
correct.
top, they have
This is what
positives.
they want.
You kind of see.
That's the point,
Well, no,
the
you see like
wins
the
and the
map.
losses.
You see like the map differential. Like it kind of makes sense as we go down. Right, APAC is all over the place.
okay.
I mean,
I see.
here it makes some sense where we have those teams qualified like you know at the top already.
Good teams
Yeah,
at the
above
top,
the green
bad at the
line has a
bottom.
lot of green.
Yeah.
Below the red line or
No.
below the green line, everyone has red. Yeah.
The play-ins for this region are going to be interesting because I am not confident in any of those teams.
And I love that. That makes predictions all the more fun for us to get wrong. All right, in a rare case. Now, Houston, of course, they locked in their playoff spot. And, I mean, this has been a mercurial team, to say the least. Reinforce, they recently beat the Shock. What do you want to see from them today?
I just want to see the Houston Outlaws continue to win. Like, really. I just don't
Well, there's a
want
good
them to
chance that
disappoint
happens
more.
today, Johnny.
Yeah, exactly. Playing the press tunnel. Like Pelican was a standout player against the San Francisco Shock. You know, here playing the Hanzo, but also playing a lot of Sombra as well. And this is a player that you need to rely on if you're going to beat some of these better teams. The Shock, mind you, they're like an elite team in the league, right? So the Houston Outlaws beating them, it's no small feat, and hopefully they can build some momentum off of
they were on a
this.
losing streak.
I don't know why. I'm sort of having like a bit of an existential crisis talking about this match because now I'm realizing I'm hyping up the Houston Outlaws once more, and we've been disappointed so many times by this team, especially come playoffs. Come on, Houston, please just carry on this momentum.
This team has been
Please be elite.
It's just, you're always kind of waiting for the inevitable collapse, I feel like, with the Outlaws. Like, that's kind of how the Outlaws fans exist. Like, we
They're
know
living
they're
right
good,
on the edge.
and
It's-
you're
it's
just
rough.
No more.
Yeah, you're just waiting for the playoffs.
New
where, like,
game, new teams.
something tragic happens. I
Yeah,
feel like.
everything is Houstonable. That's something we learned. Now,
What do you think with that
Danny,
phrase?
Paris, I mean, they've been eliminated from playoffs as well as
Right.
play-ins. But it's time to mix it up, which I feel like they did last week when they switched things up. Is that something you want to see again today, or do you think they should just...
What I want to see, yeah, mix it up, and I just want to see them have fun. You know, honestly, like, you know, you're already out of the season, but you have more matches to play, and you're going up against Houston, who are looking a lot better. And to be quite frankly, it is highly unlikely that Paris is gonna beat Houston in like a mere like meta comp, right? So I think because we love these guys and we want to see more from them. So I think this is the perfect time for every Paris Eternal players to just, like play your best heroes and just, show us what you could do.
You're a beacon of positivity, Denny. If you were in the Paris Eternal coaching room today, what would your
Don't go
pre-game
that far.
speech be like?
Exactly
What
that.
would
Just
your
like,
pre-game
have fun.
speech be like
Literally,
today?
I'll do this. Yo, guys, go ham. Let's go. All
right.
Let's go. Let's have fun with this.
That got me excited.
Yeah.
I'm very excited. Someone tells me to go ham, I'm gonna ask questions.
Honestly, though, but like there's a recent trend is like when the eliminated teams are sort of beating the non-eliminated teams. Like Vancouver beat Vancouver last week. New York popped off last week. So if we go by that timeline, it's,
So you're saying Paris will beat
Paris,
Houston.
and it's always Houstonable.
Detective Danny's on the case.
There's no shot.
Just
you
saying.
Pick, there's no shot you pick
No
Paris
shot?
today.
But
They're 1 in
imagine what if.
What
Let's actually
if?
take a look at the predictions. Maybe Danny went out there with this one. Is that how you predicted, Danny? Is that?
We'll see about that.
It's gonna be a no from me. Wow, thank you, Danny.
Man.
Yeah.
Yo, wait, what?
Wait, no one picked Justice?
All right.
Oh,
Well, Vancouver
Danny,
fans.
you with me?
No, we're going down. This is not gonna go well, Zoe. This is not gonna go
I
well.
thought I was going to be the only one that picked Boston.
I thought the same thing. I actually thought like my predictions are way out there.
I was like, oh,
but
mine's
apparently
spicy.
not.
I'm thinking Boston today.
I'm sort of sad that you moved on from the Vancouver train, man. Like,
No, I think with the meta being what it is, I think tank flexibility is super crucial. I think Punk got it. So the Boston pick was easy. Vancouver, you're going down with me, so we'll see about that. But that's it for the Watchpoint pre-show. We will be back again a little later today, so stick around. Now let's send it over to our casters, Joss and Nekra.
Hello.
Yo.
Hi! Happy birthday, Zoe!
Hi.
I know it's late.
Happy
Happy
birthday.
birthday. We're making
No,
up for
but
lost
I
time
take
here.
it.
I was like so confused. I was like, I felt
Sorry,
so bad.
what happened?
Happy birthday. Happy belated birthday.
Or like early
Happy
birthday for
belated
the year. I don't
Yeah.
know. I take it either way. Any well wishes,
Yeah.
Nekra, from you, I take them any day. Thank you.
I'm
Plus,
down
you
to
look great with
celebrate.
the tiara.
Happy birthday, Joel.
Yeah, happy birthday, everyone. Actually.
Yeah, happy birthday, me. My birthday was years ago.
Years
Johnny, come on
ago?
now.
What?
Years ago.
Yeah.
How long
Years
does it take
ago.
you to have a birthday?
No one celebrates
No,
your
I'm
birthday,
not.
bro. That's sad. Don't
I've
worry,
had a
we
birthday
got
since I was
you.
26
There's
years
no,
old, okay?
I mean,
It's okay.
there's a really good chance
I've not
you have
aged,
a
it's
birthday
crazy.
every year.
It's good math. I mean, you turn older
I've no
every day, right? Every day is a plus.
Every day is technically, well, it's not really a
It's
birthday.
another
then.
day. It's another day after your birthday.
Get the devs back in here. What
I
are
mean,
we doing?
technically, Matt is correct for once. Technically, every day is a birthday for somebody on the planet, right?
True.
So, that's kind of
Also
true.
true.
Like
Today's gonna be a birthday for Paris.
How about them Paris? right?
Paris Eternal's birthday today.
Yeah, how about them Paris?
Oh,
I mean-
October
Paris
7th?
Eternal's
Anybody
birthday
have that
today.
on their calendar?
October 7th,
Yes.
yeah. I mean, I bet everybody has that written down. Also,
Sure.
before we go, how did Matt not predict Titans? Number one fan,
Right?
I know.
I was saying that. I was
Come
saying
on,
that. He's literally here for Vancouver. He didn't predict.
You got the
with
color
Florida
scheme right
Mayhem.
and everything, boys.
They done me dirt. I thought they were gonna win the Summer Showdown for a bit, for like a
Really?
little bit. I
You
did,
did.
and then they
A
did
little
me
bit?
dirty
How long was
This is
that?
why we don't
Like,
usually invite
wait
you.
a second.
by losing. Yeah,
It's because
That's
you
crazy.
didn't
That's
believe it. That's
crazy.
why they lost.
I believed up until the end.
That's a long time.
And then it ended.
Until the end, on
the end,
yeah, on
now it's
day
over.
number one. Matt was an ex-coach, by the way. Think about that. Very strange. Very strange. The paradigm shift is
was.
crazy going from that to broadcast.
Overwatch?
Right, we're going to say
Wow.
goodbye. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate all of you.
God,
And it's
no.
good to have you back, Zoe.
Yeah,
It
welcome
really is.
back.
Woo!
This was the most
It's
celebratory
great
thing
to
I
see.
owned, so I was like,
Okay.
okay, well, it was Zoe's birthday, so when we didn't get a chance to celebrate it on broadcast, so I'm going to celebrate it today when she's back in action on the desk. So that was my logic there.
It's good. I feel like I'm just a small head today on broadcast. If I just go down just a little bit, I'm just a head. Like, yes, it's just me. It's like a Futurama, like a head in a jar kind of thing, but it's,
Oh, I love
it's us
that.
broadcasting right now.
No, I like
Yeah.
that. So
Houston
we could
Outlaws
just be
versus the
talking
Paris
heads.
Eternal. We can just do this for the entire time, although my
Yeah.
thighs and legs are actually hurting right now. Maybe I'll just have to move the camera. It's going to be a good day.
workout for the day.
Maybe for Paris, maybe not. They're 1-19, and Outlaws have got a pretty good position currently in the standings rows. what can you really say about this series? I mean, Paraiso already out. The Houston Outlaws are playing for some additional points, some map differential to get them a more favorable standing position. If they do end up today with a 3-0, they're going to be pretty damn happy.
I think they're going to be pretty happy as well. They definitely need the map differential because any little bit is going to help them. And this is the roster that they're going to do it with. We've got Merit, Pelican, Dante, Lastro, and Creative, which are just kind of the normal faces that we've seen from the Houston Outlaws on their starting roster this stage.
Thank God we changed that screen.
Yeah, I was like, as soon as it changed, I like stood up.
Shows how much I do squats anymore. I'll tell you how many I've done in the last 3 years. 0. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, look, Dante's asleep. So, best wake him up before the series starts. Maybe he's dreaming about just playing ranked in Overwatch 2. Maybe, maybe not. Oh, he's woken.
Oh, he's awake.
Someone woke him up. It's all good.
But
Yeah, Creative, Lastro, Dante, Pelican, and Merit. Yeah, Pelican maybe still laying down in the bed. I need to wake him up ASAP as well. All good, all good. It's gonna, like I said, Rose, it's gonna be a tough game for the Paraiso Eternal.
Yeah.
Ideally, you just come up with some cool, epic performances. Get some nice clips you can shove on the timeline. You know, in looking forward to next year. And maybe your prospects open up a little bit. I know Dove, especially, who's starting to, of course, with the Paraiso Eternal, has been looking pretty decent. Like, in general, I think a lot of Paris players, they do have a lot of potential within the Overwatch League, and maybe it was a little bit too late, rather late, obviously, with all the roster changes we've been having over the last couple of months. But it's good to kind of think super far ahead. Malfoy, Krawi, Rakatak, and Luca Mino in the support.
Yeah, I think this roster absolutely has potential, and it's unfortunate that a lot of teams that are out mathematically have just started to wake up as we've entered into this stage. You know, I think Paris is certainly one of those teams. They've only played 2 matches so far this stage. Actually, Houston as well. We've only seen Houston and Paris twice up to this point. And so they have a lot of lost time to make up for. But this is going to be the first match to kind of get them to that 3rd match each. I feel like they've both been playing pretty well. And, like, unfortunately for Paris, their first 2 opponents were London Spitfire and then Dallas Fuel. And Houston are definitely not going to be slouches either.
Yeah, rough schedule, I think, for a lot of teams coming into the play-ins almost. It's been rather tough. Or the qualifiers, I should say, where it's still in the Countdown Cup qualifiers playing to rather soon. Also, new patch. Man, I'm just looking forward to playoffs already, honestly. Just having a new patch, having Kiriko being available. Like,
exactly.
Her kit is a little bonkers. I love it. The mobility is insane. I'm super looking forward to who's going to be good. Now, I know a lot of people when I've been streaming, people are like, oh, who do you think is going to be the best Kiriko? And I'm like, well, I don't know, but any good flex support with aim
right now.
Yeah, any good flex support with aim, you're gonna dominate. Yeah, I said Shu too. He got some cracked out aim, and he Zenyatta player too because the projectile speed is gonna be a little bit ridiculous.
Exactly.
All right, Lijiang Tower is our first map. Paraiso, Junkertown, Colosseo, and Oasis is our final map.
Cool. So, as we head into Lijiang, you know, both of these teams historically have really focused on playing Sombra, Tracer, D.Va, Zenyatta, and Ana. So you've got that double flex support in the back line, and then D.Va as the focus for the tank. Now that we're starting off on, like, Lijiang, I love that we have all of these different stages that we're seeing a little bit more versatility in the compositions. But it's really Dante that I have a lot of focus on because Krawi's already shown us a lot of versatility in that tank role. But Dante versus their match against San Francisco Shock, where they did take a win, Dante didn't touch the Doomfist. He focused a lot more on Orisa and D.Va to really get Houston Outlaws that dub. So Dante looks to be starting out here on Control Center with the Orisa, which makes a lot of sense given that we're playing in these close quarters, and that spear is going to go far, Jaws.
Wow. 2 very interesting DPS picks here from Eternal, Cassidy, and the Junkrat. All right. Little Jay Silly on Command Center. You know how it be. I do like Cassidy. I thought it would be a little bit more prominent when it comes to picks, but because you can one-shot someone with the magnetic grenade plus just a body shot, you can one-shot a 200 HP target if they don't get heals. So I thought it would be a little bit more prominent. But who is prominent right now is Paraiso Eternal on the point. Dante is the only Outlaws member remaining, trying to force this point into a stalemate. Krawi just trying to push people away. Pelican trying to go for an assassination. Krawi almost hit him with that spear. But the Outlaws have stalled long enough to actually come back from spawn. And Lucamino and Rakatak are dead, so no more heals for Paris Eternal. On what looked like their fight. Looks like they're going straight back to spawn, changing their DPS picks too. Genji and the Sojourn coming in.
Yeah, I loved the idea of the Cassidy and the Junkrat. I think that with the Junkrat too, you can just get so much explosive damage, especially if you can be a bit more predictive with your shots. You don't even have to be that accurate, you just have to make it more difficult for Houston to aggress upon you. But I think the Sojourn and the Genji are more comfort picks here for Paris.
Window for Paris on the high ground, pushing Outlaws all the way back. They're going to go super aggro too, it looks like. Although Dub decides better of it and ends up dashing back to the rest of his team as Krawi takes the charge. Creative goes down, followed by Lastro, so now both supports dead for Outlaws. They got completely bisected right there. Half Outlaws on the point, and yeah, that window separated the entire team, and Paris Eternal took good advantage of it.
Well, that's something that Lucamino has been so good at this entire season, has just been setting up with this Baptiste. I mean, Lucamino is known for the Baptiste in contenders, and so being able to move up to the Overwatch League stage, it's been great to see him continue to use this hero to great success, especially in this meta too, where that immortality field can be just as impactful.
Nice flank from Dove there. Disruptor shot does a whole lot of work, slowing down that Ana, but Dante gets the nano. A last parting gift from Creative to make sure they can continue winning this fight. As Pelican does what Pelican does best and cleaning the rest of the team up. Quite a close affair right now. Paris Eternal coming in with 4 ults.
That's going to be a lot of firepower here, too. I mean, maybe we get a chance to see a Terra Surge actually pop off in the Overwatch League here, as both Dante and Crowley have it ready. Listen, I just want to believe, Jaws, that maybe we'll understand where that stat comes from.
Let's go, Terra Surge! Dante, he throws it out, but it gets countered out by the beat. Paris Eternal do manage to find that flip, but look at this push coming from the Outlaws. Lastro held onto that sound barrier for so long. And Malfoy with no nano behind him struggles to get any damage. At least Paris Eternal did stop Outlaws just for a little bit. They got some free percentage points there halfway through that fight, but it was an Outlaws win at the end. They saved their overclock. At least Paris Eternal had their Terror Surge, but I mean, to give you a little bit of hope there, Rose, Houston Outlaws don't have Lucio to speed away from it, so...
No. Yeah, they don't have the immortality field either, or some type of supportive ultimate, so let's see what Crowley can get done. Paris did buy themselves some time with that cap to actually come back into this one in this full team of 5.
Oh, backline. There's the Terror Show, dragging everybody in. Oh, it gets some damage done. Lastro bites the dust. However, one support remains in Creative, holding down the fort, and Merit with that overclock should seal this deal. Paris Eternal once again snipe away the point. But it shouldn't matter. Too many bodies for Outlaws on the control point right now, as overtime is here. I mean, I was thinking of a small little combo. I guess the Disruptor shot with the Terror Surge might be good because you slow people down, but didn't end up working out. Nano on to Pelican. Lucamino needs that fade ASAP. Can't even get to the points, and Outlaws will take round 1.
Despite some really maybe unorthodox hero picks coming out from Paris Eternal, they put up a great fight against Houston. And this is something that we see with a lot of teams, where maybe they aren't super confident in their ability to take on a stronger opponent. You know how Florida Mayhem was running the double flex support in the Junker Queen meta, but it's kind of like looking at those stylistic differences and kind of working with what you've got and also what you're good at that might be the surprise factor you need. I mean, it's tough though when you're going up against Sojourn like Merit. Like, not only is that highlight a good example, but also the way that he kited away from Malthol's Genji damage as he was coming after him with the blade. But that long range snipe does make it a little bit more difficult, I think, to run those more interesting DPS picks specifically. They're just too squishy to survive the charged up railgun damage.
Oh, heal Dante, please. Oh, man, he went so low so quick. Oh, damn, Ilios just could not keep up. Sojourn's putting in work here for both Paris Eternal and Houston Outlaws. Paris Eternal come out on top rather fast. Dante just didn't really have heals there. I'm curious where Creative was kind of positioned. There was no nade on Dante to kind of top him back up. Maybe Creative was under a lot of pressure from Malfoy. Yeah, Dante going down first, not good. Especially in a Zarya comp, you have so much protection with those bubbles. Very hard to focus down sometimes.
Yeah, it can be.
Cooldown tracking too is way more difficult on Zarya now too, because she has 2 bubbles to use, both on herself and then someone else. So, yeah, it's pretty nuts.
Yeah, it's really difficult. Like, we haven't seen a whole lot of Zarya from Dante yet, so it might take a little bit of adjusting. But he seems fine.
Yeah, seems fine to me. All he needs to do is survive, which he does not. Pelican putting people back to bed though, by the looks of it. He would take those. Paraiso, who do they have on point? Crowy still. Still doing damage, however. But yeah, with the 3 people from the Outlaw still alive, should be good.
He was so charged there too. Look at how much damage Crowy has been putting in. Like that's a grav in the next fight. That's kind of ridiculous.
Grab pulse, maybe?
Yeah, like I'm looking at the grab pulse bomb right now as the kind of like the wave that Paris Eternal can come back into this one. It's gonna have to contest with the Nano Blade though. Pelican Creative are slowly racing them.
Yeah, I wonder if Outlaw's do end up going first. Oh, there's pulse. Okay, not used with the grab at all. There's the Nano and the Blade on top. No way Delve runs away from that one. I guess luckily Paris Eternal, they do save their grav. So that's something to think about in the next fight, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, you can use the grav. Lastro likely to respond to that one with the sound barrier, and even more so, you might even just see Merit as Paris Eternal walks into this one, use the overclock. Lucamino does have the amplification matrix, so that is one way to push back Merit as just kind of like a, you know, rock, paper, scissors of these ults, but it's going to be the grav first.
Decent grab, but Lastro's getting focused down, even through that beat. Wasn't able to survive. Good body shot from Dove too. Through that window, it is the one shot with 100 charge, so you've got to be careful. And like you were saying, Rose, before, Lucamino does set his team up exceptionally well with the Batiste.
Yeah, that immortality field was
right
great.
there.
And then, yeah, the amplification too, just to make sure that the beat would be out damaged. Was really, really, really smart. And so, yeah, we're going to see a successful retake here from Paris with the grav, the amp matrix. They had to use the overclock too. But hey, sometimes you just gotta give it everything you got. Rack Attack does have that sound barrier though, so that's perfect response to Dante's grav, and they don't have a Baptiste.
They just threw it straight at Crowy there. Oh, the beat plus the immortality field just burned through instantly. Oh man, how do you recover from this one?
I think he was antied.
I don't think you do. He was antied on top of that, yeah. So everything thrown in at Crowy just to take care of him.
Ooh, yeah, look at that. I mean, you're going to see a little bit of stall there from Malthal's Tracer. That does push it over the last fight territory mark here for Paris. We really look at like 85% for that. But now on Houston's side too, you know, Merit's got this overclock. You can use that at such a nice long range. Malthal's hunting for him though. Really wants to take out somebody in the back line to give Paris a fighting chance. Oh. Can't get there.
Yeah, see you, mate. Yeah, that battalion field's not going to last long. Ooh, Merit. Any more kills for the boy? Maybe another one? Just finish one more off? Oh, no. He's not giving it to him. Pelican used the blade. No chance to you, Dove. And the Houston Outlaws starting off the series pretty strong as soon as they clean up Mouthful. And a rack attack. Nice normal sharpness there. That was pretty good aim from yourself, Pelican. Or sleep onto rack attack should end it. Well, the trickles are coming in. The lamp countered with the beat, and that is all she wrote. Houston Outlaws with a 2-0 on control to start the series off pretty strong.
Yeah, super nice start there from Houston, and a lot of flexibility in the tank roll there from Dante. We saw the Orisa, we saw the Zarya. Maybe, you know, having to adjust a little bit to the health pool of Zarya in that first few moments there on Gardens, but otherwise, I think Houston really do look like they've put a bunch of time in their days off to set themselves up for success flexibility-wise.
I am a little bit curious on like a small mechanic or like interaction that happened there, but I'd have to scrub the VOD. I'll have to go back into it. But Dante was body blocking Crowy there with his bubble, so I was wondering if the beat from Rack Attack actually hit Crowy. I'd have to look. He did get burned hella quick, so it could just be the overhealth just disappearing ASAP, but Yeah, that was a cool play nonetheless. Yeah, Houston Outlaws starting off the series strong. Can Paraiso come back? Well, we'll have to wait and find out.
Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time on my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My God, I on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm in whether it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much. They swear I had me a clown. Can't answer my phone now. Just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now.
Hey, welcome back. Houston Outlaws versus the Paris Eternal. No substitutions as we go on to Paraiso as our next map.
Not seeing any substitutions. makes sense here. I mean, when we've seen Houston Outlaws play on this map before, they've gone for the Sojourn, they've gone for Echo. Even sometimes they're from Pelican, just being able to play around those buildings, kind of like what we're seeing a lot from Speedily on Atlanta Reign. For Paris as well, I think the Genji just plays really well on this map when you have so much high ground to kind of jump between. So it just, I don't know. I don't really know how to call this one. I'm just hoping that Paris can bring out something a little bit different, and maybe having clear attacking and defending sides will show us a bit more of the power level of their version of like a Zarya or an Orisa comp.
Just bring out something saucy.
Yeah, like more Cassidy Junkrat. I don't know.
Yeah, why not? Yeah. Cassidy still has his extra 25 HP. I wonder if they do end up nerfing the 25 HP.
Oh,
although he's not really used right now, so it's like, meh.
I don't know if the 25 HP is really that big of a
it kind of was when it first got introduced, because he was like miniature raid boss.
True.
Because it like breaks a lot of like small damage barriers, so, or not damage barriers, there's a word for it, but yeah, but it breaks a lot of like, oh, you know, you're guaranteed a one shot. Like for Widowmaker, for example, it's a little bit more difficult to judge how much to one shot a Cassidy and stuff, but not an interaction we usually see, at least in the Overwatch League. But yeah, I'm just curious how they end up balancing around that. But
I think this
that's
is
just
only,
my thoughts getting away from me.
I think this is only the second time we've actually ever seen Cassidy this stage too. I believe the first time we saw it was actually in APAC. It was kind of like a quick pick that got chosen.
Yeah. It's an interesting hero, but I don't think Dove is going to choose it here. It wouldn't make too much sense. But Cassidy is in a weird place where he doesn't have hyper mobility like Soldier. He can run around or Trace or anything like that. And then he also doesn't have range like Sojourn, like Ashe, like Widow.
Yeah.
So he's stuck in this middle ground where I think a lot of people thought Orisa was too, stuck in that middle ground where she can't rush like Rein can with the shield and a speed boost from a Lucio, but then she also can't sit all the way back as like a, yeah, exactly, like a Sigma can, like holding on corners on Circuit, right? So she's in that, people thought she was in that weird mix, but there's, you know, there's some cases for it, like we saw on Control Center a second ago. We are in a brief pause. Apologize for that. Obviously, you can see on the screen, but we should be getting into it in just a moment. Dante's jumping on to the Diva by the looks of it, or at least to Matrix Merit, who's going to jump out on Widowmaker.
Yeah, I mean,
it looks
hey,
like
why not?
they're all ready to go, just as a quick update. All good. Cool. Very quick pause. We're back in. Looks like Paris wanted to quickly make sure everything was okay, so we're jumping in right now.
All right, well, we can definitely talk about Paris Eternal's defensive composition first. We've got the kind of like the same pieces that we've seen from Paris Unleashing there. Malthal actually going to go over to the Tracer, though. Malthal's really been flexing in between like the Tracer and the Genji and really looking at these higher mobility characters. Malthal was really well known for the Genji, and so that's been really fun to see come to the fold, but also I think the Tracer has been really fun to watch how he controls territory and how he likes to navigate the backline. But this is kind of what I expected here from Houston. I know Merritt's going to go for a quick pick on the Widowmaker and change, but I don't see Pelican changing from this Echo pick at all. He loves Echo, he's good at it, and Paraiso, at least A, is super good. I hate everything, Pelican. Why do you make me eat my words?
Big old switch.
I am so upset now.
It's fine, you can say, you shouldn't be upset, you still bigged him up.
No, I know.
Good.
He's still good on Genji. I just like the Echo too. It's so fun.
Yeah, Echo is pretty wacky, I think, in Overwatch 2, because not having the second tank, it's a little bit more difficult to farm, but at the same time, you do copy an extra Zarya. It's like 4 bubbles on the field that the enemy team has to deal with, and that is pain. Very, very pain.
True.
All right, Houston Outlaws are already gaining quite a considerable amount of time on the points. Dove has dived into the back line, but might be in trouble. He does get anti-nated, but a brief bubble there from Krawi does save his life for the time being. Luca Firmino, not quite so lucky, had to use the lamp on himself, and Lastro just ran him down. 59% and building for the Houston Outlaws, as Dante looking to go for some grocery shopping, and does bag himself a Krawi and a Malthil. as Houston Outlaws take point A.
Super fast take there for Houston, and it makes sense why they switched up their composition, recognizing that Paris was going to stick to the Zarya. It's a little bit easier to get in there and brawl. I mean, with the D.Va, you can't defense matrix away a Zarya beam. That's not how that works. Unfortunately, Zarya's defense matrix just isn't a black hole. But you know, I think
Can you imagine if it was?
Could
How OP would that be?
What?
If it could eat literally everything, including beam damage, it would actually be the most busted hero
That
in the
would be
game.
so nasty. Like I'm like, Sigma can't even do that, and I think he does create a mini black hole.
He does. He is smart. Smarter than I. Oh, dearie me. Rack Attack in a little bit of trouble. So is the backline of the Houston Outlaws if they're not careful. Malfoy did end up missing that pulse bomb, but Creative is still, unfortunately, not looking behind him right now. He had to focus his attention on Dante and the rest of the front line, the Outlaws, as they were set rather low. Good opening from Malfoy there, killing Creative, as they do stop the payload. It's kind of an annoying point to take control of if you're the Houston Outlaws, but they should have the ults to do it.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they already have the Blade and the Pulse Bomb online, it's really the Blade that I think is really impressive to me. And you can do, like, you know, Pulse Grab. We haven't really seen many of that combo despite talking about it a lot, but you are going to have the Nano Blade too. Like, they're spoiled for choice here.
Oh, double grab. That's a lot of ults. There's a beat, and there's a second one, so no one's dead just yet. Lamp was used, and now the Houston Outlaws making their move. The Nano Blade is out. Pelican's got to dash, but he goes for the wall climb instead and gets taken out by Crowie. Houston Outlaws and Paraiso basically throwing everything they had into that fight. The only thing left is that overclock from Dove.
Yeah, but the biggest difference is that Houston Outlaws used 5 ults and Paris used 3. So the value that Paris just got out of their ultimates there is absolutely massive. Merit at this point is going to switch off of the Tracer and go over to the Sombra. And when you know that you might be stuck at this point for a little while, it's fine to, you know, take whatever DPS passive ult charge you get, try to generate an EMP.
Oh,
the sleep?
Right inside that pumpkin. Wait, the pumpkin's gone. Hang on a second. What's going on? It's client side, don't worry. All right, Lasher ends up going to Rack Attack. Was that even a pumpkin? I don't know what that was.
I thought that was a pumpkin. I swear that was a pumpkin. That's just preview of Halloween.
Yeah, Halloween's
Overwatch
coming
2.
up, so yeah.
Wait, no, it's on the floor.
Cam.
It's under the cart. Wait.
Rest in peace.
Wait.
Rest in peace
Oh,
all
it's
the
gone.
destruction that the heroes do inflict on these maps, including the pumpkins. R.I.P. That was almost a nice little one clip there by Malthor. Duck Pelican does get away in the end. Pulse Bomb thrown out. Creative dodges out the way, and now paying attention to Malthel. Might just get the one clip. We won't call it a one clip. It was more like a 3 clip, but it'll do. Houston Outlaws still pushing forward, though. They've made a little bit of progress, at least. And the Paraiso are now coming back from spawn. Houston Outlaws only 2 on the payload currently, in Lastro and Dante, but they're still pushing it. It's actually Malthor that has to touch in this situation. A hack onto Lastro doesn't end his life, but the one onto Dante will be, suffice for Eternal after using that window. They stop the payload a couple of meters before second.
I mean, you have to use the window at that point more to be able to push the Houston Outlaws away. Dante doesn't get away with the charge that he had either on the Zarya, so he does have to try to rebuild that, which will stall for a little bit more time there for Houston. But in the time that they were pushing, Merit got the EMP. And that's exactly what Houston have been playing for. They want the EMP online. It's right on top of Lucamino.
Oh. Yep, super nice. 3 people EMP'd for Merit. And Nano onto Pelican, and that's, yeah, don't really need to say much else. That's just what happened. 1 minute to go for the Outlaws. That turns into 2 minutes and 30 now for the 3rd point push. Eternal at least have that Graviton Surge, but, some late staggers. All good, all good. Payload's not moving anyway, so it's fine if it's the Eternal at this point.
Ooh, so Dove is on the Sombra here as well, and this should be plenty of time for Dove to get an EMP online, so maybe Crowie can actually stall this out with the Grav, allow Dove to get this EMP up, and then maybe Malthor as well can use this Pulse Bomb to keep Houston Outlaws away. You're going against a vanilla Dragon Blade here. Pelican doesn't have the nano available to be able to increase that damage. So it's possible Paris are able to outlast this. They just have to play around this smart, and maybe they can stop the cart here.
Pelican has got the blade. I wonder if they just kind of save it at this point. I mean, Creative's going to have Nano pretty soon anyway. A very early Graviton Surge by Crowy there, but he's super far up alone with no energy, so he couldn't kill Creative. And he gets grabbed himself. An overextension from Paraiso Eternal. That'll end in their demise. Yeah, Pelican saves that blade. Should have Nano Blade to finish it out.
Yeah, you don't need the blade at this point if you were just kind of waiting for that. And you saw the opening there from Dante to just use the grab to answer Crowley's grab. Just like that, though, I mean, no sound barrier now for Rack Attack to be able to save this fight. The Dragon Blade, the Nano Blade even, even just the Dragon Blade by itself might be good enough.
To Blade, okay. Gets rid of one bubble, spots Lucamino. There's the lamp, there's the death of the lamp, and all bubbles now used by Crowy. He's even hacked. Nice EMP from Dove. Is it going to be able to salvage anything? The Nano still managed to get out onto Dante, who's got enough energy at this point to do some serious damage. And there you go, 42 seconds for Outlaws. They, you know, Paraiso Eternal made it hurt a little bit there.
Yeah, they've still put up a good fight. Like, that was not, I think that it was obviously not an infallible defense, but they definitely had some great moments there where, you know, I think that especially their hold on the second point towards this door's opening was really, really strong. They played around those buildings beautifully. They had synergy when it came to what ultimates they were going to use, and it was very impressive that they were able to outlast 5 ultimates getting thrown at them from Houston Outlaws. So bright moments there. Maybe they're able to, on the flip side, get a full cap too.
With the amount of nothing, you know what, that was, you know, at the end of the day, with 40 seconds to go, it's, oh, this is the counter grab. I mean, Crowy was there with, I suppose, Dove, but Crowy was no energy, and then you see Dante like 180, hit the bomb on Creative, he survives. It's a nice counter grab by Dante. What I was going to say, I love the scenic shots that the observers do of like the map, but I'm always like, at this point in time, I'm always like, okay, where's the Easter egg? Where's the new hero?
Well,
like, you know what I mean? Like,
saw,
oh, there's something there. Oh, there's something there. Maybe that's a thing. Maybe that's a hidden feature. Like,
wasn't that
down
Lucio's
the line,
like
you know what I mean?
DJ studio or something?
It was, yeah, but like, there's got to be something on these new maps that indicates to a new hero. You know what I mean?
Oh,
just like a small little, like, they do it in WoW. They've done it in Overwatch in the past, you know. So I'm always like, that's a little bit weirdly out of place.
You know,
maybe,
yeah.
Maybe that's a hint. I mean, Aaron Keller just gave us a couple of hints on the desk earlier on.
Go find
it's
them.
a tank and it's a dude. So.
Now I guess we'll have to wait and find out what that's going to be.
Yeah. No Easter eggs here.
No, not on this map at least for right now, but Dove's going to go ahead and push this with Crowy, just really forcing Dante back.
Yeah, Lucamino just got right-clicked by Lastro. He also sent Malthor back to Lumbridge too. Yeah, Houston Outlaws' defense is going to be pretty nasty if Lastro can just keep hitting those right-clicks. It's hard for Crowy to get kind of on this high ground. He has to get kind of escorted round, and then what we saw before was them just kind of running at Dante. But again, the amount of heals that they create kind of pump in, you can already see, like, damn, he's got Nano already. Like,
yeah.
It's a ridiculous amount of pocket on Dante.
Yeah, well, when Dante's just going in to brawl out against, like, Paris as well as they're rushing at him, like, absolutely. So let's nano him, too, while we're at it.
Yeah, all the way back to spawn. Well, it's okay. Lucamino has a window. It's been successful in the past. Can it be again?
Yeah, use it as a zoning
Questions and
ultimate.
the answer.
Just go, try to, you have to take the high ground away first, though. I think that's the biggest problem. Is Lucamino would really like to be able to set up like kind of around the corner so that you have more access to points and it actually opens things up for you, but there you go. They take the high ground.
Dude, Lastro got one bursted there by Lucamino behind that window. All right, things are opening up now, like a can of Pringles on Halloween. Paraiso Eternal now putting themselves on the point. 2 minutes to go. Got a lot of meters. You've got about 92 of them. And the Paraiso Eternal, they're going to leave the point just to clean up the remaining kills, and they're going to cap. Outlaws have 4 ultimates. I doubt they touch at this point, but their second point hold.
No, wait for it. Pelican's
Okay,
there.
tell a lie. Dante is here, and they've got ults. Ignore me. Dante, self-destruct on the point. Krabi in trouble. Super low, had to use a bubble. And in fact, Rack Attack investing a sound barrier. Anything is good for the Outlaws right now. Just forcing Paraiso Eternal to use ultimates is great. Even a Blade getting forced will be even better. Merit uses his overclock and Dove matches. They're both trading kills. And he does end up going down to Dove, but Paris end up securing. Outlaws came in with 4 ults of their own, and they used all of them. So Paris actually, Rose, honestly, came out on top of that one. They saved their blade.
This is the second time that they've done this, too. The first time was like the, the 5 ults from Houston versus the 3 from Paris, and now it's like the 4 versus the 3 here. That was really impressive. And having the Dragon Blade as well. I mean, Pelican is just switching over to the Genji now, and despite not having the Nano available on the side of Paris because they're running Lucio BAP, like this Nano could still hurt. Lastro doesn't have the Transcendence because it just got used. So as long as Maltho can get to a good position, which doesn't look like that's going to happen now, they're going to have to reset after that one.
Hello, reset. Little friendly reset. Not sure what. He died to Disruptor Shot, but I guess a body shot too, because he was kind of like half jumping out of it and then got tagged. I was like, no.
Yeah.
I'm trying to run away. It has that slow too. I
Now,
still remember way
tough.
back when, like the slow was even more horrible and the damage was ramped up.
Yeah.
Man, it was crazy.
You were like stuck in
early.
molasses, and like you could actually just get killed if you were in the epicenter of the disruptor shot.
A little bit disgusting. And that was also a little bit disgusting from Merit. Ended Malfoy's life. You saw him got nanoed. Lashter and Creative in the perfect position to kind of defend there. They were in that small corridor. They backed up as soon as they heard Blade. As Malfoy was like having to dash, he dashed upwards and then would have to have dashed towards them, so burning that, and they probably wouldn't have got too much done. He got it kicked away. Creative nanos Merit to get the one shot. Like, man, that was just expertly played there by the Houston Outlaws to deny that Blade. Malfoy does end up switching, however. Goes that Tracer.
And the Tracer was good on this point, so just kind of being able to wrap around the buildings and try to pressure the high ground. You know, you have some great access to that when you can blink across the rooftops, but Merit is just locking everything down. How do you get him off of the high ground?
What is Lastro doing?
What is
He's in the spawn. Lastro couldn't be more far up than than if he tried. That was a little bit cheeky. He's just kicking people into Pelican's range.
Oh my god, Pelican.
I mean, he's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, goodbye. You know you've overextended, it's fine. Just take the L, move on. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. It's not the worst. I mean, Paris Eternal still need to get around this final corner.
Yeah, well, I mean, the first obstacle is, does Crowley land this Graviton when Dante is, reflexively using the defense matrix?
Beat from the Paris Eternal. Got to be careful. Merit has charged up, pops that overclock. The beat fades away. Can he click on people's heads or even their bodies, to be fair, if he was nano? Doesn't look like any codes are coming through for either Sojourn. Just a little bit of damage, and that's about it. Now maybe a little bit more. Graviton Surge available from Crowley. He's okay energy. He's checking for Dante. Wanted to try and get that eat, but he denies it. Dante a little bit too far away and ends up grabbing the front line. Both Dante and Creative end up going down as Paris Eternal still holding on to this payload. The DPS and Lastro, I guess you can count him as a DPS, up on that high ground now, trying to defend that point. Not going to happen. Is the Paris Eternal, they keep on trucking. 1 minute and 45 seconds to go.
I know that it didn't work out the way that Houston wanted it to be able to eat the Grav, but Dante did go back to save Creative, or at least attempt to, and that's all you can ever ask for from your tank in Overwatch 2 as a backline support. So that probably feels really good. You're going to see Dante switch off of the D.Va anyway, go over to the Zarya, a little bit more closed quarters for fighting, so you might as well go over to something that is a little bit more brawl-oriented. Especially when Crowley's going to be up in your face like this, Dante's going to be able to get charged pretty quickly with those bubbles. Maybe even he'll eat this Pulse Bomb too. There's definitely ways that Dante can get charged up really fast.
Good payload presence from Paris Eternal, though, forcing the Houston Outlaws to drop. Nanoblade coming up. Pretty scary. With 60 seconds to go, and the pace in which Outlaws are building their ultimates right now, pretty scary for Paris Eternal. Because the Nanoblade, ideally, you just kind of save it for these last few moments. Or I say last few moments, I mean, popping at about, 20 seconds to go, puts Paris Eternal in a horrible position. They actually just can use it a little bit earlier. Nano, Blade, deployed. Dove dead, wings clipped, and the Paraiso Eternal, they do end up escaping with only Dove going down to the blade, but Lucamino dies on the exit too. Pelican trying his hardest to deflect that beam, but yep, still doesn't work, even in Overwatch 2. At least they find one pick. They will be able to get the touch as the payload hasn't moved too far, Rose, so there's still a chance here with 20 seconds to go.
I mean, this is perfect for Paris. Houston don't have anything. Right now, they're hoping that Merit's going to get this EMP online, if they're even able to survive that.
Kill. Nice kill on to Dante, was forced into that corner and used all of his bubbles. Now Krawi's earned himself a Graviton Surge. Deflect from Pelican already used, almost gets burnt up with OT coming in. There's the grab. Lastro doesn't stand a chance, even though he's next to his spawn room. Paraiso Eternal even throwing out that beat to help Krawi stay in this fight. Now it's Pelican and Merit to touch. Pelican and Merit end up swiftly falling over, however, as the Paraiso Eternal managed to complete.
All right, we're going into extra rounds. There were a few overextensions there from the Outlaws that Paris took the opportunity to punish. And now, you know, they're in a situation where not only was their defense good enough to stop Houston with less than a minute remaining, but since they finished, they get that minute now. So it's possible Paris can take a win on this map, and they've been playing really, really well, especially if you can get to that second point. I think that's really where Paris Eternal's defense can just brighten up.
It's always winnable.
It's always winnable.
Any different? A little bit different from Houston Outlaws. With Pelican on the Sombra, which is pretty nice. Sombra's hack is rather oppressive at this point. I've been playing a lot of solo queue over the last couple of days, and every time I see a Sombra in the enemy team, I'm like, please. Well, it feels worse for my Zen player or like my D.Va or Zarya player, to be fair, but yeah, it's still pain. The hack time is a little bit ridiculous. Although when it comes to like this level of play, it's a little bit different. People don't nearly blow up as quick because your supports have better reaction times than my support duos in solo queue. See what Paraiso Eternal can do, however. Malthal and Dove playing the Sojourn and Genji, so completely different look from the Outlaws.
Yeah, well, Sojourn and Genji just feel like comfort there. I mean, Dove is really, you know, livened up on this hero. Oh, but the hack is going to delay Paris being able to get to the point. Oh, they do get Dante out of mech, though. That's actually pretty big if Dante cannot get back into it by the time Paris come back as a team of 5.
Yeah, you don't really want to feed the baby D.Va. I also love I said, yeah, they don't die nearly as quick, and then Lucamilo just gets evaporated. That's rather unlucky. Although Batista's only form of regeneration is his shift, his regenerative burst, so he can't heal himself and has to rely on rack attack, so pretty tough. Yeah, look at Outlaws now, Rose. You called it perfectly. Like, Dante not being able to get back in mech soon enough has just granted so much space to Eternal. A big anti-nade from Creative does force that lap, and in fact, look at this. There's a... okay, well, yeah, swimming the fishes there. All right, that might be it, in fact. A little bit of an anticlimactic ending there. Overtime ticking down. Malthal had a nice little idea of just trying to take care of Lastro and Creative, but not to be. Not to be. Paraiso Eternal don't get a single percentage point on the first point. Outlaws have quite a clear win condition now.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough, too, when Paris only has a minute to work with, and especially on a map that has such a long run-up to the hard point. Like, you know, it's just tough to not take too much damage, also have another attempt. Like, 2 attempts is already kind of pushing it if you don't die fast enough the first time on a map like this. So Paris were definitely working with their backs against the wall, but Houston have almost double the time, and this is plenty of time to get ults online too, which is the scary part here for Paris.
Ready for battle. Good to see you. Greetings.
With a minute and 42, that's more like 3 fights-ish.
Yeah.
Depending how quickly they go. Although, with that amount of time, you're kind of expecting Pelican to build up to an EMP, which is normally a fight win. So I wouldn't be too surprised if they stick with the Sombra.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting. Is you know, Pelican is one of those types of players that just overall generates ultimates very quickly, and so this should be plenty of time for him to get something online. if they do stick to the Sombra, EMP surely going to be there. Merit even might get a Pulse Bomb. Creative certainly going to get a Nano. On the flip side of things, Lucamino probably getting that Amplification Matrix Online too, and that's if, you know, Paris can defend for 2 fights. But with how Houston Outlaws have been really playing aggressively, this might only take 1.
Good hack. Dove was already mid-slide though. Doesn't cancel out that ability as the momentum was still going. Merit and Pelican, what a dynamic duo in the back line of the Paris Eternal. Krawi is pretty low, had to get that lamp used on him, but that empowered kick from Lastro, a little bit too much for him. Knocked him for 6, and Dove is not really where he wants to be, I will say. Not great right now. He needs to be able to get back to the point, but the Houston Outlaw is just separating him completely. He's now eventually made his way forward as he takes a peek at Creative, sends him pretty low, but that's about it. Houston Outlaws only need that 33%, and now it is Rack Attack's time to try and dismantle the backline. Not going to happen. He just gets his head scrambled by Lastro as the 33% will come in, and the Houston Outlaws will secure 2-0.
Still a long map, though, and a very good fight there from Paris, but Houston are just, they're looking in top form today. You know, this is a team that beat San Francisco, and I know it was maybe when they were down a little bit and still trying to find their footing in the meta, but they're still a top contender, and they're still looking to get better seeding moving forward.
All right, we're going to jump into map number 3 after the break. Do not go anywhere. Maybe Paris can claw their way back. We'll have to wait and see. this one up. Somehow Lucamino boots Astra off the map.
Oh, kill me! No, please!
They got the rally, they got the help, and they're going to collect this map. It's wiping it with a double pulse. Look at that dart hitting the old skewed happy. But it's just done away hidden.
There's eternal fighting.
We're almost here, everybody. Playoffs just around the corner. Same with the Grand Finals. Don't miss out on your chance to see your heroes rise at Grand Finals. Tickets are on sale now for the November 3rd and 4th show. It's going to be a good time. You can get your tickets at overwatchleague.com/2022/playoffs. If you don't want to type it out in your browser, I'm sure the Overwatch League Twitter will have a link in there somewhere too. It's going to be a good time. That's at the Anaheim Convention Center. The Outlaws might be making it to playoffs. We'll have to wait and see, Rose. They're against the Paraiso Eternal right now. Looking like it's going to be a 3-0, but Paris showed some signs of life there. They did end up full capping on Paraiso.
I realized that I don't actually think Houston can change their position in the standings. I'm not sure it's possible given the league points they have and their win-loss. I don't know, but they are locked for playoffs. I guess they're fighting with London Spitfire right now.
Yeah, so they are locked into top 6 at the moment, so
Yeah.
they do feel pretty damn good. But, you know, bit of extra practice here. Never a bad thing.
No, it
at
is
all.
good practice, for sure. I mean, I think, you know, looking at just Paraiso and how that played out, like, going to extra rounds, that's on Paris Eternal for pushing it that far. You know, and I think you have to give them credit for, like, even though they're mathematically eliminated from making it to the play-ins, like, they're still giving it everything that they've got. And so I love that they're even, you know, flexing around a little bit. Let's see what Wub has to bring to the table, subbing in here for Malthul as we head over to Junkertown for our 3rd map of the series.
Yep, map number 3. Junkertown. A little bit of Widow, please. A little bit of Widow.
Yeah.
Do you have a small substitution, though, Rose? We've got a couple of things. We've got Wub coming in. Paris Eternal.
Yeah, I mean, Malthul has been good, but, you know, I think that when you look at Junkertown and just Wub's hero pool, I do expect to see a little bit more of the hit scan, maybe some Genji, but, like, if you really want to see Widowmaker, it might be Wub that fulfills that for you, Jaws. Wub and Dove, actually. You can go get a double hit scan here for sure.
Ooh. Yeah, a little double sniper, in fact.
Yeah. Ooh.
I am down. I am down. I always enjoy seeing double sniper on this map. It was pretty entertaining. Depends how Outlaws want to go for this, because with Dante in, you don't expect him to play like a Reinhardt or anything, or like a Sigma. Yeah. Flags in the Doom, maybe. Just jump into the back line. Just make it harder for Dove to do much. Merit or Pelican can kind of do that too. If they go and Tracer, they can just run to the back and just harass Dove and like stall him for enough time for the supports to kind of move up. It's the ideal job for the Tracer there. But it looks like Outlaws right now wanting to play Pelican and Merit on both the Widow and the Hanzo. Are they going to stay on them? No, it doesn't look like it. But Dante's going over to Ball instead.
No way. Okay, so I feel like this stage, I have had a love-hate relationship with Wrecking Ball. It has worked maybe 30% of the time that I feel like we've seen this hero. But it's not a bad hero to get practice on, because you never know what Kiriko's inclusion into the playoffs meta is going to do to the meta overall. So you may as well get some practice. Dante might not be able to run Doomfist in playoffs, so he definitely needs all the practice on every hero.
Oh yeah, Krawi, no surviving that one. After a hack too and a Discord, yeah, you're just taking a lot of damage. Here's the tag team duo. A swift drive by hack for Pelican. And that lamp going down. You are on the back of the map there. Pretty easy to get to if you have speedy characters like the Outlaws have. And they've been pushing the payload the whole time. So yeah, pretty fast pace they're setting right now.
Yeah, look at that too. Like, Wub already feels the pressure of the Wrecking Ball going after the back line. Dove as well, so it's going to be a 3-hero swap for Paris Eternal's composition. Crowley's gone over to the D.Va. We now have Tracer and Sojourn here in the lineup. And so you can still play at range here. I think Wub is going to feel a little bit better about being able to at least get away from a Wrecking Ball that goes after him in the back line. But you still have to worry about the hacks, too, that Pelican is setting up Dante with.
Yeah. I mean, a hack into a slam, and then you have Merit on top of that. Like, you can lamp that. You can, you know, put a Harmony Orb on them, but they're not going to survive all too long. And Lastro, yeah, he do be on the flank, though, kicking away the Tracers. Crowley cleans him up. Pretty easy kill there, I think, for the Paris Eternal. Lastro almost gifted him that one.
Listen, I appreciate the courage to try. I just don't know even if the best Zenyatta player can contend against a defense matrix and a Tracer. I don't think I give that to the Zenyatta player, that's for sure. But let's go again, shall we? Houston getting set back up here. Dove getting the Pulse Bomb online.
Yeah, he's got the Pulse. Oh, there's a 180. He gets the stick, but the Nano comes out from Creative to save Lastro. That's what you want to see from your support duo. Houston Outlaws now moving forward with the Pulse, an EMP, and those mines. And Lastro, he's on the flank, but this time not on his own. A Transcendence to push them out of this choke point as Krawi eats that Pulse Bomb. He's still playing Doorman up here, and it's hard for the Houston Outlaws backline right now to actually get sightlines on the rest of the team to top them back up. The mines did land on the point. The EMP was flung out, but the Paris Eternal holding strong. They just weathered those ults quite easily.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I mean, EMP should be, in a lot of cases, a fight finisher. But Rack Attack gets to follow this up with the Transcendence, and now it's just absolutely clean up here. Pelican tried to push it in the very end, but that card is too far away for that to have been a back cap, which is nice, because that would have been really devastating if Paris got back capped after all of that hard work went into that fight.
Yeah, that would have been rather crushing. Would have felt pretty bad, but no, it's all good.
Yeah.
No C9s. No C9s. And they have ults, so even better. See if Dove can have another Pulse here. There's no Nano on Creative, so he can't save Lastro. Or, to be fair, Pelican on Merit, but the chance of then getting Pulse Bomb is pretty slim. Dante off the ball now. He's on the D.Va instead. True Flex King. Pulse Bomb comes out. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. Dove landing on Lastro once more. It's 2 for 2 on the Zenyatta. And a quick blink melee to clean up Creative. All right, Outlaws stopped, halted, and Eternal save ults for that. They're going to have window on the high ground, and that's going to be one-shots from Wub with the ult.
I feel like you forget sometimes that you can melee in this game, and that it's actually pretty effective.
Yeah, it does 30 damage.
Yeah, it's pretty good to just clean somebody up. I don't know. There's so many like fun buttons to press. Like you forget that you could just punch somebody in the face.
That is true. There's a lot of fun buttons to press in Overwatch. That should be the tagline, Overwatch. There's a lot of fun buttons to press in this game. The appetizer. We should put that in the appetizer material. There you go. All right, nice dive. Self-destruct's not going to find anybody. Houston Outlaws still marching on forwards. Even Merit with a Pulse Bomb in his back pocket if they need to use it, but I don't think they're going to need to. Krawi is holding down the fort, but not for long. He has to get on payload, otherwise that would have been a free cap for the Outlaws. And with the Nano on D.Va, especially with the buff that she received, what, must have been a couple of months ago now with the micro missiles, but does a lot of damage. So there's no way your backline is surviving. A Nano Dante on the D.Va.
It's not even just like the micro missiles, right? Because this was even just a buff that came. There were buffs for her that came through just this stage. So a few weeks ago, like it's just kind of bonkers to think about. You know how much people can really use her now. Because it was like to her boosters, her micro missiles, the call mech too. How many call mech kills have we seen from D.Va so far?
Many. Actually, not enough. I take it back. Not enough.
Okay, perfect. We require more D.Va remech kills. Come on now. Crowley, Dante.
Ooh, no recall. But you got blinks. He's out. Self-destruct for Dante. Crowley gets demeched. How did that... Wait, that bomb got him?
No shot.
Okay, well.
Bug. Maybe visual bug?
No, I don't know. It must have just triggered up the stairs somehow. Not sure that. Oh, that went down. Creative going down is pretty disastrous. Beautiful reactive transcendence there from Rack Attack. Wow, wow, wow. Pelican's EMP was all for naught there.
That was so pretty. I just like, I'm a little speechless because it's like, it's not every day that you see a Sombra go after a backline and then that Transcendence gets pulled out in the face of the Sombra. Like, I feel like the general strategy is to keep the Zenyatta tucked away or like the Lucio and then come in after the EMP has gotten the rest of your team. So that was exceptional. Rack Attack should be very, very proud of that reaction, and to be able to keep himself and Lucamino alive is why this defense is still holding up. Houston only have a minute remaining. No AMP has worked from Pelican so far. It has just been expert positioning here from Paris to work around this, and they might just stop Houston here.
Jesus. There's one. He's on the board. Nice headshot on Lastro. 35 seconds to go for the Houston Outlaws. Can they make it to third? Looks like they just want to go for a reset. Regroup is 5. Go again. Oh, unlucky web. All good.
Yeah.
It should be Pelican to touch. He is in the background. You can see that little white outline there of the Sombra running around in stealth.
Trying to hack out Rack Attack here as well. I just kind of seeing where like Rack Attack, Lucamino are hiding. That's great intel to give to the team, but they've got to pressure Paris off of high ground first. So Houston's going to try to grab the
someone has to touch, by the way.
Someone
has to touch, by the way. Someone has to touch, by the way. Someone has to touch, by the way. By the way, there are 5 people alive. Outlaws, someone has to touch, by the way. Someone has to touch. Yeah, you have to touch the payload though, like to keep the game going.
No, you don't.
Overtime?
No, surely how overtime works is that if you kill the enemy team and you just wipe them all out and you get a team kill, the bell gets the payload going, right? Is that how that works? No?
They have to touch. I mean...
No?
Outlaws?
No damage on the enemy team pushes the payload forward?
Maybe they're waiting for the payload to walk back into their laps, I suppose, or drive back into their laps, not sure. That was egregious. Shout out Obs for getting the perfect angle for that C9. Epic. Epic. That was the most egregious C9 we've seen in a while. Like, straight up 5 players alive.
And nobody's
Maybe
touching.
on different pages of the Book of the Outlaws there. Not sure. Just no one touched. And they have 3 fast characters. Unlucky. That's a go again. That's, yeah.
So Paris
Definitely a
should
big
win
miscom.
this map, is what you're saying.
God.
Oh,
Okay, let's have a look.
no, are we watching this again?
Okay, so look. Someone's going to touch right. You got Merit and Dante in the back line trying to deal with the Rack Attack and Lucamino. Crowley and Wub did manage to push people away. But yeah, in that situation, you're looking at either Merit or Pelican to touch on the Tracer or the Sombra.
Anybody.
Well, even Dante, to be fair, too, on the Diva, like, can go for that touch, but rough. That's real rough. Don't worry, Outlaws. That's going in a highlight package, and that's also probably getting posted to Twitter. So
No, that's going in the highlight package at the end of today's matches. I love the packages they put together, like post Watchpoint. That's in there for sure.
Who's best? Yeah, who's best today is that one.
Yeah.
It's got to be someone. It's probably Matt's, if I had to guess. All right, Houston Outlaws holding at the spawn doors. They don't want to make that C9 be any more painful than it was.
No, it's their superpower. It's not Houston if it's not Houstonable, okay? And like whenever you hear whenever you hear like maybe sounds or get a whiff that there might be something Houstonable, that's just their superpower, because they'll take that and they'll actually turn it into a W. So let's see the close hold. Let's see if Paris can actually get out of spawn. So far, not so good. Oh, Pelican has
been farming.
They can't touch him!
A lick of heals. Dante ends up going down. Yeah, I mean, not touching him might be the best option right now. Oh, nice deflect kill. Does he get away? He does. He has Orb, getting about 30 HPS right there. Even with Dante he do just be killing people. And then Lastro Transcendence to touch spawn. Yeah, that is. Yeah, Outlaws.
Okay, Outlaws.
Ooh, Dove with the. Oh, what a nice reflect kill by Pelican. Jesus. He's quite locked in today on the Genji, I will say.
Yeah.
That was a nice one click from Dove, though, onto Lastro. Nice kill.
Well, Paris have eventually left spawn. That was so oppressive. Like, Pelican, Lastro, like, if Lastro's not sniping somebody out of spawn, then Pelican is hitting them in the back of the head. Like, it's just so tough to be able to get out of that position. And Merit's gonna hit you with an EMP, too. Oh.
Big EMP, yeah. Yeah, Rakata didn't stand a chance against that one. I mean, the amount of ults, an ult charge Outlaws have farmed is pretty scary. To say the very, very least.
Pelican still hasn't hit the blade.
Beautiful.
Pelican's...
He is playing... He might be playing solo queue right now. Like, the way he's playing, like, up into the spawn doors, just... Like, this is aggro to a whole new level.
Yeah, Pelican's been really aggressive this match. It's, you know, even on Paraiso when he was, like, overextending forward, and you know, Paris at that point could capitalize on that. Did go around, they turn around and get the punish, but Pelican has not been punished once this map.
Oh, nice kill on the Creative. Does get hacked out of that flux, so they don't come crashing back down, but in fact, both supports are already dead before they even needed to happen. Both Krawi and Lucamino coming out rather big with 2 support kills. Houston Outlaws do get a chance to touch. Grab and Nanoblade available.
This should be a great way for Houston to kind of stop this pressure. I mean, Krawi could eat the grab? Maybe? They don't have much time, though. I mean, if they get grabbed here, it's over.
There's Nanoblades. Lucamino dying through Transcendence there by the looks of it. 4 slashes on to the Sigma, and even gets grabbed right in his face. Oh, no deflect for Pelican. Oh, he's got a bubble, though. It's all good. He's still pretty low, and so is the time banker. The Paris Eternal right now. It's only 10 seconds to go. I know, we're already in OT. Outlaws, you got to touch the payload this time. Do not forget it. Do not forget it. Rack attack does end up coming up big. Pelican still doing a lot of damage, but in fact, Paris Eternal managed to turn this one around. Krawi comes back on the wrecking ball. And they do get that first point. Okay, Outlaws, yeah, they can't C9 if they are just all dead. So, yeah, Paris Eternal got that going. Thank God.
I mean, that was a tough situation, I feel like, for Houston. After they got the grab, it was single target. But then also, you know, like the 1v1 between Pelican and Wub was just not going in Houston's favor there. Merit, though, has another EMP. And so when Houston have already gotten so much time off the clock, Paris have sub 2 minutes now to try to push through second. This could be very difficult for them to get through, especially if Merit's just going to go ahead and hit him with an EMP. Oh! Okay, a Transcendence 2 from Lastro.
Super aggressive Transcendence from Lastro there. Wow. It was, again, Lastro was just kind of in the back line of the Paris Eternal. I mean, to be fair, it's a pretty big tempo play because you don't really want to give Paris Eternal high ground. You can have Pelican sitting up here. Same with Dante, almost for eternity.
You're not saving the Transcendence for much either, you know? You don't, like, what on Paris' side? Maybe for the amplification matrix, but you have enough cover that you can just kite away from it. So it's time for the EMP, though. Merit's looking for this back line.
Easiest EMP of his life right there. That Immortality field come out quick enough from Lucamino. For his backline, we're dead. I mean, they're going to push. You're going to push. You know the D.Va's almost out of Matrix after that one. And they'll probably leave the Pilot D.Va too. Paris Eternal in a rather sorry state right now with 60 seconds to go. But the Bleeding Edge, you know, they do manage to clutch out point A, so we'll see if they can do the same thing on point B.
That's true. This might be
They've got to make up for it. I mean, look, Houston Outlaws had an egregious C9, like, couldn't be worse,
yeah,
right?
like,
So
like Houston have to win.
At the end of the day, Paris, you know, if you take a dub here, that's a mad knock to Outlaws.
It's true. All right, pulse bomb time for Dove. Dante looks like a great target for this.
Yep, it looks like he's going for it too. Nanoblade's come out though for Pelican. Oh, he's got them all in his sights. Look at that, Rack Attack trying to chase the rest of his team with the Transcendence, but just was not quick enough. Genji just cleaning up, and spawn door, spawn door, spawn door. Yeah, Pelican literally calling for the spawn door push. I mean, you might as well. Someone's going to touch, and it looks like it's going to be Dove. But no, taken care of by Creative, and that will wrap it up. Houston Outlaws with a 3-0 over the Paraiso Eternal. As, yeah, still locked into top 6 rows. Still feeling pretty good.
Yeah, they're definitely locked in. I think they're, I think the Clash, the Canadian Clash actually helped them with that one, didn't it? They actually got locked in last week, even though they didn't play a game last week. But now it really is for seeding, it's for the standings, and Houston looked good. It's for practice as well. Each of these matches are really going to help them out here to prepare them for playing a bit more flexibly come the next meta.
Yep. Not bad at all. Feeling pretty good if you're Outlaws right now, I think. You're what, at 15-6 overall this season. Paraiso Eternal just unable to get that elusive second win.
Yeah, it is 15-6. I did just double check that just to make sure we were right. Really, the only other team that's kind of on their tails right now is going to be London Spitfire, sitting in 5th seed at 13-9. They don't have many other matches to go off of, though, and I think Houston will still beat them out in terms of match points? League points?
Yeah.
So,
yeah, they're still ahead on league points right now. So the standings can change here and there, but it's only a matter of time before we kind of see what goes down with that. Outlaws, like I said, 3-0 at the end of the series. Player of the match for this one is going to be someone in the back line. I think it's going to be Lastro for the Houston Outlaws. Looks pretty good on both the Zen and the Lucio. So yeah, congratulations to Lastro for that one.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact that, you know, Lastro can play flexibly between the Lucio and then the Zenyatta to provide kind of like that main support assistance, or just go with the double flex support, is pretty massive. There are a lot of teams that don't have that type of flexibility, and does make for some kind of difficult decisions when it comes to who do you actually put into the roster, because you don't want somebody that might need to at some point have to flex over to something that they might not be as comfortable with. But Lastro does it beautifully, did some tremendous Transcendence healing, got a chance to allow these teams to play aggressive, and then those snipes across the map, Jaws, that was so much fun to watch.
Pretty nasty. Yeah, Lastro, definitely a fun Zen to watch, and even more fun when he's in the lobby and he has match chat available to him. That's yeah, some of my favorite Overwatch League history comes from Lastro, that's for sure. Yeah, at the end of the day, Outlaws are definitely feeling pretty good with themselves. It was always going to be tough for the Paraiso Eternal, but I mean, Dove, Malfoy, they had some nice plays here and there. You got to say they have hopes for next year.
Yeah.
Curious to see where they will stand in 2023. Obviously, time will kind of tell with that kind of thing, but the Houston Outlaws feeling pretty good. Even with their roster getting shook up a little bit throughout the season, it felt like they had a bit of a rough patch when like Piggy left, obviously who's now on the Guangzhou charge, but you know, pretty sure of themselves going into the latter half of the year, which is the most important time to be sure of yourself, of course, going into play-in. So there you go. All right, we're going to jump to a quick break. We've got an interview after this, but yeah, other than that, we'll see you in a bit. 2 more bangers coming up soon though.
Last fight. I believe player.
포기.
죽었어. Only
빼.
I can surrender.
루시오.
됐어.
아이. 굿잡.
그래.
Good job.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here with Pelican from Houston Outlaws. Pelican, congratulations on the win. I mean, your Genji, I think, was fantastic. It's always fantastic, but I want to focus on your Sombra. I think it's a new hero that you picked up this stage, and you have been phenomenal on it. So, were there any hardships picking up that hero, and how is playing Sombra for the Houston Outlaws? 자, 오늘 승리를 축하드리면서 3대0으로 되게 좀 빠른 승리였는데요. 뭐 펠리컨 선수 끝에 가서 겐지도 좋은 모습을 보여주고, 항상 겐지는 뭐 잘하는 거 아시니까 솜브라에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶은데, 아무래도 우리 솜리카는 좀 이제 새로운 좀 거라서 이 영웅을 좀 이제 다루는 거에 대해서 좀 어려움이 있으셨는지, 그리고 지금 팀을 위해서 솜브라를 계속 사용을 하고 계신데 어떠신가요?
일단은 솜브라 플레이하는 건 어렵지 않았고, 그냥 원래 옛날에서 많이 했었어가지고 기본적인 건 다 알아서 어렵지 않았고, 제가 잘해가지고 게임이 쉬운 것 같아요.
끝에 한 번만 다시 말씀해 줄 수 있으세요? 잘 못 들어서. 끝에 누가 잘해서요?
펠리칸이 잘해가지고 게임이 쉽다.
Alright. So, Pelican says, it wasn't too hard for me to pick up this hero. I've spent some time before the stage as well. So I sort of had the basics down on the Sombra hero. So I didn't really have that much difficulty. And to note, more importantly, this guy named Pelican is actually very good just in general. So I think that's why, we got the win and it looked a little bit easy. I agree, and I had to repeat that because, at first Pelican sounded a little bit shy to say that he was good, but now, he said it with confidence. So yes, Pelican, you are a great player. 네, 말씀하신 것처럼 굉장히 잘하는 선수인 거 인정하고요. Second question for you is, of course, I think tomorrow is a very fun and exciting match for all the Texas fans because tomorrow is the battle for Texas, and you guys will be going up against the Dallas Fuel. From what I remember, I think Houston Outlaws won the Battle for Texas in the beginning of the season. What are your predictions for tomorrow's match? I'm pretty sure you guys think that you guys are going to win. Do you think it's going to be an easy fight? Can you give us a score prediction or anything? 자, 두 번째 질문은 이제 내일 경기가 되게 좀 재밌는 경기가 될 것 같습니다. 이제 한국에서는 텍사스 더비라고 하는 거라고 제 기억으로는 생각을 하는데, 원래 시즌 초반에는 휴스턴이 이겼고 이제 내일 한 번 더 경기가 있습니다. 어떻게 좀 내일 경기 좀 예상을 한다면은 뭐 당연히 휴스턴이 이길 거라고 예상하시겠지만은 뭐 이렇게 좀 쉽게 이길 것 같으신가요? 아니면 어떠실 것 같으신가요?
일단은 내일 오프라인 경기이기 때문에 오신 팬분들을 위해서 웬만한 풀세트까지 가버리도록 하겠습니다. 빨리 안 끝내고.
Alright, because tomorrow's match against Dallas Fuel, it is going to be offline. It is going to be a LAN event, so I will try my best to carry the match on so that it won't be a quick 3-0. I wanted to go as far as we could push it so that the fans can enjoy the LAN event as much as they can. Alright, Pelican, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time. Again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 오늘 인터뷰 여기서 마치도록 하겠고 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. Thank you.
감사합니다. Thank you.
Collecting the waves again.
I've been kind of getting good at it.
No, I saw some people wouldn't have it though. It was hard.
Certain Korean players, I would tell them, be like, yo, you need to wave.
You better wave back.
Better wave back.
Or else.
Yeah, and he just discovered his hands, so he's really into this.
Yeah, my
whole
baby
wave
does
thing.
the same thing.
Yeah.
It's pretty exciting. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. Is there too much to discuss here about the game? Reinforce, you wanted to see the dominant performance. Yes, there was an egregious C9 there, but other than that, I think
if they had drawn that Paraiso, it would have just been like everyone watching the broadcast would just let out a sigh, just like, why did you draw on Paraiso? It was a pretty clean 3-0 victory here, a bit of a warm-up before the Dallas Fuel game later this weekend. So, business as usual. Dante on the Orisa.
Yeah.
The Orisa duel. It's actually interesting because I definitely turned around on Orisa. Last week I had a bit of a rant, that maybe teams should stop playing Orisa.
You had a rant?
And for the most part, I did have a rant.
He full-on hated
not surprising. And I was like, people should just stop playing Orisa. But after playing some Orisa this week myself, she is very fun. You can actually justify playing Orisa.
And you like Dante's performance on Darisa?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Control Center is actually one of those maps. Like if you can't play Reinhardt, just play Orisa. It's like it's like if an off-tank player really wanted to be able to play Reinhardt, just play Orisa instead. You can throw spears, you can spin, and you almost have like an Earth Shatter, but around you instead of... I'm trying, Matt. I'm trying.
I have never heard of Orisa's ultimate described as a circular Earth Shatter.
It's a circular Earth Shatter, and you don't get stunned.
But nobody gets stunned. Nobody gets knocked
So
down.
it's like the same thing, but not at all.
So what is it? What does it have in common with Earth Shatter? I'm curious.
It deals damage, and
okay.
It's like.
So do you know Pulse Bomb is pretty similar to Earth Shatter?
It's an area ability. It's an area ultimate.
Okay, listen, Matt.
This is terrible.
Yeah, they stepped off here. That's not great.
In slow-mo.
Could have done that better. Well,
Five players
that's
alive.
good.
Why not?
As I said, it's a warm-up. They're getting the C9 out of the system
I don't think that's how
before the
C9
Dallas
works.
Fuel match tomorrow.
I
Because
think
tomorrow they'll be like,
that's how
oh, we
it
can't C9 like we did on Junkertown.
We mean getting it out of their system. We've seen this thing numerous times. Like this isn't like.
There's a lot in the system.
Yeah.
Well, it's like a weekly thing.
Okay, and also, like, listen, Matt, like, you can't be giggling here. Like, he's at least trying to analyze. When we looked at that game, you wanted to bring up the point that two DPS birds are playing against each other.
Right.
So I don't really think that your analysis
I was
is that
thinking
hard
through
to-
OWL history, and I'm pretty sure this is the first time that two DPS players named after birds have played against each other. It's kind of what I took from this
Fact
match.
check us,
That's-
YouTube chat.
Yeah.
It was a Custa fact. It was just made up.
A Costa fact?
Yeah, Custa just makes up facts here on the
Does
desk.
he?
I'm convinced.
I didn't even notice.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. I'll keep an eye on it.
I mean, really though, like, we knew the Paris Eternal weren't very good. They didn't look very good. And then we know the Outlaws, like, they're in the top of the West. Like, I didn't really
I'm so
learn.
glad you're
I
here.
didn't really learn anything about how good
provide
the Outlaws
so much.
were.
You
I didn't
provide so
learn
much.
anything about how good the Outlaws were. Like, I need to see them play against like good
They will,
teams.
Dante played a lot of
their
different
air of
I didn't learn
history,
anything
and
about the
that's very
Outlaws
interesting.
during this one.
I say we just move on to the next match and see if that one will teach you something.
It'll be way better.
Well, we'll see about that. Our predictions all went in favor of Boston. You thought you have a sleeper pick with that one. Why is that?
Yeah, because I think the Justice Decay on like any day can pretty much just win a game.
We
It's
said that since
depending
day
on,
one.
which is still true.
They have Decay.
But it's still true. And I actually think, like, you know, we memed a little bit with the Kalios Junker Queen and like how he does top damage, but he's always dead. I actually think he's been playing quite well lately.
His
So
Orisa.
yeah.
Reinforce.
So I think they got a shot.
Why did you go for Boston?
Well, they got Punk in the lineup, right?
Yeah.
That's
There you go.
The
That's a
Punk
win
buff.
right there. I think they have great compositions. I think they play great around the double flex support and Diva composition. The question is, like, will Washington Justice with like Kalios playing Zarya be able to match that? Is Kalios going to match him on the Diva? It all comes down to the V brothers. The V brothers.
Who?
If they're gonna be
remember
able,
that?
if they're gonna be able to have the damage
I wanted to
output
forget about it.
to deal with the Washington Justice, because you have like what Valentine going up as Decay. If I'm a Boston fan, am I really like confident in Valentine dealing with Decay? It could happen. It could happen. I think that the teamwork and the compositions from Boston Uprising will beat the Washington Justice, but we could all look very dumb after this match.
That
We're all wrong.
that's something
I
we've
am worried
definitely
about
done
being
in the
wrong.
past, so I wouldn't
Yeah.
be surprised. But I was also counting on Punk's flexibility on that tank role. He
Yeah.
is enabling his team to play a lot more different compositions than
Yeah.
what we've seen from the Washington Justice thus far. Any last words before we're heading into
Kalios
the action?
Orisa.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it. I'm gonna leave
You're not
you
going to
with
say
that.
whether it's good or bad. You're just
No,
going to
it's
say
Kalios
You're just going to
Orisa.
say Kalios
Spewing
Orisa.
facts. That's what he does here in the desk, dear Danny. We are ready to bring our casters in
think
for
we
all
are.
the actions. Where are your predictions, guys? Are you also going with Boston, or do we have some Washington fans out there? Anyone a believer?
I'm
Lennon?
kind of feeling the
Harry?
Washington, you know. I mean, like,
Ooh.
Decay
Oh.
versus Valentine. It's not exactly a battle for the ages, but it's going to be a battle for the next hour at least. And I think the Decay
It's a
tends to
battle.
win that one probably 8 times out of 10. So, yeah, for me, I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to make the risky pick and go Washington.
You're so capping, actually. Boston
Lemon is
are
not about that.
undefeated this stage. and Victoria has better Sombra stats. And Justice got pounded by Atlanta like it was not close. Overwatch occurred
Stay
that
strong,
so,
Leg Day. Stay strong.
It's just me.
Yeah,
just
strong.
me over here
Just
in the
you.
Decay fan club.
Are you
work
gonna look
out.
like a genius,
man.
though?
Yep.
Yeah,
And
if I'm the
if it
only
doesn't
one who
work
gets
out,
it right,
everyone will
that's going to be
forget.
huge for me. Exactly. And And if Boston win, well, it's just what everyone thought was going to happen. It was in the script that Sean Miller wrote. That's okay.
I respect
We're
that.
going to dive into this one to see
before.
if the desk is going to be full.
Being the single pick. Just me.
Well, the only thing, Decay.
There's like 2 months in season 1. Bren dressed up in Shanghai Dragons gear.
Matt, just stop talking, okay? Lemonkey was trying to talk. Just stop, Matt. What are you on about?
Decay, yes.
Let Lemonkey talk. Come on.
He's already cut me off last week. It's fine. The only Decay peak is like Days Parade. So let's try and cover that now that we go into the match. Thank you all, Desk. Let's get into analysis. All right, Boston versus Washington. I didn't mean to be so mean to you. I'll accept your pred. Well, we got to be halfsies. I'll go Boston, you go Washington. Is that a deal?
Yeah, sure. Like I think that Washington definitely have a couple of things going for them in this meta. Even if the performance against Atlanta was a little bit lacking, I feel like they were just kind of outpaced by Atlanta and the real power that speedily brought to the fore with the Echo. But I'm not expecting as much Echo from Boston Uprising, to be honest. Probably going to be seeing a lot more mirror matchups today when it comes to the Tracer and the Sombra. We've already pointed out that like Victoria's been a fairly impressive Sombra, so let's have a quick look soon at that Boston roster, and we can talk through what's been happening here. Those of you at home who haven't been keeping track, Punk's dad has got an interesting stat line that he's been keeping over the course of this year about maps that have been won with Punk in and maps that have been lost with Punk out, and Punk's win rate for Boston Uprising is actually surprisingly high, and in an off-tank focused meta, he is absolutely dominating. Whether it be on the Xayah or on the D.Va, Punk is definitely a big piece of the overall puzzle here, Lemon, but Victoria is also coming to his own on the Sombra.
Yeah, Punk's leadership is important. You see it in the stats. There's no arguing about it. Let's talk about the V brothers, as Reinforce has quoted. The 2 Vs make a W, and I think that's what you have with the double flanker of Valentine and Victoria. Statistically, Victoria a better Sombra than Assassin, higher average damage, final blows, hack assists, and lower deaths. The only thing that Assassin is a little bit better on is how many enemies he does hack, but that doesn't translate to a higher hack assist. So we need to see Justice really coordinate around apparently all the opportunities Assassin is creating, while Victoria is already doing an awesome job.
Yeah, Victoria's done a pretty fantastic job on that. Let's have a look at who he's going to be going up against, because in our crosstalk, I did talk a little bit about Valentine versus Decay. And when it comes to legendary tracers or legendary just DPS in general, Decay is one of the legends. You all can remember the bidding war that seemed to have happened in pre-season 2 for Decay that LA Gladiators eventually won, but it was Decay's run in, I believe, the 2020 playoffs of the Washington Justice that really brought him to the fore of like, oh man, this guy's a bit of a secret weapon, a little bit of a nuclear arsenal, whether it's on the Xayah or on other heroes, and we often look when we're bringing out the Washington Justice to Decay to try and have these clutch moments that will win fights that maybe weren't so economically well placed towards the Washington Justice, where they're moving in with less ultimates and where you just need a little bit of pizzazz, a little bit of good juju coming through, and Decay often can provide that.
Yeah, when it comes to kind of that Decay versus Valentine Tracer, I feel like Valentine's very consistent, but Decay has higher peaks on Tracer. And when he peaks, I feel like Justice can beat any team. I mean, they've even beaten the San Francisco Shock, who are in that top 3. But when they aren't feeling themselves, it's an L all around. I think that's why a lot of people have issues how to predict where their pick'ems lie when it comes to the Justice. But there's a lot of flexibility around this team. You've already brought up Kalios being flexible on Orisa, D.Va, Zarya, even the backline. Krillin and Opener deserving more loves. They trade the Ana role. Krillin will play Ana if Opener's on Lucio, then Opener will go to Ana if Krillin wants to play Zen. So they have a lot of different options on how they want to match their enemy.
I think Kalios is also one of only 2 people in history, I believe, that managed to reach 5,000 SR. It was himself and another Apex mainstay called Evermore, who some of you might remember from Kong du Panthera's The Roadhog Nightmare. But of course, now we've moved over to a more qualitative and quantitative skill system. I don't think anyone's going to be hitting 5,000 SR again, but Kalios definitely has had the gumption to be a top off-tank before, and I think his Xayah is one of his best. And it often is a meta that can be dominated by a Xayah. You're seeing so many resources being poured into these off-tanks because they're so dangerous that often they're going to be the primary target. We see Nano Boost given over to them often, not just for damage, but also for the overall survivability. And Kalios versus Punk might well be a tank battle that's not decided by the tanks themselves, but the supports.
Yeah, it's an important point that you bring up about the battle of the off-tanks, Kalios versus Punk, where it feels like a very off-tank heavy meta. And then you have the double flanker versus double flanker. We'll go into the match soon. And just for the stakes, of course, both these teams guaranteed play-ins. And at this point, it's for aiming for a better seed. Boston in the very, very last spot. You can't do any worse than having the last spot, but maybe they can go a little higher. But when it comes to Justice, they're an 8th seed. They have Florida and, of course, Boston on their tail. Apparently, technically, Justice can make the top 6, but they would have to win the rest of their matches. Another math would have to happen. So there's still some important stakes on the line when it comes to playoffs or play-ins for both these teams.
All right, we've talked about Victorious Sombra, but let's put it into numbers, shall we? And Assassin is walking away, Lemon, with more enemies hacked. But the thing is, more enemies hacked, but less hack assists. These might be poorly timed or potentially poorly communicated, or maybe the team just simply aren't following up on them, Lemon. But the fact that there's more hack assists with less hacks done by Victoria tends to indicate that they're more impactful.
Yeah, Victoria just has the better stats. We've outlined this already. It's about Justice working around Assassin, but it also is the Decay show, it feels like, when you watch Justice. All I want to do when I watch Justice is where's Decay and who is he killing? And when Decay is not on it, Justice is not on it, it feels like. And it's rough to put all the eggs in like a single basket, but you kind of feel similarly to maybe Proper and Shock. Like there's always kind of that one player that if they 1v5, that's enough to really propel a team to victory. But if they're just kind of mid, then the whole team kind of looks mid. And I want to see Justice at their peak. The last couple of matches that we have, as we finally go into Busan, Mecha Base will be our first round.
And they need to be ramping up. You can't lose steam at the end of a season, like you said. These teams are both guareed play-ins, and Washington Justice, if they go hard in their last few maps, they can even make playoffs, but it's kind of out of their control, as the Atlanta Reign are doing quite well at the moment, and of course have a good head-to-head up against the Washington Justice after that 3-0 slapping last week. We're moving over to Busan. And Mecha Base, this is going to be a battle of the Orissas. You heard Danny Lim's 2 magic words that were his analytical input on this one. Kalios Orissa. It's something a little bit special. He's pretty good at the Orissa. I mean, hot take, even though he's not in this lobby, I actually think the best Orissa at the moment that I've seen on Mecha Base when I've dove into those replays is Mikey from the San Francisco Shop. The man's low-key, bit of a monster on the Orissa, and Kalios might well have picked up a couple of these. Bear in mind, one of the important interactions here in the Orissa versus the Orissa is that the Javelin spin can actually eat the stun of the overall Javelin, and Kalios has already done that to shut down Punk's immediate CC.
Yeah, this is already immediate pressure from the Justice, keeping Boston at their door. Seeing maybe Boston having some flank pressure, but for now, it's the Javelin spin to maybe catch Punk away from the doorway. Immortality trap from Crimzo just in case Punk was facing any trouble, as Punk was hacked too. He could take high amounts of burst from Justice, but somehow the poke from Boston was stronger, their disengage was good, they killed Krillin, and the rest of the dominoes are going to fall behind Justice as Boston will head for the cap first.
A lot of direct damage being done here by Valentine. Look at the ult charge that Valentine has compared to Assassin. This is really taxing the healing of both Krillin and Opener to look in other directions. And when you're looking towards Valentine to try and duel him away, especially as Opener, that's when the actual openings themselves happen for Victoria to find the headshots with the rails. Takes away Krillin and removes a large body of the healing for Washington Justice, who now have to try and move into Boston Uprising's zone of control.
Boston want to stall this fight as much as possible, but Decay wins the Sojourn battle for now. 5v4 and more for Justice as they face the Matrix of Crimzo, and Justice get completely surrounded. An important immortality field from Krillin this drop, which saves Kalios and allows time for Decay and the rest of Justice to clean up the fight and get the flip on the point.
Really nice aggressive play there as well from Kalios to try and ease a bunch of the damage that was coming through the amplification matrix. All of those amplified projectiles, they were going to do double damage. But Kalios managing to put himself between Boston Uprising and their ultimate was super important because it meant that the projectiles couldn't pass through him either and really deny the value from that. Now Krillin's going to have a distinct advantage when it comes to the amplification matrix, and it means double damage from the overclock if they stick together.
Yeah, wouldn't mind an early overclock from Justice, especially if Boston head to this top bridge. It's such an open area, and Punk is deserted on an island by himself. I'm sure a couple of items he would have liked is some supports. There's the ultimate from Kalios, Immortality from Crimzo, and the Transcendence from MCD. How do Boston fight their way back? They don't have a lot of heals, but the Transcendence lasted long enough for them to prevail in that fight. As Boston head back, they have point control again and the lead.
That was an absolutely disastrous fight for the Washington Justice. I thought they were on something when they went aggressive onto those players who were left behind, but how did they get backcapped by Valentine when both Assassin and Opener were hanging out by the point? Did they simply decide they couldn't 2v1 the Tracer or just tap the point to stop it from going over? Boston Uprising managed to capture it out from behind them, and now Assassin has an EMP to try and retake this.
Decay has overclocked at range 2. He's on the high ground. He has his team with him. Victoria's matching the ultimate. The sound barrier from Justice is used. They have the speed because they have Lucio as they go and converge into Uprising. They back away from the Terror Surge, of course, laid by Punk. And during that moment, Boston just pounded in damage. And now they're at 85+%, and Justice are left with last fight.
You got to wonder how much Washington Justice are really benefiting from Lucio when I don't think that the overall sound barrier efficacy there from Opener was huge. MCD is putting out a load of consistent pressure with this Discorder, which can't really be matched by the Washington Justice, who are just lower damage overall. This EMP needs to be huge, and Assassin in the back has at least managed to take down MCD with no problems.
It's in the name. He's a little assassin, and no one has clearly noticed his presence back here, as now he just gatekeeps, I think, Victoria there. Justice are very low, though, and Krillin needs to make sure no one dies. Justice do get the flip, but here's Victoria on top of the bridge, uncontested. All he has to do is keep picking away. EMP drop from Assassin. No one is alive to do anything else, but it's last fight now that Boston are at 99% anyway. Overtime about to drain away. Opener jumps on the point. Who's next? Krillin on the menu. And that'll be the first round for Boston Uprising as soon as reinforcements get dealt with.
Kalios has moved in, and Ice Stun actually helps to take out Victoria. It's Krillin who drops the final blow, and yes, now it is going to be Punk who's in the crosshairs. The Immortality field isn't completely well placed. A pulse bomb to remove Kalios from the field. However, Washington Justice have all the duelists they need to try and take advantage of this. Decay and Assassin should be able to remove Valentine in good time here, Lemon. However, Assassin, the armchair analyst, would be very keen here to say that Assassin held on to that EMP for too long, but I'd like to instead give credit to the Boston Uprising. They play a really good spread style, knowing that Assassin was looking for a big EMP to just try and one-click that fight with a Q. But Boston Uprising, they put some good physical barriers in between themselves to make sure that Assassin overall could not get good LOS for a nice EMP, and so he was sort of baited into a suboptimal one.
I just feel like that's a massive choke for Boston. Like, you're 5 versus, like, 2, and there is Kalios. A Terror Surge forces out the Immortality and the Transcendence as Decay gets a stick on the Crimzo. Limited heals from Boston. Punk with the Terror Surge hits 2. It's back and forth. Both teams trading blows. It's a 2-on-1 on the point, favoring the Boston Uprising. Surely you can't choke this now. There's literally no one alive to turn this around. So now it'll be the Boston Uprising first round win.
In the end, Punk's Terror Surge was simply Terror or something. Boston Uprising did actually overlay their defensive measures of both the Transcendence and the Immortality field, but in the end it didn't seem to matter too much. Crimzo still wasn't overly perturbed. And Punk, of course, found somehow a Terror Surge kill on a Baptiste. No Exo boots needed. No, maybe they found... Oh, here we go. Let's have a looky. How did this happen? So Punk wraps around after Kalios, gets the instant kill. And, oh, it was just a little bit of nice target focus there. Really good setup from Valentine to make sure that Krillin was in a killable position after the initial pull-in from the Terror Surge. Good job.
Yeah, just knowing the exact timing of the Terror Surge is important. Also, Kalios has tripled the deaths of Punk. Punk has the most final blows on his team. Like, Punk, there's a tank gap being created. As we'll go to downtown to see if it still exists with a mirror matchup on tanks, but a speed advantage for Justice. As we'll see when they want to engage. They're already taking up a lot of real estate as Kalios and Punk meet up on the high ground. Victoria at least places translocators. He hopes to just hack and dismantle Kalios. The immediate DMAC from both sides, as Justice only have a one-man advantage, but they are getting harassed by the flankers of Boston, who are not very healthy now that they don't have any supports. So Justice DPS prevail, and they'll be able to cap the point first.
this is the kind of style that I'm enjoying from Washington Justice when they're having their Lucio, because the map geometry of downtown is so much better for it than Mecha Base, where there are these big, wide sightlines. You sometimes can even see a Widowmaker come out, or a Soldier 76 to take advantage of those, and it meant that MCD was getting a huge amount of spam out before Washington Justice even reached them. Now, you can try and path yourself through these narrow streets and instead get on top of MCD before he can do a huge amount of damage to your team.
Like that Decay dodges with his head too, just like on his cam. You see him dive and dodging. I would do the exact same thing. He's gonna need that help. Justice just converging on the backline of Boston. Valentine gives his life for the pulse bomb. Might have killed Krillin, but this doesn't slow down Justice whatsoever. It's the full team wipe. Decay he's alive today.
Yeah, Decay has come alive, Assassin has the EMP, and now Boston Uprising, they're not going to have these options that they had previously to play more split and try and minimize the efficacy of the CMP, because Assassin, he's already in the back and he can kind of use this EMP at his luxury, because Boston Uprising are the ones who have to move towards the point. You can see the pings continuously on Crimzo to try and deny the sight lines from their Nano, and the Nano sent out prior to the hack.
Okay, the Nano still went through. I was worried it got canceled. Transcendence from CD, puts the cape on. He says, I'm here for you, boo. Crimzo needs the help, escapes into the room. Now here comes the peel of Valentine to help deal with Assassin. And no kills have gone through yet, as Assassin holds the EMP, as there's a back cap from Boston, as the front line of Boston just managed to bulldoze that fight, and 73 for Justice is a good start.
I said that Boston wouldn't have the opportunity to play split, but Washington Justice, they seem to be a little bit ham-fisted with their attempt at the Sombra dive there. The early manual hack gave Crimzo time to send out the Nano, and that led to Krillin getting picked by a charge shot from MCD. Now Assassin still in the backline, should be able to get a nice double here.
Oh, does he get Crimzo too? He does, with Decay's help, of course. All of Justice working really well together. When we pointed out those Sombra stats, it was always about them converging on the targets that Assassin is setting up. Now, not really much Boston can do at this moment without supports, but I've seen bigger chokes before. Boston managed to at least kill Ilios, so Punk's like, perhaps this is winnable.
The backline race was absolutely perfect. Both teams taking out the backlines of the other in record time. However, that did mean that there was no one to defend everyone. Came down to a 3 versus 3 fight, and Boston Uprising, they simply had Punk able to stay for longer because he had the self-destruct for a free remake if he so desired it. Opener picked off early again by Crimzo this time with the aid of that Discord Orb. Watch out for the Zenyatta assist in the kill feed.
The Valentine throws a pulse into Ilios with hopes of trying to demech him or maybe someone near him, but Justice will chill now that Opener is back. They head through the right hallway, doing some initial scouting from Ilios there. As you have really the Justice ults at the ready. Usually nanos are given to divas, but you know, if you have a lot of hopium for Decay, you give it to him, and that's where it is. Nano Decay, he's at the back. Great damage mitigation from Punk with the Matrix to save MCD and Crimzo from the dive of Decay. Now here comes the peel from Valentine. Keeps Decay in check. No kills yet. Boston are approaching 90% plus with the point still capped. The support ultimate usage is going to be important. Punk got slept, knows where the supports of Justice are,
Krillin,
which are in the room, and that's dangerous.
Oh, Ilios needed to have eaten that nade. Versa tap on the point to at least get overtime going, but there's going to have to be a second one soon. Anyone ready to touch the point? It's Decay who can do so, as Opener hits for sound barrier.
Yeah, Justice are hoping for this EMP from Assassin. He's on the point. Justice bring the fight to the objective, but it's the EMP first from Victoria. And Justice lose all their supports immediately. Punk is a self-destruct. No touch from Justice, as the Boston Uprising will take map number 1.
I think, Lemon, that the stats of damage from Opener versus MCD, yes, it is for Lucio versus for Zenyatta, but MCD brought so much to the table here. 5k damage done versus just shy of 3k from Opener. And of course, all the assists that you get with the Discord Orb as well. Boston Uprising, all they had to do was win one fight in each of these in order to be in a defensive position where they could set up MCD to be able to operate with impunity. And we saw that they played so far away that even when Decay was nanoed and triple blinked onto MCD, there was plenty of reaction time for Punk to get in there and start mitigating that damage to allow MCD to survive with the help of his team. Boston Uprising, they're assessing threats well, they're realizing where their win conditions are, and they are protecting them.
Decay, despite the loss, 19-3 with what, like 17 final blows. Decay is A+ today, but not enough for a Justice map 1. But you'll want to stay tuned. Don't go anywhere, because after this break, it will be Justice, seeing where they can go next. Even with all the speed, violence, momentum behind openers Lucio and the Justice, they drop map 1 to the Boston Uprising, who, yes, I am correct when I say they are undefeated this stage. And there's important seeding stakes on the line for this match.
Yeah, Boston Uprising, they're looking to take themselves out of that unenviable 10th place. Yes, they can't drop out of the play-ins, which is, woo, excellent. but you don't want to be going up against whoever ends up in the 7th seed, because assumedly that's how the seeding is going to work for the play-ins, and 4 teams will be battling out for those spots in the playoffs. And if you don't want your season to end early, you want the best seed possible, because Washington Justice is also going to be in that pool. Maybe you'd even like to go up against them if you're the Boston Uprising, because it feels like your double flex support here is working as a pretty good counter to the Washington Justice's more momentum and speed-based approach with the Lucio when you can control the map. Washington Justice, they're pretty good until they lose a fight, right? Like when they can control the space, when they're the ones who don't have to go for miles and miles through the iron hail guns of MCD, things work out quite nicely. But it's a little bit more precarious once MCD is in control of his own position and can't get rushed down.
We go to Kings Row, where we've seen success from the Justice on this map in particular. They actually won this against the Dallas Fuel. This was the only map they won against the Dallas Fuel. They ran a lot of Kalios Zarya with the Decay Reaper on attack, with some double flanker Orisa shenanigans on the defense. But Justice are strong on this map, so I wonder if we're going to see an equalizer here.
Punk back on the Diva. Being able to move between the planes of verticality easily is a cornerstone of the defense here on Kings Row A. And between Valentine and Punk, it's going to be quite easy to keep this point contested, which means that MCD and Crimzo will be pretty free to just stay on the high ground for as long as they like and try and pocket Punk through a contest, or send Harmony or Valentine's way. And as Opener once again teases the Lucio, one of the things you're going to have to really keep an eye on here is Valentine's efficacy when he presumably is going to be having the Harmony Orb for quite a bit of his active time in these fights. And that might give him an edge in some of these duels against people like Krillin or Assassin or Decay if he dares go for the duel. Oh my god, that was so much damage on Kalios.
These are going to be some good orbs. I mean, that's why you bring MCD most of the time for Boston, is for that Zenyatta. Now Justice have the speed again. They go through Hotel, maybe even touching the point. It's maybe going to be up to Boston to drop Punk down and contest, but Justice haven't really poked anything. But man, that's a great sleep from Krillin. Victoria has been found, and that's an opening for the Justice, as they actually head to the high ground first with some presence on the point to start the cap, and it's Valentine that has to anchor for the defense, but now all attention is on him. He goes to Hotel, where I think there's an enemy of Justice in there. Punk about to get demeched, and Uprising have to play from behind, but somehow still living besides that one-person drop, but that Punk demech will be costly, and Justice now just getting contested on that third tick. But that two-man anti from Crimson was good, but Krillin's even better. One that Justice actually capitalized on as they are about to full cap and unlock the payload.
Just one good sleep is all that's needed, because once you have the initiative, it's so easy to take advantage of that with the speed boost. Opener can try and move in as well. It's just Krillin hitting with sleep. Does he 180 it? Oh my goodness! The big predict, and that's as Opener is booping as well. The follow-up is solid. There's no time to translocate away. And Boston Uprising lose that initiative. Now we see Punk move over to a far more lateral tank in the Zarya. No means of moving between these high grounds very effectively, but a lot more muscle in the front line to try and bully out Kalios.
Kalios already used one bubble at half health. You can play this corner pretty safe. They move on through. No worry of holding that choke, but the Nano. Do you save it for the Decay Blade? Are you worried about the Transcendence? You can also layer these ultimates. A lot of game plans, a lot of options, and that's a great stick from Valentine. Boston, man, they got traded out though. They're only up by one. Crimzo, I think Nano, somebody who died immediately, while as Kalios was able to support the front line. He got nanoed and bulldozed through the Boston Uprising. As Justice about halfway through to point B. Most importantly, Kalios gets to keep that 100 energy.
Yeah, Kalios keeping that energy is so important when it comes to rolling through here, but Punk also didn't die. Oh, Punk did get grabbed in, so he has lost most of his energy, and that means that building up towards this next grab is still going to be undesirable. Krillin hit here with the anti. No cleanse given over by Kalios, as being quite a Spartan with his bubbles thus far. And now Kalios sees Victoria around the back. The EMP is going to be waylaid for this as the second DPS turns up. There's so much room to try and bully Punk.
There's a Decay Blade, but he gets hit by an EMP. The sound bear from Opener, just to make sure the Decay Pain Train can keep on trucking. But up Boston, they do try to stay anchored here with the Transcendence, but Punk got slept and really couldn't do anything. So Justice will eat up that ult and eat up point B and keep on going.
Huge amounts of assists there onto Punk. The target focus from Washington Justice was strong. An opener is going to be sticking now with Colosseo, feeling that in this particular matchup, if they're going for the Zarya versus the Zarya, the speed simply brings more to the table. This also means that Kalios might be able to extricate himself from these very precarious scenarios where you are going to be the primary target focus using the speed boost. Punk with the bubbles is going to be potentially the primary target of Assassin here. There's the first hack with bubbles gone down, and the second is burst.
Oh, great coordination from the Justice. They can keep on going. They dodge the pulse from Valentine. It'll be up to either Decay or Assassin to deal with that. Or really, Valentine will just walk away on his own now that he has no cooldowns. Grab from Kalios right at the door. He's antied. Kalios is one. But Boston have no one alive to even finish him off, which means Portal charge for the Justice. And Nano remaining. Do you give this to Kalios? Is he charged up? Punk on the other side. Kalios gets the Nano, and he gatekeeps Punk from even touching the point, and that is a lightning fast cap. Almost 4 minutes for the Justice.
The body block from the bodyguard. Let's have a little think here about Washington Justice's comp and how the swap over to Zarya has really affected them when it comes to this speed boost as well. Because now it means that Opener can take part in these speed boosts and bring Kalios forward into the battle, but it also means that Krillin's now not as abandoned during those dives. Because previously, when Kalios was going forward on the D.Va, he would be using his boosters to do so, and then he doesn't have any movement cooldown for a couple of seconds. That leaves Krillin open to a backline stab from Valentine and Victoria. Now Kalios, if he needs it, can project a bubble at range to maintain appealing presence on Krillin, even while being able to do a huge amount of damage to the Boston Uprising frontline. It makes Kalios a lot more ubiquitous.
An Assassin. I mean, a lot of Justice people don't have deaths. Assassin, Decay, Kalios, 0 deaths. A total of 3 kills from Boston. I can't even believe the stats that I'm seeing right now. It just feels like really good planning from Justice to play off Assassin hacks, and that's kind of the issue that we saw comparing the stats between Assassin and Victoria. So I love the way that Justice improve every game we watch them.
Now Krillin over to the Zenyatta. It's going to be interesting to see how Punk deals with this, as thus far his tanking rhythm has not had to deal with the additional 30% damage that you are going to be afflicted with during those forays outwards into Zenyatta's territory. But we might see Boston Uprising here try and play for a Nano to just try and run Punk into Krillin and just sort of run him down, because we know how dangerous how dangerous the D.Va can be with the micro missile damage on those Nano dives.
Valentine's like, is anyone home? Does anyone want to hang out? Decay's like, sure, I'll deal with you right quick. So Valentine did draw some attention. Almost got that first take, but nothing yet for Boston. It's down to 4v5. They're just going to chill out and do some poking.
Crimzo positioning here, though, is going to create a very dangerous area for Kalios to try and disengage himself from if he does get dove, though, because presumably he wants to mortar jump across over to his supports near the Mega Health Pack. Assassin caught in the corner, could be chased. And that's a nasty hack and Discord onto Decay. Goodbye.
He actually just got run over, too. Boston playing more together. Punk diving in off of the hacks. Goes to the high ground to at least do some scouting. You don't want to full commit. You don't know where Kalios is. See that he's away from the supports. So Boston, I mean, you might want to just communicate to Victoria and Valentine to go up there. But now that Kalios drops, the attention has to be on him. You really have to count those bubbles and how you engage into the Zarya, what energy she has. Lots of factors when considering how and when to duel with the Zarya, as Boston abandoned the push to go for the final take just because of Kalios, as they hope to just dwindle him down. Boston now go behind him. There's a pulse, this time from Decay. MCD gone. Nano from Crimzo onto Punk because he's already in deep. He kills 2 and finishes off the cap. So the payload now unlocks for Boston.
That's the Nano dive we were looking to see. Kalios actually went for a double Zarya parkour mortar jump onto the phone box and then back up onto the high ground. Opener got hit by a long-range anti from Crimzo, and that started to mess with the Washington Justice comms. It forced Kalios to consider, do I need to get up there to try and get myself a line of sight on Opener to cleanse that with the bubble, or to try and peel what Punk was doing? Boston Uprising getting those 2 ticks early off the back of the early pick onto Decay meant that Kalios was kind of in a catch-22 no-win scenario where he was the one who was who had elected to contest, and the rest of the Washington Justice were kind of caught in a bad zone where they couldn't really get healed too easily. EMP should be coming out from Assassin any time now, as Boston Uprising a little bit stacked.
Yeah, no, they actually go for the hack onto Punk, and Kalios got nanoed and slept, and just self-destruct from Punk is the easy double kill that Uprising can take to just snowball the rest of point B. Why did Assassin become so indecisive about an EMP that was going to hit MCD and Crimzo? It's kind of peculiar. There must have been some comms that got messed up from Justice. Now Boston head for point B. There should be a recontest, though.
Yeah, especially considering that Krillin was nano, and they could have potentially crunched in onto that. Krillin, though, put down summarily by Punk. Boston Uprising now have plenty of ultimates to try and drag this one forward, including both a Pulse Bomb and an EMP, as Assassin is looking to catch both MCD and Crimson, but this positioning is so good from the Boston Uprising. It's not the ideal place to take a dive, though, for Boston. They're well out of their support's LOS.
Well, Victoria EMP'd, easy counter by the Krillin Transcendence, as Justice just hope to hold this before the point B cap. Still waiting for an Assassin EMP, by the way. Finally unleashed. MCD with the immediate response of the Transcendence to keep Punk alive. Punk goes to peel for the back line. Now you have some Zens poking as MCD finds Krillin. Boston just meters away. They have to deal with Kalios, and that's all she wrote. Assassin is shooting from way too far away to have much of an impact, and Boston have 4 minutes for C.
Assassin's choice of Translocator in the bookstore, I think, is a little bit suspect. Also, check out how the kill comes through in this grab as well, if we get to see it in the replay. Kalios actually blocks a bunch of the healing with his bubble, and that lets him kill Victoria, which is a pretty awesome tech from Kalios. Alas, still it's a lost fight. Now Boston Uprising, they can't get a faster push here from the Washington Justice, but this can't be filling the Washington Justice with confidence as Boston Uprising move forward with yet another nano to try and push Punk forward.
Assassin just gets caught out without a Translocator. I'm not sure if he got hacked, but I mean, Justice have to make do. They cannot just get snowballed here, so they nano Kalios, and Punk is antied, and that's a lot of energy for Kalios, and Punk couldn't get out before he realized what was about to happen, so the DMAC is going to hurt. Punk may consider swapping just to get back in it quicker.
That felt like a touch of a miscom there from Punk and Crimzo. I think Crimzo was looking for the nano, but it might have ended up being LOS'd by Punk making a dive that went around the horseshoe, so Crimzo couldn't get the LOS that was needed. Otherwise, that would have been a weird dive for Punk to make without the nano, and he was eventually punished for that. You saw Kalios just walk past with the nano and absolutely beam down MCD. Now Decay's playing more of a screening action to try and keep Valentine from accessing the backline too easily. And Krillin playing in this horseshoe is kind of interesting. He does have access to the Mega, which Assassin may well have hacked, and that gives a load of territory control that Decay
It just
can
denies
use.
the territory from Valentine as well. An EMP from Victoria. Finally, Boston initiating on their terms, but losing the backline again. Decay, while Valentine was engaging into the EMP, Decay found himself in the back, and Punk just resets with the rest of the team. So Boston left with 2.5, which is now starting to be a larger and larger gap in time banks.
I'm hoping that Assassin has done his health pack admin here to re-up the hack on that Mega. Because if this is stolen away by Victoria, then Krillin's safe space is suddenly going to become quite dirty to be in. Boston Uprising have used a majority of their ultimates here. They do have a staying power, yes, from the Transcendence coming up, but that can easily be broken through, as we've seen from Kalios with his grab and using the shielding to block potential healing from the Transcendence. The Zarya tech on Kalios is super strong.
Oh, and this high ground control is important for either Sombras, and a good placement of EMP is a placement of a crab on the high ground is peculiar for Kalios, as it did at least summon the Nanoform Crimzo to save Victoria in that situation, as he hopes to make the most of it. Not a kill, though. Here's a counter EMP, this time from Assassin MCD with the Transcendence response. Kalios stuck overwhelmed by the resources as Boston move forward. They get antied by Opener, which is enough to send Valentine packing. But this is still winnable for the Boston Uprising as they hope to depend on this EMP from Victoria. But Krillin has to be on it with the Transcendence, especially if they come out different doors or same door. Justice have the support on the left side. Krillin uses the Transcendence just to go and touch cart. So this could be a massive EMP from Victoria if they even need to use it. The card is still moving. EMP this time from Victoria doesn't hack it. It went from the Justice. Not sure what blocked it there, as Justice starting to try and anchor with the respawn advantage they have without Kalios. It's a little tough though. Decay has to make a splash in the back. The Decay pulse doesn't hit, but the payload hits the back of the map, and Justice are left without a touch.
A little bit of a misread on the situation there from Krillin, I think. Potentially forced to use the trench just from Punk giving over as much pressure as he was with the high energy at the doors. But there was a little bit of breathing room there where Krillin could have potentially waited a second or two longer before using that Transcendence, actually healing up some members of Washington Justice in the fight rather than simply parading himself before the Boston Uprising. Although he did look very pretty while doing it. Boston Uprising now. They are going to be brought up to a minute. I think they're about 6 seconds shy of it when they initially capped. Washington Justice. If they can hold this for a minute, things are going to look pretty good for them. Last time it was all about that early pressure on the point and forcing Kalios to make bad decisions when there wasn't a good one that was available to him. This time, I'd love to see Washington Justice maybe give a little bit more support over to Decay, either in the form of a Harmony Orb or Assassin maybe playing a Sombra versus Sombra checking match, because Decay falling down for Washington Justice was the first domino that forced Kalios to take bad positions to play the objective.
Still feels very winnable by Justice, no matter how Boston capped. Pretty significant difference in time banks, and just got alerted by stats that Justice's 3 minute and 52 time bank is the 5th fastest Kings Row push this season. So they can walk away with some history under their belts, as we'll see if Valentine can get any kind of pick, but it's just Kalios there.
If all of my studies have told me one thing, Lemon, it's that history remembers the 5th best.
Remembers numbers, not names.
Kalios once again.
Or some Game of Thrones reference there, but...
Oh, Victoria. Oh, the Translocator. Already gone. Now Assassin. Finding himself in the back. Does have access to the Mega here. And a new cheeky Translocator. You can see that he's consistently being able to report the position of these flex supports, and still no tick has been given over as Decay and Kalios are both going to drop down to try and crunch onto Valentine.
Yeah, Decay is continuing to get crunched. I mean, he had to get bubbled by Kalios. Both Sombras gone in a 4v4. Boston starting to touch on the point. This is the last fight. 11 seconds left. They're taking their time. They've killed Opener, and that's not a lot of heals for the defense. So Boston are ahead, but they lose their own on. It's just back and forth between these two teams. And now Punk doesn't have a mech, and there goes all hope of even touching the point too. Boston will get nothing done on their second attack.
All right, a draw guaranteed for the Washington Justice. This one's going to 4 maps at least, boys and girls. But 3 minutes and 58 seconds. This should be a pretty easy guarantee for a first tick here. Boston Uprising going to have to play incredibly objective-centered Overwatch, and that means that whoever comes to touch that objective is going to be absolutely bullied, providing that Washington Justice decide to go for a Zenyatta, which I think would be a good strategy when you know that people are going to have their they're going to have to present themselves on the point and take that damage. And if you can focus better using the Discord Orb, that's a much better win condition for you than I think trying to out-rotate a defensive team using a Lucio.
Here's Kalios just being able to flank, and Valentine misses the blink out the door. So this is the flank, just Kalios ignoring Punk and just killing people by himself. Finally, Punk falls back. But you saw how apparent it was, the Zarya countering the D.Va in this isolated matchup. The way Punk was trying to push the point, Kalios being the roadblock, and Boston getting nothing done. 4 minutes to get 33%. Should be easy, right?
Right, guys. Only I'm right, Washington Justice. Okay, so we are going for Lucio? Yep, Lucio confirmed. Open up rolling on out here. I would like to see a right-hand stairs push, to be honest, from Washington Justice. Try and force Boston Uprising out from these little alcoves and hidey holes where MCD can take such free peeks from. At the moment, it's simply an information-gathering game for Assassin, and indeed, there has been a Victoria found as he crouches down in the corner, forcing out the translocate, and now maybe a touch of pressure on the point.
Oh, Assassin gets discovered. It's only him and Valentine. The rest of Justice move up to support as Valentine looms in the backline of the Justice. Krillin hacked very low. And I think Opener is helping with the push, so Krillin gets left in the dust, and you're probably going to miss out on that healing, but the damage may be more important for Justice in this case. Back and forth, no supports for Boston either. So we're left with, what, a 2-on-2? Now only a 1-on-2. Decay by himself. Won't be this fight for Justice. They got many more to go, though.
Wait, Kalios has gone over to the Doomfist here. They want to just continue maintaining the pace. It's a decay moment that I see before my eyes. Yes, the supports are returning, but no one's here to touch. The Boston Uprising drop King's Row and the Washington Justice equalize the series.
Hey, you just saw Decay like, it's 1v2. Yeah, I could do this. It just dashes in, knew the exact health that Boston were at to get the reset too. And with respawn advantage, it just makes sense for the Justice.
Dude, the Kalios damage, 13.5k versus Punk's 8.5. It was a Kalios showtime, and we saw that replay as well of the big flank as well, where he managed to kill Valentine after a missed blink through the door, and then simply advanced upon Crimzo, who couldn't do anything. You can't break through that Zarya bubble as an Annie, you simply don't have the DPS. And then Punk can't defense matrix the beam, so MCD gets torn asunder as well. He's carving his initials in the Omnic. It's Kalios time, Lemon.
And it's Justice time. They equalized the series. I mean, we already said this was the strongest map. They took it against the Dallas Duel, and they'll take it here again against the Boston Uprising. You'll want to stay tuned, because now that it's 1-1, someone will be taking a lead, and you'll find out after this break.
away, but it's going to be a blink forward to keep Decay there. The man is still alive.
Look at this opener. And oh,
look at that too. They got sent to the skies.
Kalios ready with a rampage here.
Welcome back, everyone. We got a tie series 1-1 after a historical 5th fastest push by the Justice on Kings Row. That was fun. It's Kalios time.
It is indeed Kalios time, and well, there have been a couple of instances of Kalios time, including how Kalios knows the bubble interactions of Zyra and how he can mess with ultimates. We saw Victoria get focused down in a grab because Kalios essentially enveloped the entirety of MCD's trance within his bubble and used that to kill Victoria because the healing simply, it couldn't get out. It was not the let me in meme, it was the let me out instead. And also, he's actually managed to mitigate a couple of EMPs from giving hacks over onto targets as well by bubbling them. And yes, the bubbles break, but that gives Kalios energy and it makes sure the potential victims of those EMPs get to remain with all of their ability to try and do some counterplay afterwards against what is surely going to be a more aggressive Boston Uprising too.
Well, we got some nifty replays of some of the EMPs that did occur. It felt like Victoria might have struggled a bit just landing a few of these. This was the one I was hyping up. I'm like, this is the big win condition for Boston. EMP. Oh, it did hit Cal, so just Kalios there. Thought it was no one. He just probably died so quick. But either way, it's just tough to kind of get EMP value when you got to worry about bubbles.
Yeah, like the double bubble on Kalios afterwards as well. He knows when to play greedy, and although Boston Uprising were able to win after that, like Kalios has been a real thorn in their side who needs to be removed more quickly. And that's part of the reason why MCD brings as much value on the Zenyatta as he does, because there's no armor that the Zarya has. She has to defend herself using her bubbles, and of course gets a little bit of health regen from those shields as well. We've got ourselves a substitution. Seeker coming in for the Boston Uprising in place of Valentine, probably going to be delivering a little bit more hard hit scan prowess, because I think for our escort map we're going to be going over to Circuit Royale, so we expect the Sojourn, the Ashe, or maybe even the Widowmaker.
And being with Victoria, who was kind of already having those duties, I really remember how good his Sojourn was on Circuit Royale in particular, so I wonder how Seeker fits into this lineup, because he hasn't played this stage. I mean, Boston have only played 2 matches. By the way, Justice have played 4, so double the amount of time as Boston. So I'm curious to see our fellow Canadian Seeker and how he's going to do, and really how he fits in. Widowmaker, Sojourn, what have you. But against the double flanker, I'm wondering if Justice are going to keep the double flanker or are going to put Decay back on the Sojourn just like he did on Paraiso.
Obviously, it's not a huge rivalry, though, but it's interesting to note that Kalios is actually going up against his Origin team here as well. Boston Uprising, I think Boston Uprising are an organization that we could comfortably say had excellent scouting in Season 1, and they actually picked up Kalios all the way in that ancient history, back when I think he was hitting that 5k SR that I was talking about earlier. And Kalios didn't get a huge amount of playtime on that team, who was quickly supplanted by Fusions in Season 2, and it wasn't a glorious reign over the Overwatch League for Kalios, and it took him a while to really find a new place in the league, but Washington Justice seem to have finally started using Kalios as much as he deserves. Obviously, early in this season as well, they were mostly playing Mag, who's now over on the Boston Uprising, but isn't getting to play against his former team.
On this map, Circuit Royale will decide who takes the lead in the series and whose pick'ems are starting to get boomed early. I mean, we had double-digit final blows by Decay right in the first map, so you know Justice are starting to hit that peak. But where I thought this series was interesting is that Boston are incredibly consistent. But when Justice are inconsistent, they have, I feel, higher peaks. When they really start to pop off, you feel it. So now that Justice, I mean, you saw the pop-off on a record-breaking Kings Row attack. We'll see what kind of pace they will set on Circuit Royale now that they're attacking first.
And the question is, will our teams opt into the usual Sigma mirror match here? I would be so interested in seeing Kalios playing this Reinhardt, because this wouldn't be a long-term Reinhardt. This would be a I want to mess with Punk Reinhardt, because Reinhardt doesn't really have any good mitigation tools against a Reinhardt rush wrapping into him, and we know that Circuit Royale has very much become a map kind of like Havana used to be, where it is the classic strategy to just go for the spawn camp here and try and take advantage of the very limited means of egress that an attacking team has. Oh, so no Ryan? Okay. I wouldn't have minded the speed either. Overwhelming Punk here is going to be the win condition for the Washington Justice, because Punk can do a lot of damage if left unchecked. The Sigmas are incredibly brutal. A little bit of a jump shot and a dink to bring Kalios low, but that's simply going to be converted into ult charge for Krillin now, as Punk is going to have a look at what he's up against, gather the information, but is now going to be missing with the lack of Sombra, and leave.
That don't miss.
Oh my goodness.
I'm here for the Decay show. 2-man anti-2 from Krillin to just send Boston even further back. You gotta hope Punk can hold this corner or the other corner around the fashion store, but there's Decay getting a little too eager at this point, and with an orb range of the Sigma, so this is where Boston can kind of re-establish themselves around this corner, or maybe even the high ground if they get a few more picks, but it's kind of this brawl battle where Punk is trying to respect that distance against Kalios, and he wants to build up energy.
And now Victoria's managed to return to this long sightline as well, which is going to make staying on the low ground incredibly perilous. Assassin going all the way in, does get one of the bubbles, and that forces Victoria's cooldowns.
Boston are so low. Good immortality from Crimzo just in case, so you can go around the corner, keep everyone except MCD. Now Decay is on the high ground, and I don't think there's any stopping them as Justice are about to cap point A. They're looking for even more staggers too. This is pain.
The mythical pred, it's beginning to form. Punk swapping over now onto Visaya, looking for a more mobile form of combat, but at the moment, Boston Uprising, they're simply prisoners in their own garage, and no oil change can fix this one, boys.
This is disgusting. Justice just capped A, by the way. Krillin is got forgotten at school.
He's hopping. if you forgot about it, it can't have been important. MCD was super hard to heal up there as well, like for the Baptiste, which is unfortunate.
And like as Zen, you want to poke out eventually when you have those charged up orbs, and you just, if you're Decay, you just charge up and wait for that to happen. So Justice have a bunch of ults too from rolling through that fight. I mean, multiple fights, but the Ant Matrix overwhelms Decay, who was just standing front and center in the middle of the map. Now it's a blade from Assassin who carves through two, support's gone, and everyone behind him too. Justice are rolling. Are they setting another record for another push? I'm here for it.
The Assassin 4K with the Nano as well. Like, off of the Sombra, Assassin's looking much better. Krillin's gone to the Moira of all things. I think after the Nano was sent out, we're simply going to use this to fade back into the spawn and just move more quickly towards the Washington Justice, knowing that they'd not do well without a main healer. I imagine that it's going to be a quick swap here. Boston Uprising, we didn't have the defensive ultimate of MCD for that blade, but now the Transcendence is going to be available, so you can maybe deal with the next big threat.
14 deaths in total for Boston, only 4 for Washington. If that spells just how much of a roll this is, but this is a good point where Boston, with a Zarya, incredibly strong brawler, can stand in this choke and make it difficult for Justice to keep this giant snowball from becoming an avalanche. It's almost 5 minutes for C. The grab thrown into Punk. MCD has to come in quick with the Transcendence to save Punk, who bubbles himself before he falls over. And Justice lose Assassin as they were trying to enter and deal with the grab. So Boston have at least won a mini fight.
That loss of Assassin is also critical because it means that MCD has time to get back up to high ground and wouldn't be punished by going to the low ground to save Punk with a Transcendence. Kalios slowly donk walking up the stairs, and there's the sound barrier.
Oh, and the supports are dead. Boston are toast. A good sound barrier gauge from Justice, clearly not worried about the Punk grab, but they're gonna have to worry about it because it's probably coming up next fight.
Well, now they have the opportunity to try and play a little bit more spread out up on the high ground. I'd like to see Krillin maybe wrap around to play on this bridge, or potentially just on the slight high ground that's on the right of your screen at the moment, which would make it more difficult for Punk to catch more people in the grab. The ideal here for Boston Uprising is that Kalios gets solo grabbed when he has both of his bubbles available, and Assassin can maybe try and play a little bit of appeal by getting on top of MCD and forcing a duel instead.
Here's the EMP from Victoria. He's in position. He hits 3. Krillin, Decay, Kalios in trouble. And Boston go after Krillin first, the biggest source of heal. And Kalios has some bubbles as he falls back. And Justice are so incredibly low. Boston just have to go and hunt down these kills, and every stagger matters. But Boston weren't quick enough on the overextension. I mean, it's really only Victoria that can go and farm there. So only 2 kills.
Only a pair of kills, not much to be converted into the ult charge. Now Punk is going to have a little bit more trouble when it comes to getting value out of this Grav if he goes to solo Grav Kalios, because Krillin has the nano boost available, which give 50% damage reduction. And that's why Kalios is so brazenly just rolling on top of Punk here. Doesn't want to use his bubbles to try and get energy. And now Assassin's been able to wrap around to the side. This is likely once again going to be a distraction attempt to try and take out MCD, so he can't use the Discord Orb on a solo Grav Zarya.
Oh, Assassin is there, and he goes right after Seeker. Someone has to go and contest him, but deals with Opener instead. Now Justice head for the end of point C. And Boston at least have respawn advantage. Assassin is still back here, and he has the blade. I wish he'd look at Crimzo, but he's dealing with somebody harassing him at the back. Assassin couldn't get the safety in time. And the grab is from Kalios. Justice think this is winnable even without him, and they have the time. But the more ults they use, the less resources they have. Boston head to the high ground. They don't have Crimzo or Punk, and no one left to contest, maybe. And Decay is taking shots. 2, looking for Seeker. And that's the end of that. Justice will cap with 2 minutes and 13.
A quick bump and bounce. MCD getting taken out in that early nano dive as well is so important, because it means that the Discord Orb can't stop Washington Justice from rolling forward, even undermanned. Assassin does, yes, give his life. Couldn't find a good line of sight in which the Ana could heal him. But then Kalios says, okay, so no trans? I'll just solo Grav Punk then, and we'll see if we can actually make that kill happen. And after that, Boston Uprising, they have to move away from their prestigious positions of defense up on the high ground, where they would have been feeling rather invincible if Punk had been the one to touch cart for them, but instead had to move down and contest in front of the steam train that was a Washington Justice combination of a high energy Zarya and the DPS that remained in the form of Decay with an overclock.
I just feel there's, beyond the team gap that's happening, there's a brain gap. Justice are constantly engaging first. Whenever Punk through the grab, I mean, there's no one even around. And then Decay just overclocks and kills everything. I mean, this was a sick shot onto this upcoming person here. MCD just trying to come out of spawn. Justice were always engaging first, and Boston's only fight win was at the start of C and maybe off of a grab or something like that, and then Justice rolled them the rest of the way. So, man, Boston looking lackluster a little bit in the later part of the series.
Once again, we're going to see a similar dynamic on the attack of a Boston Uprising. Kalios defensively with the Sigma, and Punk ready to roll on forward with a little bit of a more mobile combat style. Actually, no, he's going to opt for the Sigma Mirror. The confidence of Punk here could betray that they're looking for a Victoria early hack onto Kalios, maybe, to potentially remove that shield and eat up the chance of using one of those kinetic grasps. It's going to be all about coordination on the part of the Boston Uprising there.
Yeah, Kalios playing this far forward is a shield that only helps himself and maybe Assassin if he's going to be playing deep like that. It's not necessarily helping Decay or anyone else at the back on the high ground. That was kind of a difference in positioning because Punk played on the bridge last time. Assassin going after MCD. So close to killing him. Sees the immortality. Assassin just trying to coordinate with everyone else, but really, who else is there left to kill? Assassin is looking for any targets at this point, as it seems like a Justice team wipe. Boston heading back to spawn.
That was actually a really well-practiced position there by Kalios. He got a huge amount of value out of dodging the accretion. Couldn't dodge that one, though. Washington Justice! Oh, no. The spawn camp feed. They're going to have to give away all of this space now, if they can even escape at all. Remember, they've got no speed, but Boston Uprising, equally slow at the moment. And now Kalios can't play that little corner that he was playing previously, which allowed him to dodge the first accretion and survive that initial dive. But if Punk hits the accretion, because Kalios feeds into spawn, well, it's an entirely different story. And now Punk has a huge advantage on the Gravitic Flux. Almost got it now, and Krillin's not going to be in a position to answer this with a Transcendence for a while.
Oh, Victoria hacked Decay. He's toast. He was probably focused on just trying to get charged up and hit some shots. Now Assassin is next on the hit list. Boston's DPS going after the carry's pretty important, and Kalios gets nailed. It won't save the point, and Krillin didn't want to help out with that, but wow, Boston going to cap point A just as quickly as the Justice had it.
So Opener's not swapping to BAP. Why would you use the Nano on Kalios at 1 HP when you'd already lost Decay? If you're not going to swap to BAP. Interesting decision there from the rookie support of a Washington Justice. That's one less tool in the kit that Washington now have. Alas, remember, Kalios has the Gravitic Flux, but Crimso can answer this without having to expend MCD's ultimate using the Immortality Field. Meanwhile, Washington Justice, the only way they can really deal with it is by using the Transcendence. And also, you can hack Kalios out of it too.
There it is! Victoria just immediately dealing with Krillin. That means no Transcendence, and if Punk is feeling not so good, he can just pop that Gravitic Flux while there's nothing else. Assassin, what are you thinking? Blading Punk? He maybe thought he was low enough to kill and get a reset off of, but wasted ult there as Boston continue their track.
Alright, it is the swap over onto Hanzo, otherwise I was going to be 500% done with these Washington Justice ults. It's not looking amazing. Remember Kalios, he's going to have to potentially move through a tiny choke here in order to try and hit a Gravitic Flux that can be hacked easily by Victoria from the back, and that's why there's a huge amount of space control going on here with both a Sonic Arrow and a wide angle.
A little early overclock. Present yourself. I dare you. Body shot into Decay. Not enough. Justice. Gotta be really careful with either Grapplux, because this can be hacked. I mean, Victoria's dead, so no hack. Kalios now with his. Transcendence still in effect for MCD. Trying to heal everyone back up, but the opener anti was so annoying. And then Decay gets to just clean everyone else up. Sick 3K, bud.
Lovely aim there from Decay. Victoria swapped over now onto the Widowmaker. Or rather, it's going to be Seeker as well. Double hit scan versus what you could say double hit scan. Like, obviously Hanzo's a projectile, but he does have this long range one tap potential. It does characterize him as a sniper. Crimso needs to try and play like a double phase push here, like a phase 1 to try and get the Washington Justice to move back, something like a pick from either Seeker or Victoria, or a well-placed body shot from a railgun, and then find a very low Washington Justice in a corner to take advantage of with the ultimate.
Oh.
What is this?
That was all cool, but Boston, yeah, it took too long for them to get picks, and eventually if the Hanzo's not going for picks, you can also just hit the shield of Punk, and I think that's how he got overwhelmed in that frontline duel, because Punk was the first one to die. So you got 2 minutes left for Boston just to get point B, and if Justice don't even have to test Victoria, they can just hide away and hope that he doesn't jump snipe them.
Oh, Victoria just about survives the long-range rock there from Kalios. It's worth noting Victoria's competitive history as well. He was with Uprising Academy for quite a while. He was their hit scan specialist, mostly playing on the Ashe, so he's all about those flicks. However, thus far, has been playing about equal trading with the Washington Justice. As a lot of this space actually been given away. This is going to be a very effective amp matrix that everyone's going to hide from.
And Kalios is trying to push them away from it. He got nanoed, but he's still taking damage forever. It's not invulnerability. Boston overwhelmed the front line as they work together. Seeker just hit a 3K. Just hit that Decay impression there, so Boston will be able to cat B.
And I was talking about how Crimson needed like a two-phase push there, but I'm really surprised that Washington made the first phase simply Boston walking upwards. They gave away so much space there, likely hoping that they could potentially drag Boston Uprising into a position where they could easily be taken advantage of by the Dragon Strike or something, but allowing Crimson that much freedom to use a incredibly effective amplification matrix was huge, and Punk played really well getting the accretion on Kalios' kinetic grasp. That's not great. So no trans?
Not today. No, sir. Victoria was just on the top bridge too, so any exposure to that pool window that I'm sure Krillin was just looking to charge up some orbs at. Good read by Victoria. That means halfway for Boston to C. So you gotta worry about those grab fluxes, but no Sombrers to hack it out. You just gotta worry about the Transcendence. So we'll see who... wow, Victoria does it again. Picks after picks. Seeker with the overclock. Sees someone trying to contest him on the right. Says no thanks. Decay shut down. Krillin tries to anchor with the Transcendence, but it's not healing anything. This is a free grab flux from Punk as he floats above the Dragon Strike thrown by Assassin. And this could be a completion ready for Boston. They haven't really lost anyone yet. Kalios at 100 HP. Opener's doing his best, but he's won himself. Justice could not just get any picks until this moment. And Boston just had to deal with Assassin, and this is a full completion.
Krillin will eventually fall as well. Yep, there's a full completion. It's not the same time. that Washington Justice had, but hey, completion's a completion, and honestly, Victoria dominated that last point with the Widowmaker. Washington Justice kept giving away these free picks, and the way that they were positioning Kalios in particular to go down and contest the payload, even though he was the only one who really could, meant that you were usually going to be exposing either your Ana or your Zen when they were going for their heals on the main tank to the long-ranged DPS that Victoria could bring. I would have liked to have seen Washington Justice put Assassin away from the Hanzo and instead onto the Genji so that he could either be proactive in taking space away from Victoria or be the one who actually went down to contest the cart, considering that he has wall climb and can escape easily using the Swift Strike, because Kalios was so easily overwhelmed when he got discorded.
And even Seeger had a pop-off moment at the end of point B for Boston. Hey, we even have a replay of him. Good morning, Decay. Is this what you ordered? Hot and ready for you. But looking at the stats too, 13 final blows for both Decay and Seeker. And very pretty close equal damage. 8.6k for Seeker and 7.5k for Decay. So the fact that Seeker just gets subbed in and goes toe-to-toe with Decay is more than enough that you can ask for Seeker coming in.
Yeah, remember that a lot of these players who have been on the bench a little bit, they get a lot more chance to practice Overwatch 2 now, after the release on October 4th, keeping those mechanics nice and fresh. Oh, Victoria, I think you may have seen the little puff of dust from Assassin's fancy footwork on the masonry. Does reveal the location of that. This is very brazen. This is incredibly brazen. Maybe they don't expect for the Zenyatta to be here as well. And it was going to be a...
Through the palm tree and
That's
everything.
enough out of you.
Oh, my queen, Victoria. Pop off, girl. Well, what else is there? Justice, have somebody on the right side. Assassin, up to no good. Gets rocked by Punk. Probably didn't even know he was there. Either way. Boston, Victoria, stop. PC check? Anyone? But Justice don't have DPS, so how do you contest this point A? I mean, Boston only have one on cart, so they still have to probably win another fight before the cap.
And this is with Assassin on the Genji, who's supposed to try and deny space from Victoria. No one else on Boston Uprising is really getting much ult charge because there's no damage to be done. It's been hogged by Victoria. Kalios has used most of his utility already, and he's gone.
He has so many final blows this round alone. And with the low timing that Boston had, these picks are so crucial to making this winnable. Oh, Krillin counting his lucky stars after that one.
And now the Infrasite's ready to go as well. Decay and Assassin, they've only just about got halfway to their ultimates. Boston Uprising have every advantage they could possibly want in this fight. They simply have to not overextend. And remember, we're in overtime now, so they consistently need someone on that car. If they take forward fights, they'll be undermanned.
And Justice haven't been able to take a proper fight because they keep having to leave because of Victoria's picks, so there's no ults that can help turn this around. It's just based on picks, and Assassin double jumps at the right part that Widow is always aiming at. Finally, Victoria gets dealt with by a disruptor shot of all things as opener nanos Decay. The carry puts the team on his back, and man, he's at the back. What can he not do? Justice salvaged this fight off of a nano, and Decay going ham. I'm signing up for that.
Well, that seems to be about the story of the game so far. Decay goes ham, a nice nano, onto a tank sometimes. Kalios has been a little bit less inspiring on the Sigma comparative to the Zarya. And I think that Punk's been quite comfortably pacing in this duel. Even though Kalios has more damage, Punk's finding the correct accretions, and I want to drag your mind back to one at the end of the second point attack, where we saw that huge amp matrix from Crimzo, and we actually saw Punk use an accretion to cancel Kalios' kinetic grasp, and it knocked him back behind the amp matrix as well, and that allowed for double damage to go through and eventually burn down a Kalios who had received the nano and therefore was receiving half damage as well, but still could be burned through. What a performance by Victoria, and someone from Washington Justice is going to have to match these heroics because Victoria's rolling out defensively again on this Widowmaker, and he's coming in hot.
I mean, there's nothing that Justice could really do to change what they did of getting picked by Victoria. I mean, opener was just where he was supposed to be on the right side, palm tree, which kind of started that snowball from Boston. And Assassin, double jumping, just climbing, looking for opportunities. That's what he has to do. He's a Genji. He's got to flank and do stuff. And Boston just knew how to catch them off guard. Looking for a snipe. Oh, Krillin was there. Didn't get the shot, though.
Low-key, Open have kind of been popping off this map. 9 final blows at the moment, which is much more than either MCD or Crimzo. We're sitting at 4 and 2. Assassin waiting for the signal to go over the rooftop and then drop down upon some of these unsuspecting squishies. Seems like Seeker's going to be the primary target. The bubble's given over too, Lennon.
Yeah, Assassin didn't hit his primary fire, so he would have gotten the reset he was looking for, the assassination. But he deals with Punk instead, who couldn't disengage around the corner in time or get the support from Crimzo to do so. So Justice already surprising uprising so far, but still probably have to win one more fight before that point 8 cap.
I mean, even if there's no squishy assassination, there's value, right, in distracting all of those squishy targets to leave Punk isolated in that position where he can be followed up upon. Victoria's got himself a lovely sightline here, but needs to be careful about Assassin's reflex or a charged up rail from downtown. The reflex burn means that Assassin needs to get out of there toot sweet.
Oh, I like the French. I'm teaching you a thing or two. We'll work on the pronunciation later.
Buongiorno.
That's not it. Justice, it's just fight it. You got to worry about Assassin getting randomly picked as he's being really eager. There's Justice having some Lucio support and trying to run over Punk, and they do so already. Victoria 3 HP in a dream. Justice cap A, no problem. And these staggers are pretty important. Justice could maybe establish themselves on the high ground and deny that advantage from the uprising.
The biggest advantage that Boston have right now is to try and outpace the tank ultimate. Punk is only 4% away from Regretic Flux, and there's not really anything on Washington that's going to be able to accurately answer it unless Calio saves all of his bubble. So trying to force him out early from some Victoria damage or MCD volleys is going to be critical.
Box approaching the spot of victory, and it's all the ults from the Justice, claiming already 2. The main healer, Crimzo, gone as he drops the Ant Matrix, and you only have Punk and Victoria left. They're contesting, but wait, yeah, Victoria kills one person. There's no supports for Justice, but no one left to contest. So the Washington Justice sail away to victory and are now on match point.
Washington Justice pulling ahead 2-1. They called me a madman, Lemon. They called me a madman.
I did as well. I thought you're off the goop for sure.
I'll tell you what though, opener with 10 final blows over the course of that map, it was a little bit of a stealth pop-off game for him. I noted this just before we started our final round, and while I have had my complaints about openers Lucio in the first 2 games, I think that he has overall been trading pretty effectively with MCD and Crimzo, and Kalios remains incredibly dangerous.
Still gotta give some credit to Boston of how far they got with how little time they had. But Justice with the time bank advantage always, just like on King's Row and just like Circuit Royale, they had the time, they had the power to do it. They're on match point, so stay tuned. After this, we'll find out if Boston can force a 5er or not. TikTok, everyone. Clockwork Zenyatta is ready for you to enter the Iris. Go to the countdown, or get the Countdown Cup legendary skin in the Owl shop in Overwatch 2. It's only 300 league tokens. You know, I'm sorry about inflation. A little expensive, but it's worth it. Look how golden, shiny, beautiful he is.
And you can get our tokens for free just by watching. Oh, and also you can get our tokens through our pick'ems on the Overwatch League website. We've got token matches now, where if you predict them correctly, you can get a couple of tokens. So, it should not take long for you to work your way up towards this beautiful skin. But Lemon, surprising many, we got ourselves a beautiful match on our hands. Here in our play-in Royal Rumble, Boston Uprising and Washington Justice is remaining as close as ever. Look at that scoreboard, 4-3 and 5-4. But Washington Justice just continue to find all of the most clutch approaches. And we got ourselves yet another turn in the unending cycle of Boston Uprising support, or rather damage rotations. Valentine's come back in place of Seeker. We're ditching the hard hit scan to return to probably a more flanky approach.
Yeah, Justice have been to New Queen Street twice against the toughest teams in the league. They had a really rough schedule at the very start. Shock and Fuel. Are you kidding me? That's a true mental test there. But they lost New Queen Street to both Shock and the Fuel. Maybe no surprise, but we'll see if this is maybe a weaker map. But at the time, Justice ran Kalios, Orisa, double flanker, and poke comp with the Zen Bap. So it was a cool look, but I think with how much Zarya we're seeing out of him today, I don't expect to stray away from that.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a unique look from Supreme, the by any means necessary comp, bringing out the Orisa. We did, of course, see tastes of Orisa over on Busan Mecha Base from both Punk and Kalios, but I agree, Lemon. I think that it would be well advised now for Washington Justice to look to where they've once again had their differences before, where they were able to extract huge value from Kalios' legendary Zarya and put that into use on New Queen Street. I mean, Orisa does have her value here, and Orisa's value, I think, is very much loaded into her ability to say to a support like an Ana, you don't get to play Overwatch anymore. I've just about had it with you. When you run them down with the Javelin Spin, and they can't anti, they can't sleep, they can't fire, even eats up a bunch of heals as well. Boston Uprising looking to scrap themselves back into this series after what was a pretty dominant performance on Control, to be honest. Like MCD, his Zenyatta absolutely trounced for Washington Justice, and Punk's peels were sublime on some more obvious and kind of easy to spot dives from Washington Justice.
We haven't seen Boston get ahead in the series since the very first Control map when it was that Orisa duel, but I think it's still been, I don't want to say evenly matched. Justice did kind of steamroll their attack on King's Row, had a pretty good time bank, 2 minutes something on Circuit Royale. So Boston really need to know how to slow Justice down, because they're playing the Zen Ana comp versus Justice having a Lucio. Boston's poke has to prevail.
Yeah, the poke of MCD and Crimso together is going to have to do enough to really try and soften up Washington Justice before they can get up on top of MCD. And I think an early sleep there, and that's both the bubble juice on the supports already. Punk's super vulnerable.
This is just not a spot you usually see a fight kick off on New Queen Street. Usually it's over at the hockey statue, but Boston just had their flankers in a better spot at the beginning. But as the disengage happened, that's where Justice caught some strays. That's where Boston supports fell, and that's an early push for Justice.
Just overall good positioning due to the speed boost of opener there meant that MCD and Crimso were caught entirely by surprise, and Punk kind of panicked, threw out both his bubbles onto MCD and Crimso. Then there was nothing to deal with the additional damage that Decay could bring to the fore. Yes, Victoria has a good place from which to try and operate here with the Mega, but can he even get the pick onto Krillin? The tracking's good, but the anti and the bubble come through, and that's enough of that. Okay.
Oh, again, the pushback from Justice, the reaction is always stronger. It feels like Boston initiate. They lost to the sauce a bit when it comes to the focus fire. And you kind of saw in the first fight how Boston had the initial engagement, but only got one kill out of that entire thing. And then Justice know how to clap back. And 2 fights in a row now. This is getting to some serious distance.
I love seeing Opener start making aggressive moves as well to try and control the positioning of Punk, because the Zarya has no mobility. If you can boot her into a more vulnerable position, then escape is going to be incredibly difficult and demand a huge amount of resources from your healers, whether it be the nano boost or the nade from Chromzo to try and give over that extra healing as well. I think that's a missed pulse bomb from Valentine, I heard in the back.
And Nano Kalios, but Decay is slapped, and Krillin is dead from poke at range from a Zen of all things. So Justice thought they had the go-ahead. Also, the bot is leaving. It's been stolen and robbed away by Boston, who at least finds some signs of life. 57-meter push is good for Justice, not a game-breaking one.
Assassin with the EMP though. This is what's going to decide the next battle. And Punk can of course try and wipe away its effects using the cleansing properties of the bubbles, but after they're gone, Punk does seem to be the preferred target of Washington Justice in so many of these fights. Decay's already dead. Unacceptable.
Yeah, Decay kind of fighting for lowest ult charger. He keeps getting hacked and caught off guard, so Boston continue to truck away. Now the two Zaryas meet. A Graviton from Punk, and he makes the call. Kalios' anti can't be saved. Opener didn't have the sound barrier. So Boston have started their own snowball, as now maybe one fight away from matching the score of 57 meters. About to have checkpoint unlocked as well, and Boston can sit up on the high ground. Victoria killing Assassin is an important stagger to guarantee Boston of getting a lead here.
And Decay had only just arrived as Kalios got grabbed. Washington Justice refused to cede away enough ground to really get a full reset here. And even a single centimeter here for Boston would be super valuable, and it's given over. Kalios just a touch late on the tap.
Oh, but the EMP, Kalios is thinking about the grab. Victoria ruined all his plans, and he killed Krillin. Opener had to really think about whether the sound barrier was worth using, if this fight was salvageable, and he made the correct decision. It's not, but this lead is getting real big for Boston.
And we're going back towards the problems that I cited after Busan here. Washington Justice do have the speed of Opener, but they're having to go around these long areas with Punk kind of playing an interception model that allows MCD to go for quite a bit of poke in the pre-fight. Opener's already low. The stick comes through. Krillin can't be saved.
Opener was getting harassed, and he's like, nope. Actually, this is for you, Krillin. Specially delivered. It's not like Justice are dead yet. They got their own kill too. It's 4v4. Justice have respawn advantage. We're reaching 91 meters as a Decay Blade carves through the bubble, carves through the supports. Who else is next? MCD, kill steal. Either way, Justice are alive.
The fates themselves have aligned in divine judgment to say that Decay will die no matter what. That is a mad 90-degree snapshot there from MCD after a Decay who had basically disengaged. What a gamble to make, and comes up aces in this case. Kalios still has the grab, manages to find Punk early.
And you hack MCD, but he doesn't have anything except death, along with the rest of Boston. Even a sound barrier being committed there from Opener. Maybe you could have saved that either way. Justice are trying to match that score 40 meters away from doing it. It's going to be at least 2 more fights to get that.
I mean, Boston are so happy with this, right? Like, Kalios and Opener both using these major playmaking ultimates just to win this sort of, like, interceding fight where the bot was still going towards the objective itself. Now Boston can play for the real battle. It was my brother playing before. Now it's actually for keeps.
Oh, here's the flank from Boston, though, as Krillin waits to give the nano to Kalios. He has enough energy to do so. He slipped! And Crimso's gonna write a letter to someone in the morning. Who woke that up? But Justice aren't getting kills. Kalios doesn't know whether to look in front of him or behind him because Valentine is on a flank, and there's a hack onto Opener who's so close to dying. The Graviton from Punk, and surely this means defeat for Justice, who really, really needed the momentum push. But at least there's still 4 minutes left, but it just takes so long to get back to this point.
And only a grab and a pulse is a cheap fight for Boston Uprising. Valentine's already halfway to the next one, and there are so many defensive measures to try and deal with Assassin's EMP as well. All we need to see is Chromzo and MCD not stack up, so that Assassin is once again forced into making a suboptimal EMP or a bad decision, because Assassin, he has this habit.
And it just, Krillin falls over immediately. At least Kalios turns and burns, and Justice are somehow ahead despite Boston using the EMP. There's no TPS. Valentine and Victoria are dead. So Decay should go on the hunt. There's no one to stop him, of course. And a stick, that'll be the end of that. MCD next on the menu. And the backhand of the law has struck. And Justice have bought control yet again.
Oh, Decay is breaking Punk's ankles as well. He had no idea where that Tracer was going. There was a little bit of kidnapping going on the bot as well to make sure that Bottom Uprising still had to reset this progress. And Assassin did manage to find an EMP in the midst of all of that, so Boston Uprising, they're not going to be really responding to any major stimuli when it comes to the Nano Boost. Instead, it's going to be used a lot more offensively, likely on Punk, especially if he can build up a wellspring of energy to put to use.
Punk is trying to deny the checkpoint here. He's used a lot of bubbles. He's kind of denying hacks from Assassin. As Justice needs to get to the checkpoint, need back-to-back fight wins, but as they disengage, Valentine is on the hunt. He's killed too! Boston coming together when it mattered the most. And on top of, you know, Nano Punk, who's just some human microwave at that point, Boston back on the bot.
And it's looking increasingly difficult for Washington Justice to actually string together some of these fight victories. Opener very nearly has yet another sound barrier, but how are you going to use it? Likely to try and answer the sound barrier. It's going to probably be to try and shut down Kalios.
Oh, Punk! Transcendence! Wait, did he get anti? Punk didn't get any of that healing. Must have got antied. Crucial play by Krillin. For the grab play by Kalios, losing Kalios, resetting that energy is going to hurt. Valentine is clutching up right now. And, you know, shout out to MCD too. Supports do frag out too. And despite just Justice pulling the trigger on these ults, it's Boston that get ahead.
It's yet another lovely bubble there from Kalios that actually stops the healing coming through from the Transcendence, so then everyone can coalesce. Oh, we were so worried about Punk dying, but we didn't see the interrupted sound barrier. Oh my goodness, I'm hating Colosseo more and more. Please play Zen.
They need to utilize the speed to really run over Punk if you're going to justify this, or important boosts to help Krillin, because he's getting pressured a lot. Still 91 meters to 79 with a minute and a half left. First kill for Boston. They're very low. They have to be careful. You got to wait for this nano from Crimso. Can Punk survive? Valentine is slept after delivering the pulse bomb to Krillin. At least he got some revenge out of it. But Boston really don't have enough members to keep this going, but they're the ones that are ahead. They can just try to keep the bot where it is, but they also don't want to get staggered, and it's too late for that.
Only a minute remaining. Do or die now for Washington Justice if they don't want to go to control. Victoria and Assassin. A song of two EMPs in chorus will be striking, but who can answer it better? Likely Crimso with the Nano Boost, using it defensively to keep Punk alive when he takes a huge amount of damage. 40% of his current health will be drained by the EMP if he does get caught by this, but good positioning from the supports trying to isolate themselves from each other will be imperative.
With 45 seconds left, Justice have to win every fight. And there's the EMP. MCD gets only bubble, but Nano Boston doing everything to save their backline, and it works. Valentine is also hacked. He can't be too aggressive at the moment. Justice takes shelter in the pack room as Boston start to surround it, kind of look through every doorway. Decay tries to blink out. Kalios is making some room. Opener is slept. Is this something Boston can capitalize on? And they do. Justice losing that is gonna hurt. No speed, no aggressive engage. Now Decay needs to also not die. Any stagger's heal is just hurting Justice. With 5 seconds remaining too, they have to go all the way to 91 meters or we're going to a game 5. The overtime starts now. Kalios has the grab, but he gets EMP'd every time he's thinking about it. Victoria is one step ahead. The grab finally thrown by Kalios, but the transcendence of MCD keeps Boston kicking. As they're looking to deliver one swift one to Kalios. Although he's nanoed, he's tough to kill. The antis from Crimso landing on those tanks. That's a good grab from Punk. The sound bear from Opener is crucial as they survive not only that, but the pulse bomb that Valentine threw as Justice had bot control.
Opener got the sound barrier at the perfect time, but now once again someone on the Washington Justice is sleeping. Kalios takes one, an Assassin another. The horde of red washed with blood as skulls are mounted upon the skull throne. Boston Uprising are sent back to spawn, but here the healing is not going to be enough, Lemon. It's only Opener, and he can't afford to leave to bring Krillin back.
There's the finish line. Justice, a victory ahead of them, 3-1 if they get it. Boston have at least Punk anchoring it. Valentine by his side. Decay misses a crucial pulse bomb. As a first kill can mean so much. It can mean an avalanche as Boston is getting overwhelmed, but now he gets nanoed. Crimso is there to support him as he looks to try and deal with Decay. And MCD is fragging at range. Now he goes up to the window to deal with Krillin too. Justice now have Krillin hacked. They need to keep him alive. This EMP from Assassin drops. It only hits Punk. It gets the D-Mech they need. But Justice don't have card presence. And now they're hacked even more. And Justice cannot get to the finish line. And Boston will force the Game 5.
MCD is bringing so much to the table. 10 final blows over the course of that push, compared to 1 from Krillin, 2 from Opener, and he's doing basically double the damage of Colosseo as well. MCD is on one at the moment, and his trances, yes, they have been denied value by Ilios, but in the neutral fights, the Discord will bring so much to the table, and the raw damage is so hard to keep up with for Krillin because he's having to try and keep Ilios alive compared to the dives of Valentine and Victoria as well, who are not negligible damage. Punk is also just bullying through, and MCD on top of that can occasionally be just the amount of damage that tips things over into the red zone and finds those final frags.
A lot of final frags for Valentine too. 16 final blows, the most of his team. He is a menace. He is a demon in that backline. And Boston pulled through to force the Game 5, so you'll want to sit tight. Get your popcorn. It's going to be a long one. See you on the other side. we left you with the perfect amount of time to cook that popcorn or whatever your snack of choice is, because we're going to Game 5. Boston getting their first map win since the first control map on Busan, so we'll see if they can make it a two-peat when it comes to control wins.
Well, when it came to control, Boston were very much in control on Busan. Being able to win out one fight was all they really needed in order to be able to control the battlefield and put MCD in positions where he could exact a heavy toll upon the health bars of Washington Justice during their long commutes. However, one of the things that is at least enthusing for Washington Justice Predators like me is that control the first fight matters a lot, and Lucio is super important on these first fights. You see sometimes teams will sub in players like Funny Astro for control just because getting that early position with the Lucio and the speed boost can be so instrumental in being able to get that first fight and then snowball it into a round win. So Washington Justice should at least have a good chance to win out these first fights. The question is, will they be able to remain in control afterwards by utilizing the power the Lucio speed boost brings to shut down MCD early?
And Justice have gone to Lijiang Tower before against the Dallas Fuel at the very start of the stage. Lost both Gardens and Night Market on the back of a Kalios Doomfist, and it was a Zen Brig double flanker lineup. Now, we've been hinting over a lot of the Justice comps because they play double the matches that Boston have, so there's limited information available, but I feel like with how the mirror matchup has gone, or mirror matchup in quotations, opener's always on Lucio, Justice feel very strong on this map and on this mostly mirror matchup.
I'm going to be particularly interested to see how Control Center goes if we end up going there. For now is going to be Boston Uprising going for the TP rollout, which is really good because it means they can kind of match the speed here of opener, and they're not lacking in positioning even without a Lucio. Krillin gets hit with an anti-native. There's going to be no expended bubble here. This doesn't mean Krillin's going to be under pressure straight away.
At least that's where the speed gets you in a good position for the first fight, and maybe a position of death in the Shadow Realm. 6 feet under you go, Decay. As I was expecting to see some Tracer, the double flanker, so a lot easier to gap close on small maps like this, and Decay already to the Tracer, carries over some ult charge, as Boston will get the cap first. Justice still looming around, seeing what they can get, which is a boop from Victoria, who didn't manage to translocate in time. So that's an opening Justice can work off of.
Translocator must have been found and destroyed. Punk getting rather low here. No more bubbles, no more Punk. And that's all the Australians gone for now as opener. We'll just drag everyone forward with a speed boost and find themselves some fresh victims. It's a quick flip here for Washington Justice, and now we are going to have an issue. I think there might have been a destroyed Translocator. The hack wouldn't have stayed, of course, because of the bubble, but the Translocator must have been destroyed by probably Assassin on the hunt. Remember now that Boston Uprising, we only really have one choice of approach, because going across the bridge versus Lucio is no bueno.
There's value of the Lucio. You can calm down, like Dave, and then opener will prove it to you right here and now. But Justice kind of low. Opener hacked. Don't die, as I'm talking about you. Valentine Pulse misses, as the K is also helping peel for the backline, making it difficult for Valentine to have the time to set this up. MCD gets nano as soon as he rounds the corner. Good timing there, as there was a sleep too, as Justice throw the crab to stop the push from happening. It only gets Valentine, who manages to recall out. I think he'll still get hunted by Decay, as we're left with a 3-on-2 favoring the Justice. Open to clean up this fight, and worst case, they just head back to point, a point they already capped.
And Valentine is not in friendly territory right now. He could be caught out as he tries to make his way back, and indeed he will be. Washington Justice percentage grows ever higher, ever faster, and Kalios has swapped over now onto the Diva. This is so interesting, particularly because it might be trying to stop a Victoria EMP dive onto someone like Krillin or Opener to try and mitigate that with the instantly available defense matrix, providing he himself does not get caught by the EMP. It also allows for a potential eat on Punk's gravity.
Oh, well, eat this. EMP right to the dome of only Kalios. Opener unaffected. The supports of Justice might have been able to dance around the pillars and avoid the line of sight. The sound bear really crucial to help Justice stay alive. Punk is slept. Pulse from Decay. No peel for Boston's backline while Punk was occupado. Now you have 99% and still ults for the Justice as the EMP and Punk's grab falls to nothing. What a also very determined round from Justice. 100 to 15. That is decisive.
I like that choice to move over to the D.Va, not because necessarily it's the better pick in this scenario, but because you've already expended all of your big utility in the Graviton Surge. You know you're not going to get another one of those in this particular round unless Boston Uprising cap from you. But to be able to swap up the tempo and mess with Boston Uprising's comm structure and their overall plan is super valuable. Boston Uprising now gonna swap on over. Oh, both of our teams have decided to become uber cringe and play the Mayhem. Interesting. We're gonna get up close and personal. A couple of love taps are gonna be exchanged, but Decay on the Reaper is gonna be the main difference maker here. As we're gonna have Victoria instead looking for the burst, sort of like Flashpoint gameplay where you really try and find those early picks using the Sojourn.
Justice with the speed, already have good position in server. Remember, Punk outperformed Kalios on that first Busan map on this very hero, and Kalios has his back against the wall, but Punk focused too much on Kalios. Now Decay has teleported at the back, forced out the immortality from Crimzo, opener boops them out of it, and Decay is slaying. Go off. And Justice with a complete team wipe can go to the point and cap soon too.
MCD just got hit with the weirdest spear. It pushed him like around 2 corners and slid him around a wall, and eventually off the top of Lijiang Tower. Now Washington Justice, they have a defensive position that the May loves to thrive on. Valentine might have to use his wall here to actually block off a sightline from Assassin to stop someone from getting isolated by a May wall.
Oh, first May wall used defensively for Boston as Justice went for the isolation. Valentine walked in all by himself, didn't realize the rest of his team got blocked off, so that'll be a soft reset for Boston.
It's kind of a gamble, right? Like, you wall off one side expecting the May to be there, and if she's on the other, well, you lose. I think at the moment you've got to follow the Assassin projectiles. They booped Decay into Victoria. It's so easy.
You're just trying to help him line up the headshot, you know, but Justice now extending out of the door. And Boston aren't killing a whole lot. I'm counting 3 deaths for Justice and double digits for Boston. So this is Justice all day.
Well, Krillin being down is huge for Boston because it means that Washington Justice have to abandon the choke. No longer can you play the May Cheese. However, if you look at the silhouette of Assassin over there, I think the May Cheese might well be alive and well. A Blizzard in hand, and Punk doesn't really have much means of
Oh, that's an important cooldown you don't have. You gotta drop the Blizzard and maybe hope you don't get canceled. And nope, the Blizzard was dropped for you from Valentine. Now the Terra Surge just for fun, just to be in a silly, goofy mood, I guess. I don't know who that even caught. But Justice will have to reset after this one. Boston will finally get to see that 0 grow.
A very quirky Terra Surge. Calio still has his to play with here. Opener did invest for Sound Barrier to try and deal with the conflicts of both Terra Surge and the Blizzard, but Assassin got caught. It was great awareness from Boston Uprising, just not forgetting their fundamentals and always checking their flanks, and that's the kind of thing that you really need to look out for on a team that's kind of on the back foot. They aren't going to play too aggressively here to try and lock down these chokes with the May, which is interesting to think about, especially with Victoria getting early picks by an Icicle.
Oh, Punk very much getting run over, and his back is against his own May wall, as you're just wondering how much Justice want to invest in a fight that they feel like they already won before it even started. So it's the Air Matrix and Death Blossom, and they can rely on the Blizzard next. And the stagger on the Crimzo is a lot of good time. Justice will get to 90%, and Boston will have to fight this 4v5.
Hear me out. Terra Surge Blizzard combo. Drag them in, and then no one can escape the Blizzard afterwards. The pull effect could be everything, but Punk can eat them both. There's the D.Va. The need to touch Lemon is here.
Oh, at least Punk did his sound barrier from MCD, the overclock from Victoria. And Assassin still hasn't even popped the Blizzard yet. He finally does, as Boston already threw the choke to maybe just protect themselves, actually. And that is all she wrote. What an absolute stomp on this Game 5. The Washington Justice are victorious.
Justice Predators, squad up and roll up, baby. They live by Velucio, and Boston Uprising will die by Velucio. MCD, he'd been popping off all game as Zenyatta, but unfortunately Velucio isn't quite as MCD as we wanted. Kalios managed to pop off Decay in the end with that beautiful double Death Blossom, and it was set up by a lovely wall from Assassin as well that isolated Punk from his healers when he was playing that Orisa, and his Fortify had ran out. The healing was denied, and then it was denied permanently by a beautiful Death Blossom. Everyone from Washington Justice in that final map pulled their weight.
And everyone did too, because everyone's talking about, oh, the Decay show, but I was very impressed with Assassin and the issues they fixed around just coordinating around his hacks. And Kalios bettering a Punk on the Orisa, which Boston started off the series well, and were able to just manage to deny the victory on New Queen Street. I mean, Boston put in a lot of effort, but Justice Predators can be happy.
We are both very happy.
Two of you.
There are literally dozens of us. It was a hard-fought win, and maybe no one fought harder from map 1 to map 5 than the one and only legend himself. Our player of the match, Lemon, is the illustrious Decay.
Of course, what can he not do? Double-digit final blows on pretty much every map, it feels like. Even this one. It started off on Busan, where Justice lost this, but Decay still hit the double-digit final blows, like pulse bomb after pulse bomb, Crimzo and MCD under fire. I thought he was doing so much work that they were going to have to sub in Faith to just have like a Brigitte player, like help Crimzo out just a little bit. And then Decay, was it like Sojourn that he ramped up to on Circuit Royale? Like, Decay, like I've said, when he peaks, I don't feel like there's a team that can stop Justice. It's just the inconsistency that makes Justice fans wonder when to pred him and when to not.
Yeah, predding Justice can be a little bit difficult just because you don't know which Justice you're going to get. And today we got the Decay wants to win some Overwatch Justice. Final blows per 10 at 10.9. Very impressive, and of course those pulse bomb kills pretty high as well. These are his Tracer stats. And we saw a little bit of Tracer, we saw a little bit of Sojourn. The flexibility of Decay can't be understated, even if he's not showing it off a huge amount in this particular meta. And having someone on your team who can just go, I think we're actually going to win this fight, is a big moral boon for your team, because that's where you get over, let's go, in comms, and it elates the team and makes sure that when things are maybe not going your way holistically, that you have these little sort of like surges of happiness that can allow you to reset your mental very effectively.
And the way that he worked with Assassin, because we mentioned kind of the Assassin Victoria Sombra stats really mattered on whose Sombra was able to have the team follow up with some of these hacks, where Assassin was a little bit behind, but also that Washington played double the matches of Boston, some of them including the Shock and Dallas Fuel. So I have some forgiveness for those stats, but Washington clearly believe when Decay is popping off, you give him every resource possible. I mean, we've seen even Nanos go his way for the Sojourn. So a big congratulations to the Washington Justice, who come back after that rough defeat against the Atlanta Reign. They're back on top, baby. But whether staying on top is a different question. But coming up next, the Vancouver Titans versus the Florida Mayhem. It'll be a fun one, and we have an interview, Watchpoint desk, lots of things to show you. So we'll see you guys at the match.
야 이거 쏘자 나 쏘자 내볼게 이거 쏘자 내 묶어놨어
소환 앞에
소장 필이야 소장 짜리야 피딱에 소장 필 루시오 먼저 얘들아 루시오 볼게 벌써 깨고 벌써 내가 받치 볼게 얘들아 너무 아픈데?
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by Ilios from Washington Justice. Ilios, congratulations on the win. Now, I mean, you guys did fantastic today against Boston Uprising, but I want to ask you a question regarding your previous match against Atlanta Reign, where you guys lost to them 0-3. Were there any takeaway lessons that you guys learned from that match that you guys implemented coming into today's match against the Boston Uprising? 자, 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 일단 제일 최근에 했던 경기죠. 이제 아틀란타 전에서 아쉽게 0대3으로 패배를 거두셨는데 그 패배로 인해서 좀 배운 게 있다면 그 좀 배운 것 중에서 오늘 경기 좀 도움이 된 게 좀 있을까요?
일단 애틀란타 전은 전략 전술보다는 이제 상대팀이 굉장히 피지컬이 다른 팀들보다 월등히 높은 팀이라고 생각이 되기 때문에 그 점에서 조금 많이 밀렸던 것 같고요. 또 다른 스타일, 게임적인 스타일 부분에서는 보스턴이랑 비슷한 점이 많아서 그 점을 좀 파괴하다 보니까 자연스럽게 이길 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Against Atlanta Reign, where we lost, it wasn't sort of like a strategy fight against Atlanta Reign. It was more we lost because each and every player on the Atlanta Reign, they were just mechanically better. They are just mechanically very talented players. So I think that was why we lost against them. However, against Boston Uprising, the loss did help because I guess the play style of the two teams, Boston and Atlanta Reign, are sort of similar. They're on the similar side. So, I mean, having that sort of experience against Atlanta Reign definitely helped us today against Boston Uprising as well. My second question for you, Ilios, is also, I feel like we're seeing a lot more Orisa being played in control maps. Is there a specific reason why teams like yourself, Washington Justice, are sort of utilizing more Orisa on those certain maps? 자, 두 번째 질문으로는 오늘 이제 쟁탈 맵 같은 거를 보면 요즘 팀들이 조금 더 오리사를 많이 사용을 하는 것 같아요. 좀 이거에 대해서 좀 질문을 하고 싶습니다. 이렇게 오리사를 요즘 더 자주 보는 이유가 있다면 좀 뭐가 있을까요?
일단 계속되는 오리사 버프 때문에 이 조합을 원래 선택을 할 때 탱커를 먼저 선택을 하고 그 다음에 조합을 짜게 되는데 좁은 맵 같은 경우에 오리사랑 정면 대결을 했을 때 이길 수 있는 영웅 자체가 몇 없다 보니까 대부분 오리사를 픽을 하고 이제 정면 싸움을 강하게 가져가는 느낌으로 해서 이 쟁탈 맵에서 좀 오리사가 많이 나오지 않나 생각을 합니다.
Alright. I personally think that, you know, there's a lot more Orisa being played coming into this stage because definitely, first of all, there is the Orisa buff, so that plays a big part. Not only that, when teams make a composition, they usually go with, they pick out a tank first and then make the composition around that certain tank hero. And depending on, usually on control maps where it's very close and where it could be brawly, right now there's no other heroes that could really fight against the Orisa playstyle, so I think that is why there's a lot more Orisa being played in this meta and in this stage. Alright, Ilios, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 오늘 인터뷰 감사드리고 승리 축하드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Nice. 2 for 2 on waves. What's that?
Orisa throw. Oh, you don't know
that's
me?
a copy pasta.
There's a me. There's a copy pasta.
I missed the copy pasta.
You know the Winston one,
You
right?
missed the me.
Winston jump, Winston zap.
Yeah,
Winston nap.
thanks.
Now it's a new one.
She was here for that one. She
Oh, yeah,
was
I know.
here for that one.
Just like jokes, memes get infinitely better if someone has to explain them to you.
This was
I was
easy.
just checking.
It's Orisa throw, Orisa spin, Orisa slam, Orisa win.
That's Orisa in animal
Danny
form.
drew a horse.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's a
that's a
horse.
horse.
That's
Yeah.
a horse.
Yeah,
I'm
Danny
sure
drew a
about
horse
that.
here. Yeah.
What happened to the bottom of its legs?
Yeah, Danny.
Johnny's big hands were over it, so he erased
Yeah,
it.
My
That's-
big hands?
that was the issue.
You blaming my big hands? Maybe you should draw better.
That was I drew some nice legs on
A lot
that,
of
but
pointing
just
right
didn't.
there. Just saying.
Wait, what?
Well, there you go. There you go.
Oh,
Chad.
yeah, that's true.
That's for you right there.
Oh, that's my. Sorry.
You're the spear. You're the spear.
What's?
Orisa,
Danny
she's got a
is the
spear. You're the
Spear
spear.
of the
Oh my
desk.
goodness. It looks like I missed a lot of stuff. Thank you for catching me up, gentlemen. Now, it does look like we baited like they into making the right prediction.
Unbelievable.
So I think we can take credit for that.
We get at least 50%
Yeah, I think so.
for that, I think. Which is crazy because I came into the day and I was like, oh, I'm going to pick an upset in Boston. And I was like, well, maybe actually it wasn't that much of like an upset pick. And then this series was really close. I mean, both these teams are looking pretty even. I think you saw it on Punk's face at the end. Like, obviously, taking this one quite hard because they probably thought they were coming in the favorites. But this is the scary part about the Justice is like they just can at any moment turn up and play really good Overwatch.
Hey, I've said this for a few weeks now. Nobody in the play-ins wants to play the Washington Justice. They're actually a scary play-in team because, when they're at their best and they have Decay going on this Tracer landing pulse bombs like these, Assassin actually plays a competent Sombra, and like Ilios is a great Zarya.
Yep.
Like, this is a good team. This is a team you don't want to play in the play-ins.
Teams were picking him up in Overwatch 1. Like, I think he played for Boston for a little bit.
Yeah, you think this is a personal vendetta matchup playing against his former team?
The multi-year fight for the comeback
those
against
narratives that we
Paraiso.
like to make up on a desk and the players don't even think
The
about
revenge
it,
matchup.
The Kalios revenge game, this one will be known as. But no, I probably don't think there's any animosity there. It's been a very long time. But we always knew he was a really good Zarya player. And I think you saw that today. And when he can kind of mix in the Sigma and the Orisa and other stuff, it's easy to build some of these comps around him because he's so versatile.
Do you think Krillin goes like, oh, I'm going to beat down the Lone Spitfire?
No.
Because he was on the Lone Spitfire, no?
Probably
sorry,
not.
I'm just completely off.
Yeah.
Yep, sorry, I was just curious. Yeah, but overall, though, it's very
I love that you think that
series.
Matt has insight into Krillin's state of affairs.
Yeah.
2020 Lone Spitfire, that was an experiment right there. Boston Uprising, I mean, I think they're a bit disappointed because they looked better at the start of this stage, and we saw, like you mentioned it before, Zoe, as well, like the tank flexibility from Punk. It's like a huge addition to this team, bringing in the Orisa here, for example, but also being able to play the Zarya, the D.Va. So I do think they're disappointed that they didn't get the win here, but if you're a Boston player, you have to keep in mind, losing this match doesn't really matter. It comes down to the play-ins in the end. You need to be able, when it's all on the line, the playoffs come around, the play-ins come around, that's when you really have to win. So maybe this is an opportunity to reiterate on what you did wrong and you can take something from it.
Yeah, but like Matt said, right? Like if we're looking at that match, it's not like that was a terrible loss as far as losses go.
No.
It didn't just roll over.
It was a
and,
mad fight.
They actually did a good fight.
Is it a bizarre take that I think Boston is the better, more consistent team, but I actually think the Justice can go farther in a playoff style scenario? I actually think the Justice have a higher
They've done
chance.
it before, right? So why not?
I think the
Look at
Justice
players.
don't play as well consistently as a team like Boston, but they have higher highs. I think they're capable of beating teams that Boston may not be able to.
They can hit a very high skill ceiling with the players they have and that individual kind of skill cap they have. But you got to really turn it up at the right moment. So that's a coin toss.
As Mitch would say, the talent is there.
The talent is most certainly there. And speaking of talent, our next two teams got some of that as well. We have the Vancouver Titans going up against the Florida Mayhem. What was that scoff about?
Nothing. I didn't say nothing.
I can't believe you brought this evil into the world.
What?
The talent is there?
The talent is there.
I didn't come up with that. That was Mitch.
I'm
just
pretty
tried to
sure
pin that on me.
Mitch was the originator.
Yeah,
is that a word? Of that
phrase.
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
That's been there. Either way, I do want to talk about Vancouver and Mayhem. Both of you went Mayhem, if my memory serves correctly. Why is that?
I just think their execution is really good. I think the Florida Mayhem, they're good at executing at strategies for the longest time. Even mid-season madness. Checkmate was great in that tournament. And I think when you go into this meta with Sombra and EMPs and stuff, you have to be coordinated. You have to be synced up for those EMPs. And I think they're going to come out and play a really good game here. So Vancouver Titans, they're streaky. They have a Spire, fantastic hit scan player. But at the end of the day, I think Florida Mayhem is the better team.
Yeah.
So I think I'm betting on them.
But Danny though, Vancouver.
I don't know. I picked Vancouver because last time they played and they won, King looked very happy, and it seemed like they were having fun. They weren't stressed. I mean, they have literally nothing on the line right now, so they're just going, woohoo, let's play Overwatch. And I think that's gonna go a long way for them, for at least this match and for the rest of the season.
I think you can make a new slogan. Look, just like Matt was losing his learning, or the opposite. Then it can be being happy is winning.
Be happy.
Yeah. Being happy, having fun is winning.
It helped them last match. I think it's gonna help them again.
I mean, a positive attitude.
Happiness will carry them.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm all about the positivity. I'm reformed. I'm not grumpy anymore. I'm wearing smiley faces. So, I'm on board with you. Have fun. Did nothing to lose if you're the underdog. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not win it?
True.
Or lose it, I don't care.
You don't care?
No, you care.
Oh, yeah, no, I care deeply, of course. And to other people who care deeply about this upcoming match are, of course, our casters. We're sending it back over to Lemon, Kiwi, and Leg Day. What are you guys' prediction for this one?
My prediction is that Johnny's going to receive a bill from my therapist for reminding me about the 2020 London Spitfire, because that was a very stressful time for us British.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Krillin, it was
selling
popping up on
Fury,
that
selling
team?
Profit, selling
Wasn't
Gesture.
Bernard also
Oh,
on that
man.
team?
Yeah, Bernard
see
was
nothing
there.
wrong
He
with
was a slight high spot. Like the talent was there, and the talent's here for these
Glister?
rosters as well. Like I think that RuPaul's been a good mid-season pickup, but yeah, I think being happy is the best thing that could come out of this matchup.
True, right? Yeah, everyone wants to be happy. Everyone should be happy.
These teams are playing for happiness.
Yeah, everyone's playing for their happiness. Yeah.
Put it on a t-shirt.
Are we all
Put
happy?
it on
You
a
are
t-shirt.
basically
So
Socrates.
happy.
Sort of.
Yeah,
Sometimes.
fairly happy, yeah.
Oh, God.
I don't know what's happened here.
I'm glad we're really
I
diving
don't know
into
where
the
to go
depths
from
of
there,
philosophy
honestly, other than
here.
into the game.
I think the
All right.
Yeah,
That's our
we'll
cue.
take this into the game. We'll see if we can figure out what it is to be happy and figure out what it is to be a human being along the way as well. Thank you so much to the desk, and welcome to the game itself. Vancouver Titans versus Florida Mayhem Lemon. This is going to be a little bit of a doozy, and I'm not sure
Yeah.
that this one's an easy pred for anyone, really.
Well, at the very least, I care. No, I don't. Well, like, caring means
Wait,
bias.
no, you don't?
Well, like, I care about both teams, but I think Florida care a little bit more about this match because Vancouver Titans are eliminated. And after speaking to DPay even last week about, so what are the big goals this season? What's the mentality like when these matches don't change anything for your trajectory, your destiny? And it's actually just about enjoying yourselves. It's about really performing to the best of your ability so that you either keep the job you have or you make your resume look good for the next team. And it's like you see it on the Vancouver Titans faces, like when they're on camera in their matches, they're enjoying themselves, they're having fun. And I'm sure that's why you're seeing False in more, kind of that weight is lifted off their shoulders almost.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a mercenary attitude, but you could kind of contemplate this as like playing the job market a little bit. Like I think we've seen some performances from Vancouver Titans players that would either put them in a position to re-sign with the Titans next year or potentially get picked up by another team that might want to do a little bit of a rebuild after lackluster results. Who knows?
Well,
On the other
here's
side,
the
Florida
starting
Mayhem.
roster. Let's look at the starting
Yeah,
rosters because there's a surprising note here about the Vancouver Titans. Aztac is starting over Masa.
Okay, yeah, Aztec coming in is interesting, but I think it aligns with what we've seen from a couple of teams thus far, Lemon, where they prefer to run the double flex support. The time we have seen Aztec in the Countdown Cup, I believe he came in to play Brigitte, but we know that Aztec has both Amin Anna and Amin Zen, so in a meta where those two are both coming to the fore again, like we saw in the mid-season madness, I think that Aztec could be in a position to perform well here. Interestingly, Mirror has come in to play as well. Notably, in the 3-1 victory over Toronto Defiant in our battle for Canada, it was mostly False who was playing for the Vancouver Titans. 3 of the 4 maps played. Miro did play on Control, and on Lijiang Tower played a little bit of Junker Queen, which had very mixed results, but Assault of Azaya quickly turned that around.
Finally, a meta where False can pop off. Because he first started with the Vancouver Titans kind of like playing a lot of Sigma, and now that it's a Diva-ish meta with a Diva main, that's where you expected to see a lot more False. But Mirror, they really like to play him for Zarya, for Doomfist, and all around, as soon as Mirror came into the lineup, he was starting over False just because the leadership and just his experience, his initiative, he knows how much to take space and how much to give it up. But will they give up any space to their opponent? The Florida Mayhem on the other side, who are 0-2. I know like some of the desk were predicting them to win, but they've only won one map this entire stage so far. It's only been 2 matches, but it was a rough 3-0 loss to the Boston Uprising, and they only took 1 map against the Gladiators, which is not bad.
Plenty of learning opportunities, Lemon. That's what we can say about the 2 maps they've had so far. But I'm going to wrap around back to Anna's current place in the meta. She feels pretty ubiquitous, and the mid-season pickup of RuPaul, I think, has been one of the better that has been made in our Overwatch League season. He's been absolutely destroying on both the Anna and the Brigitte. Excellent kiting on the Brigitte during our Junker Queen meta, where I believe Florida Mayhem got 4th over in Toronto at our showdown. And now on the Ana, RuPaul also hit some nasty sleeps. I think that he has been very much a stealth rookie candidate, even though he hasn't played enough of the season to actually like go for any awards. I do think that RuPaul cannot be underestimated.
Someone that has been underestimated a lot is someone, the main tank of Florida, where I feel like his strongest hero is Winston, and really did try to run it at the very start of this meta, but with the double flex support, you know, the Discord orb, plus the burst that Sombra has with the hacks, someone was not having a good time against the Gladiators when he found out just how not great Winston is this meta. And now when they competed against the Boston Uprising, you saw someone flex a lot more to Zarya, Sigma, maybe even some Hammond every now and then. And Florida really depended on someone to be that flexible tank god, and he's still hoping to step up to that role, but Florida may want to explore kind of bringing on more tanks in the future, but for now, it's all up to someone to lead that charge, and we go to boost on downtown first.
Yeah, they don't just hope that someone will be a flex tank god, they assume someone will be a flex tank god. Only one tank on the roster. Florida Mayhem seem almost unique in that. I think it's just themselves and maybe Seoul Dynasty who opted into one tank. Obviously, we had more than one tank on Washington Justice before the incident. But Florida Mayhem, they've very much built around someone as a singular tank, and looks like he may get a chance here to show off his Winston. I think that Mirror might be poorly served by opting into a Winston Mirror match. Actually goes over to a Doomfist now, and Doomfist I think is one of our weaker tanks now that the slow has been removed from his seismic slam, but still can deliver a good amount of CC, and importantly as well, he can also knock someone out of his bubble in order to make him easier to hit.
It's interesting, usually you see Hydron play the Sombra for the Titans. This time it's King. And now Aspire on the Tracer. That's his best hero. So we'll see how they match up. Someone has already been hacked. Focus onto him as Aztac flails away Hydron. And you already have Titans up 5-4, getting even more kills. Florida not showing up in that first fight, but that means first cap for Titans.
Yeah, first cap working out quite well here. Aspire doing a good amount of damage and finding the final blow that was needed to really secure a numbers advantage.
Hydron's on the other team. I'm like, what am I saying? But either way, Hydron usually is on the Sombra. No, it's checkmate. That's what I'm doing.
All right, Aspire. Now looking to try and... Oh, that's a huge anti coming through. So Marjet is so low, but can we follow up? We found Lemon.
Yeah, Mara has to be careful of those hacks and someone as well, but they've been good to kind of dial back the aggression, because the burst is what really catches you off guard when you're hacked in. If there was a Discord, that as well, as Mira's hacked again, just constantly chased out by Hydron, and checkmate! Pulse first from Aspire hits RuPaul. And that's Florida showing presence on the point, but Vancouver hoping to flip, and no one's gonna say anything about it.
I mean, Vancouver's smart there to not get overly distracted by some dalliances on the point. Yes, they go for a fight win instead, so that Florida Mayhem wouldn't be able to build up too much off the back of that, and then quickly just retake the point against meager resistance. Mira might guess a... Oh, hello.
Nano someone at the back. Goodbye supports, maybe? Skyripper did nano Aztac, keep him alive as much as possible. And the rest of Florida didn't really follow up. Now with just Aztac, not wanting to invest the rally there, although it is very winnable for the Titans. 65% plus, Florida gone.
Okay, Florida Mayhem, finally they've got themselves at least a big offensive set piece in the EMP, but Aztac being able to pocket Scarab for that long was... this is risky, 12 HP with the EMP. Mira's going to have to back out of this as soon as possible.
What? Checkmate counter EMP as Titans were engaging, but they left already, so it's a zero-man EMP from Checkmate, as King just wanted to pre-engage to get any sort of picks to stop Florida from flipping, as it's 90% for Titans. Mirror and Meteor Strike goes back towards his, I thought back towards his team because he's very low, but he manages to pound the backline of Florida, who have no healers for the final fight of this downtown round. And it's up to the Florida DPS to just make a miracle happen, but it's not looking very likely. Hydron recalls. He's around the corner to keep contesting. Reinforcements are on their way though. Someone's dead, but Checkmate is there to help out. But this is just a stalled out fight now. Mira can just punch away anyone who comes close, and that'll be the first round for the Vancouver Titans.
Nice bit of short slam tech there as well from Mira to get the instant seismic slam damage on a easily evasive Tracer, who can be difficult to take down with your Doomfist kit. However, I have so many questions about the EMP that was used right there. I mean, Mira had basically already started disengaging with a seismic slam. Maybe Checkmate was hoping and had a little bit of brain ping that there wouldn't be the opportunity to really move away from that. So this is how the first pick was found. I believe they managed to get on top of RuPaul, who's quite low in this. And then the slam on top of this for softening up from a Tracer. Excellent target focus from the Vancouver Titans. And Florida Mayhem. Once again, someone's tank roulette has landed on the Sigma, who's not going to be overly mobile here on control, which some might consider a problem for a control map, but it will at least allow for this kind of bunker-esque position on the point when Florida Mayhem do opt to actually go for the engagement.
Yeah, and they're already heading, Florida heading to that right drum side with the shield. Can cover kind of the main choke, and he's going to be the main brawler at the start, can protect Hydron, provide a poking station for Sturmajet and RuPaul too. So it's all poke all day for Florida with some backline pressure with Checkmate. And how do Vancouver Titans flank around all of that with the Tracer Sombra setup? Mirror's just gonna try and push someone right into his own team, really. And now someone is starting to get surrounded, but Titans gotta work together on a singular kill, and all of that attention seems to be on someone, at least to displace him, but Mirror takes way too much heat there. And gets sniped at range from Florida. And without that tank presence, actually both sides lose their tanks. Kind of left up to the DPS to duel it out. Checkmate gets slapped, so that should be an insta-kill, and it is. So Titans come out ahead off the back of some really good support play.
And it's a pretty poor scenario as well for Florida Mayhem when they sort of gamble on this Sigma chess piece, being able to hold down the point, but actually lose the first cap because someone gets heavily out-rotated and just punched to death by Mirror again and again. And the Doomfist does a really good job of actually bullying out the Sigma because none of Sigma's cooldowns really can stop the damage coming through from a Doomfist unless he hits a big accretion. Now someone swaps over instead onto the D.Va. A little bit better to try and duel against the Doomfist, but also the ability to peel for Sir Marjet and RuPaul is imperative.
RuPaul's about to get hunted. I think you saw the sleep dart go by, so Aspire's feeling better, not so good. Someone heads for the peel, and that's a great usage of the D.Va and why you swap to it, having more mobility to actually deal with these backline threats. Mira's been nanoed, and he has the rally from Aztac. And that's all she wrote. Titans untouched this round.
We can still be friends.
That a spicy Doom aim there as well. Mirror can't really be touched that much by the defense matrix. Neither the seismic slam nor the rocket punch itself can be eaten. And Florida Mayhem, now they're heading into the last fight, potentially on Busan, and they still have no ultimates to their name. Hydron needs to spam away, but already the EMP strikes.
See, that early EMP is what King wanted to do last time. And it hits most of Florida. Their team cut in half. Someone slammed down D-Macked, and there's really nothing Florida can do but hope Checkmate. No, Checkmate's still in spot, so someone has to touch. And it's up to Checkmate to do so, but Mirror hopes to keep him there, and yep, no touch. What a swift and decisive map won by the Vancouver Titans.
Outpaced, outcomped, and outcommed, Lemon. Florida Mayhem don't seem to be able to deal very well with the target focus that Vancouver Titans bring to the fore. Remember that Mirror actually got first picked here on this map of Busan, but there wasn't enough capacity to peel on the Florida Mayhem because Vancouver Titans, they understood the comp very well. They understood that with the Sigma on the point, there's no way for him to be able to actually project his will beyond his bounds, and they could very easily access the backline. If they could appeal for themselves, there was going to be no peel at all. Vancouver Titans start off strong here, and it seems like they've maintained the kind of aggressive momentum and the confident playstyle that gave them so much power against Toronto.
Well, Florida have less than 10 kills just on that round alone. I think just Titans were really good at taking the initiative and playing off of the back of Mirror's calls. That's been a good first round, as we will go to the next map and find out what's next. So stay tuned, everyone. welcome back everyone from the break. Check out this replay of Skyrip. Pretty massive stuff.
Really good conflicts of the abilities here. The EMP, the Seismic Slam, and the Nade all at once does so much damage. Because remember, the EMP takes away 40% of current health, and then the Slam does 50 damage on top of that. Here's Scarippa's stat card at the end of Busan. 7 biotic grenade kills and 2 deaths on 2 stages. And that's pretty good, Lemon.
I would say so too. I agree. He looks sad on that picture, but I'm sure he was happy after that. Titans starting off pretty well. They're 1-3 at this stage. They beat Toronto, I think, at their very first match, and then lost to the Dallas Fuel and Gladiators. Kind of a rough schedule, but it is what it is. And we saw some flexibility out of someone. You know, anywhere from the Diva to the Winston, some Sigma, trying to counter the opponent or answer to what's been called.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the flexibility from someone might be like stretching them a little bit thin in terms of the focus. I would love to see Florida Mayhem kind of maybe focus in on trying to find a singular identity in this meta, whether it be with the Diva, or with the Zarya, or even, God forbid, with the Winston. The Winston, he's not necessarily bad in this meta, but I think he's very easily countered by a team that enjoys playing a Zenyatta and a Diva. Diva's super good at messing with Winston, and she's pretty ubiquitous in this meta, because she can play both on lateral ground and between high grounds as well. And I expect that we're going to see False play plenty of Diva on our next scenario. We're going over to Paraiso, Lemon, so you could play defensively here as either a Zarya or a Diva, but the high ground's valuable.
Yeah, the last time the Titans were on this map was against the London Spitfire, where Mira was playing it. And he was playing some Doomfist. And it was some Brig on the attack. And they had the double flanker, some pretty cool stuff. Not a lot of success from Florida's side either. They played Paraiso against Boston Uprising, and that was a 3-0 loss. And they continued with kind of the Zarya from someone. That's when he tried to be that flexible, went completely away from the Winston from that first match. And it was Checkmate Genji, Hydron, Sombra, Brigana. And then they really like that Zen from Surmajed on the defense. Seems to be the recipe here.
The Surmajed Zen is very powerful. Like, he's an excellent aimer. Notably, early in the season, we had an infamous stat card of Surmajed's deaths compared to everybody else. He's a little bit of a brawler Zen, and today in our first match we saw Lastro illustrate that the brawler Zen style still does have a place in this meta. You can go a little crazy stupid with the Zen and still extract some value from it, player of the match level value even. As Vancouver Titans are going to be starting off in the attack here, there isn't going to be a Diva instead. They're just going to be trying to force it through with a Zarya instead. This might actually be just a bubble King on his first engage. We'll have to see if it's sticking for it.
He's like, wow, I hit that.
A little bit of extra ult charge for King as he moves over onto the Tracer now as well. So the Pulse Bomb should be forthcoming rather quickly.
Yeah, Aztec just has to be careful on the Zen on the attack, that as you're kind of approaching this bridge, you don't have full intel on who's hiding in the left corridor, you know, where Bufal is. So Florida could have the drop down on him. So he really has to respect that space. Pulse has to be ready for bubbles for whenever this flank from Florida happens. If they really want to engage first at all, the Titans are being very careful. It could be just up to Aspire getting a random pick too. He has 100 charge, but someone is body blocking very well, and no one else from Florida wants to expose themselves. So it's a bit of a poke fight as Aspire takes a body shot, immediately backs away. King has made his way past the bridge, and Hydron is keeping him marked. Aspire now making his way through the bridge. Hydron wants to keep him right there. Aspire dropped down to half health, but Florida aren't really overextending or getting too eager. They just want to hold their positions. Hydron is picked, and that's an opening for the attack.
Scarippa uses Exo Boots to jump on up. Someone simply can't survive. The supports didn't have the yellow S to make it happen in Aspire. Oh yes, he's popping off the first pick and potentially the last one as RuPaul is taken down by the headshot of the railgun. And this should be a pretty uncontested cap here for Vancouver Titans. Checkmate, though, is still growing, inexorably closer to that EMP, and Scarippa and Aztec are going to have to be careful about stacking up when going up against this kind of threat.
Yeah, Florida were just almost too patient. They have this double flanker, and I didn't really see much flanking happening besides stopping Titans from going past the bridge. They didn't even care about King when he just double blinked past it. So Florida just definitely can't be scared to initiate with the composition that they have, especially if someone's waiting to bubble something, as Maybe he's just waiting for a good amount of charge to start a fight. For now, it's Florida on the high ground. A hack goes through, and the kill. And a 5 versus 4 for the attack, as Titans just so much depending on the poke of a BAP, a Zen, and the Sojourn, that it's these very slow-going fights.
I feel like a very mistake-heavy pick there onto a Spire. I don't think it was a huge amount of damage that was really going his way, but that's a lot of damage from Samajid onto King. The quick response from the bubble means that Checkmate just will be able to tax the resources of False. Both bubbles have now been used, and Vancouver Titans are still waiting to have their entire team here, Lemon.
Yeah, still 5-on-4 for the defense. And Titans, just based on their rotations through this left side, they can access the high ground that the defense at this kind of green building where Hydron is at is. So now the grab, the trigger's pulled by False. I don't even know who's in it. I mean, Florida aren't even using ults until now. The nano's given to someone to just power their way through the remnants of the Titans, who seem lost on how to dislodge Florida from these power positions.
Yeah, this seems uncharacteristically uncommunicative from a Vancouver Titans. There wasn't really much capacity to actually play like follow-up towards that Graviton Surge. Aztec was distracted in the back by being hacked by Checkmate. And remember, if Aztec and Scaripper actually stack up in order to follow up on one of these ultimates, they're going to get EMP'd by Checkmate, who's still in the background.
Checkmate's trying to get Skyripper and Aztec in it. At least if you're smart, you would, but yeah, the hack didn't go through there. Here's most of the team. Checkmate makes the call. EMP drops, instantly kills Aztec, and the bubble from False to save Aspire, only for a couple of seconds, as he's fragged at range. Florida playing so far back that Titans can't even complete rotations before they're either getting ulted or they're getting picked.
Honestly, I think there's a world there where that's a fight that you need to lose if you're Vancouver Titans. Oh my goodness, the amplification. What is that? What is that, Matrix? What is this? Explain it to me. I need a scientist here, stat.
Oh, that's me. Room decor. We're adding a third wall into the picture.
The feng shui.
Yeah, there's some kind of feng shui is happening, but yeah, that is not it, Chief. So Titans still are losing members. All the time, they're getting first blooded. They can't, like I said, they can't complete rotations without getting picked.
I mean, they have a limited window before Checkmate starts to become a huge threat again. They needed to lose that fight to EMP, really, to allow themselves to actually take these more aggressive angles where you can see Scaripper and Aztec actually begin to stack up. The only problem is that when you do start to stack up now, someone can try and find a grab. It's a solo grab.
Yeah, just to kill False and reset his energy yet again, if he even had any energy to begin with. And he couldn't run away or do anything else.
It's a strong choice to make because the main way that you try and combat that if you're Vancouver Titans is either an Immortality Field or a Transcendence, right? And Aztec was down on the ground level, so there was no way for Transcendence to actually attack False, or rather attach to False and give him that healing, and Scaripper couldn't find a way to actually put down the Immortality Field because he was also up on the low ground, had to use Exo Boots to jump up and try and actually give over any healing to begin with. Smart grab from someone.
And Titans are just deciding to play main. Like, maybe they have a Spire on this off angle with the Overclaw, trying to catch the backline of Florida, who was just not there. But someone who is knocking at the door is someone, so Spire does not want to brawl with that. At least finally Titans get a first blood in their favor this time, but someone is looking for the trades. He's got the Nano on his back, and tons of help. And you're just going to Transcendence out of here because Titans came in with a lot. That's a pulse onto someone who bubbles it away unaffected. And Titans are seeing some progress, but now an EMP from Checkmate will just really spell defeat in this fight. And Titans not getting much more wind out of that with 30 seconds remaining.
Huge EMP from Checkmate, and that makes sure that False can't escape with energy as well. Yes, there's going to be a Graviton Surge, but finding the place to actually use it is going to be super difficult here, because we're likely going to be seeing Florida Mayhem play a spread around these high grounds. You're going to have to try and go for a solo grab, likely onto RuPaul, just to try and remove a huge amount of that healing early and send Aspire or King to follow it up. A miss on the pulse on there could be critical, as now Hydron is going to be in enemy territory and maybe easily punished, but you've got to touch the cart first.
So the Titans have started overtime. At least King on this Echo can access the background and hopefully get the burst that he needs, but he can't even win it against Checkmate, who got bubbled by someone as a grab from False is thrown just to deal with the backline of Florida. And you're seeing some progress, but this could be over right here, right now. Florida dropped the grab, and that is all she wrote. No Titans, no supports, no heals. It's really only up to False and Aspire versus the 3 or 4 members of Florida with their respawn advantage that they have. Not impossible, but not looking very likely, as Titans will be shut down before B. And maybe an important fight win for Florida because they actually have stakes in the Countdown Cup. They're aiming, in quotations, for a top 6, although not likely at this point.
It's not entirely likely, but also good momentum heading into the playoffs will be important, as the play-ins, I believe, will be played on this patch. So trying to work out what is most effective for you and not randomly dropping games that might make you start to doubt the efficacy of your strategies could be quite important. Also, I'm pleasantly surprised by Azai getting good value out of the bubbles. He's managed to bubble a couple of stickies as well, understanding when the solo grab is at its most appropriate, and also understanding when you can look for that 3-man grab and when that's going to be the big playmaker, and that, like, reading the movement of multiple squishy members of Vancouver Titans. Yes, you managed to catch a couple of immobile supports in there, but also the more mobile and easily escaping flankers of the Vancouver Titans. 3 people got caught in that Graviton Surge, and that put them at such a healing deficit that anyone who survived was not going to be able to deal with the fight afterwards as well. However, now, False on the Sigma is something a little bit different over here on Paraiso. We don't see too many of the Dutch scientists wrapping around on this bridge, but it is going to provide quite a difficult bunker position that needs to be busted by the Florida Mayhem. And the question is, does False give up the bridge early to move back to these wraparound high grounds when someone starts to show his face on the Zarya?
At least having the shield from the Sigma just maybe makes your poke heroes, your teammates that are doing all that poke, a sense of security having a shield, so you can present yourself out of cover without worrying about random shots. And Aztac, Skyrippa, Aspire are all going to thank him for that, as Florida now have sensed what the defense have. They go to the Genji this time.
The Winston as well. I kind of like the Winston against the Sigma. He doesn't have many great mitigation tools against this, and of course the Kinetic Grasp and the Shield both don't regard the Tesla Coil at all. There's a huge amount of frontline brawl damage here. So if they can try and cut off False from the healers, things are going to get real dirty real fast. What healers? What healers, Lemon?
I don't know. I didn't see them. Did you? I don't know. Great dash. I was going to say, I don't remember like knowing Hydron as like a Genji player, but man, he's really been flexing and learning how to really play alongside someone. And now this composition fitting to their strengths instead of molding away from it. So Florida once they figured out the comp, this was quick.
Yeah, let's expand the Sabito lore. We've got a little bit of talk time during this cap here. Hydron, no, definitely not a Genji player. For a long time in Contenders, he was actually a Widow one-trick. He was sort of like a Widow substitute for a team called Triumph back in the day. And he only really came in to play maps like Watchpoint Gibraltar or Temple of Anubis. So seeing him excel on the Genji is a little bit weird, but welcome news for a Florida Mayhem who want to not have to have Checkmate play every single hero.
Now the box of victory at the end of B. To keep that in mind, Florida want to equalize the series. How are they going to dive? Because the windows are a little bit tricky to get through if you're a big old monkey. So it's how you can dive kind of this corner high ground where it's a lot more open. Or do you even want to dive? So Titans now swap to the Diva to try and bully out that Winston, but now you're getting bullied by the Sombra, who's going to hack and farm away at you. Florida are making very good progress too. Finally, it hits the corner. This is where your main goal is to take Vancouver Titans off of these high grounds that are surrounding it, because if you ignore it, the cart is going to sail in between all of these enemies. With Florida, make a long rotation to the left side and hope to set up Hydron for success. He's been nanoed, doesn't even have the blade, and I don't think he really needs it. The flankers of Titans made a splash. I mean, they killed RuPaul with a pulse, but I still think Florida come out ahead.
Someone does die here, but it's even more progress on the cart, and this is going to force Vancouver Titans to potentially take a less than ideal fight. You'll just get a little bit of push here if you're Hydron. You still have a dash to try and disengage, so it's a fairly safe engagement to take, and you might be able to force King into a less than ideal position as he tries to at least ameliorate some of the pressure that's building on his team. But the real pressure is coming in the form of these offensive ultimates. The EMP and the Blade both stand ready, but you don't want to combine them because then Scrub can get maximum efficacy out of his Immortality field. If he even gets to put it down, Scrub has been dying early, quite a few fights in a row now.
One fight for Florida to win. And it starts with the blade. Hydron gets into position, slices through Aztec. The amplification matrix from Skyrip, but wasn't enough to dissuade him from this move, as King was still getting into position for a flank, but it's Florida that used their ult first and are coming out ahead. Maybe low heals with RuPaul, but all Florida have to do is finish off this fight and don't choke. And it seems some choking is occurring because the Spire is a slight threat. Only 2 members left of the defense versus the 3 coming up for Florida. But respawn advantage for Vancouver, so they're able to anchor themselves, and Florida going to think twice about engaging without their full 5.
A well-managed last second touch there from Skripper and Aztec as well. The ballet of contesting continues as False is going to be the one to wrap around, and Hydron falling down in the end here. Aztec critically has been able to save this Transcendence, which wasn't popped in haste to contest the cart, and now this can be used to try and deal with the Graviton of someone. So what needs to happen here is that someone's Grav, False needs to try and eat the anti that's going to come out of RuPaul to follow up with it. That is the critical thing, because if the anti connects and the healing of a Transcendence can't be delivered, it's curtains for Vancouver Titans.
Oh, Florida feels like they're baiting. I feel like Checkmate is waiting beside the cart to just try and C9 it, but now it's gone significantly further back, and he loses that opportunity as Hydron got dealt with on the Genji early, forces Florida to play more passive. Now he's on the Sojourn, just so he doesn't have to worry about gap closing. He can just try and poke, and Florida hung around a little too long as Titans look to get more staggers, but False doesn't want to go too deep and lose the mech and lose the entire map.
Florida Mayhem suddenly starts to run low on time. Someone's making a very brazen attempt here. What's he doing? He's simply walking, Lemon.
And Titans only have to do is stand here because Florida ain't going nowhere. Great kills by the flankers of the Titans. Florida only have a minute and a half, and it's just one fight. Just one fight.
Skripper used the amplification matrix at least. That's one less tool that needs to be considered by the Florida Mayhem as Hydron moves on back towards that Genji once more. False has a self-destruct, but as we've discussed before, it's more useful as a I wish to become Mecha Diva again than as an offensive ultimate, especially when losing out on your mech and the defense matrix would potentially be curtains for your easily accessible backline. Checkmate moving in onto Aztec. Oh, that's already forced out the ammo.
Good immortality, almost saved Aztec, and just felt safe enough to not use the Transcendence. 2 down for the Titans after the grab was thrown from someone. Meters away from the box of victory. Titans have to be back quick. They'll have a Transcendence to stabilize them, or do you hold this for the EMP? The EMP strikes first, and Aspire strikes even harder. The EMP hacks too. Aztec with the Transcendence too. And False is pretty good. He's chilling. He has a self-destruct if he ever needs it. And who needs anyone else but Aspire with a 3K? And he hopes to reset this energy from someone. How far do they want to go to do that, though? False is so close to losing mech, and he does. And he uses the self-destruct to get back in. That's costly.
It's okay. That's what the self-destruct is for, Lemon. And False has done a really good job here of minimizing the effectiveness of the grab.
Checkmate!
Oh, Mayhem!
I was
not like this!
Why did he decloak? He's trying to hack. Why no decloak? Why no decloak? Why no touch? I'm so confused.
Not like this. Well, 2-0 to the Vancouver Titans, or should we say it's 1 to -1 for the Florida Mayhem.
Then multiple fights for that box of victory. They had many ults to go through. They speed ran. Florida speed ran the point with a really cool dive composition, and then they just didn't get anything done after.
So no touch?
No, I guess not. So that means that Vancouver are on match point, and Florida kind of cared about winning to try and make that top 6. At the very least, they're making play-ins, but I don't know if they can turn this around. Titans are on match point. We'll see you guys after the break.
is the tip of the spear, and the follow-up is there.
Rotations, deployments, WGS Phoenix winning the fight. Saved by Aztec drop. It happened.
Oh my. Even Skyle instantly deleted.
Oh my goodness. A little bait switcher.
Turns out happiness prevails. Look at his face. He was smiling just now. And how could you not? Titans are on match point. And that Overwatch did occur, and at some points did not occur when it came to I think the worst C9 I've ever seen. But for some actual gameplay, Aspire's 4K. Beautiful.
And like, Aspire then made the most of seeing a load of people overextend to try and deal with both the Graviton Surge that someone threw somewhere, I'm not entirely sure where it ended up going, and Checkmate CMP and punishing the over-aggressive positions that Mayhem had to maneuver themselves into to try and extract value from those ultimates, which I think overall might have been slightly misguided considering that they could have concentrated on the fight on the cart instead, Lemon, given that they got so much early progress. Remember that Mayhem had fights upon fights with the cart essentially one win away from just parking itself in that victory zone.
And I remember the one time when King was the only one contesting the cart when they could have just pushed it. I feel like I'm lacking information on why Florida didn't keep pushing, but here's a replay of my favorite moment of the entire match. The moment not only my brain fell out, but another one. So overtime's about to hit. I didn't really say anything because Checkmate is chilling. There he is, right? He's in touch range. He touches nothing, and Titans win. Thoughts?
Yeah, and Samaje was like engaging with the sound barrier here as well to try and allow for Checkmate to battle for a little bit longer on the cart after he touched it, but sometimes you simply don't, Lemon. Sometimes you just do not. And the thing is, that's sort of like inversely profitable in terms of the mentals, right? Like Vancouver Titans, that is a massive laugh out loud moment. We're having a hoot, they're having a great time. Meanwhile, for Florida Mayhem, it is a bit of a mega tilter, considering that you had done so well in the early Paraiso that for it to be thrown away in those last seconds, even though overall the point B attack was lackluster, really does leave a stain on the mental. However, heading into map 3, Lemon, it's going to be Circuit Royale.
It doesn't help that every time Florida tried to do literally anything, they got picked. I think they struggled on rotations on that map in particular. That's not the first time we've casted Florida just not feeling decisive on where they were going on that point B. But a map, hopefully both these teams do know, is Circuit Royale. And we get to see maybe some Hydron versus King Widow action. And depending on if they hit shots, Overwatch will be occurring.
In terms of my expectations here, I expect False to be a bit of a significant Sigma diff, to be honest. False has been a good Sigma for as long as I can remember. We cast a bunch of him on American Tornado in the off-tank role, where he had replaced Kaluj after Kaluj went to Maryville to fulfill some collegiate team spots. Whereas someone, like we've said before, he's having to play every single tank for Florida Mayhem. And the Sigma generally isn't a huge part of the former main tank skill set, and might require a touch more direct support from the Florida Mayhem in order to really extract a good amount of value from this hero.
So many bodies in that door, and Hydron doesn't hit a single one. That's former Widow one-trick Hydron, I'll have you know. Now he's actually quite flexible. Even learning some Tracer too, and I think that's becoming one of his biggest strengths. But for now, Florida just have to rely on the poke at range, probably setting up on the bridge. Checkmate is trying to go unnoticed, and now has to quickly blink back to the loving arms of someone who's at least presenting himself on the card to keep it contested, and that's where the poke's doing kind of nice. That shot misses. Now there's a shield in the way, so Titans might want to wait a second. Nope, they're gonna keep poking. They're gonna keep looking at the Widow in the eye.
Yeah, Aztec overextending just a touch just there on a super wide angle, and someone can punish that. Remember that when it comes to the exchange of shield pressure here, Vancouver Titans are going to be very much in the lead because they have both a Sojourn and a Hanzo who can pretty freely spam away on someone's shield compared to a Tracer and a Widowmaker, who are rarely going to be shooting shields because they shoot heads instead.
feel like Florida are doing to Titans what Titans did to them on Paraiso, when it was just pick after pick and a lot of waiting as Titans are trying to leave spawn. Florida could be creeping around this corner. Oh, the flick doesn't hit either. And it's up to False to just... Actually, Titans don't have a hero that has any backline pressure. It's all picks all day for Titans, which they're lacking.
I got to admit, I had my doubts about Summon Sigma coming into this, comparing it to False, but he's doing a really good job of tempting people into these sightlines of Hydra. No headshot connection this time, and so someone's going to back away with a broken shield and cede away a touch more ground to the Vancouver Titans. You can only give away so much ground though, Lemon, because then you get into a position where Scareppa can force a fight with the Amplification Matrix when you're at your most vulnerable.
Just one kill for the Titans. Just one of them. There it is! There it is! Let's go, King! And now Titans use the Immortality just to heal themselves up, stay safe so they can round the corner. And now they head towards the end of point A. Florida coming up to some ultimate, starts with the Amp Matrix as soon as Titans move down the lane. That's a charged up rock. Skyripper could just not handle. Now Titans trying to use the cover of the statue to see as Florida are pushing up if they can get to have any response at all. But King stayed there a little too long. And he really committed to try and go for a trade, but gets nothing.
Yeah, I think that False went a little bit quirky with his positioning there as well, and ended up getting picked off quite easily. A double damage rock through the Amplification Matrix also easily slew a member of a Vancouver Titans offense. King's not been doing a huge amount of damage thus far, still building up towards this Dragon Strike, when against these more square targets like the Sigma and the Zenyatta, it should be relatively easy for King to at least be hitting these body shots. That's a lovely stick, but good mitigation.
All right, we need to see some kills. And it's Aspire with the overclock. Finds one. Hydron's removed. Tries to turn and burn on Checkmate. And just completely is ignoring this Tracer. Just wants to dislodge someone, because that is the last anchor that this boat needs to hold on to point A. And Titans now get hit by a grab flux from someone as Surma Jet pushes forward with the Transcendence just to show some love and support for someone. And Checkmate goes and cleans up all the kills, so Florida continue to hold, and it's about 30 seconds left for Titans.
My counter might be off. I'm not a smart man, Lemon, but I think that someone at the moment is 2-1 on fluxes with False and is almost caught up to him when it comes to ult charge again. Florida Mayhem, their defense here has been rock solid, and with the additional information here granted by the infra sites, it's going to be so difficult for Vancouver Titans to approach again.
It's only been 2 kills for the Titans. And it will continue to maybe be that way. Oh, Aspire! I'm waiting to see Aspire. Someone has a touch. Aztec, he's praying. The piece has been found. Tranquility, as he hopes to just cap A while no one's looking. Florida can't even do anything about it, because Aspire is just going to throw his whole team to the backpack, and Titans will be capping A.
Oh my goodness. We've seen weird matchups before, but this one's just drinking Whack-A-Zaid from a clown shoe. this is madness.
That's a weird shoey.
The Transcend, yeah, that's the weirdest shoey you can have. And well, the Transcendence touch, it was well devised by the Vancouver Titans. It was simply what was required. And Aztec manages to zoom on past a Florida Mayhem, run the gauntlet, touch the cart, and then Florida Mayhem kind of are caught in this weird crunch scenario where they have to decide a direction to fight in, and they simply lose their duels.
Okay, Checkmate just like Goomba stomping False. Just hoping to give this pulse bomb to someone important. Titans have a grab flux. Maybe worried about Surma Jet's Transcendence and hoping to send King to kill him and remove that possibility. As for now, Titans get hit by a grab flux from someone first, and there's no support ultimates. Doesn't seem to have left a big enough dent as Florida are actually the ones losing this fight. False has a bigger grab flux. Seems like the tanks are focusing each other down. Transcendence from Surma Jet to provide a point of stabilization for Florida, as Aspire can't seem to pierce through all of that healing yet. Just body shots for the guy. And Titans now losing frontline now that Skyrip is down, and Florida send Vancouver away.
It was not cheap for Florida Mayhem, however. The usage of that Transcendence may have some knock-on effect as Aztec is about to come up on his own. And remember that Aztec can pretty much use this freely for like pushing damage, because they're not going to have to deal with like a Dragon Blade or an Overclock. They're basically just dealing with the Gravitic Flux. And what was that? That was disgusting!
Disgusting. It was murdered. We are in Spooky Month, so...
Murder in my Overwatch League?
Oh boy.
It's more likely than you think.
Aztec is really trying to ego check Hydra. It's just, I don't know who's going to beam the other first. Titans left to 20 seconds. Are they going to make the miracle push at the last second? They have the ults to do so. It's the Matrix Curse from Florida, and they spray down False. You don't have any tanks. So Aztec is just trying to heal the DPS and hope that they get the responding picks. You get the immortality of RuPaul out of the picture, and Matrix is summoned by Skyripa. There's really no one to poke Florida rounding the corner, trying to avoid looking at it in the eye. Someone unleashes the grab flux. Aspire tries to jump out of it, but just jumps into bullets. And Florida have held Titans short of B. And I am just falling out of my seat with excitement.
At the beginning of this map, I talked about how someone had been playing so many different tanks that I expected False to have a clear differentiator here. As a former professional off-tank, back when that word meant something. We used to be a country, Lemon. Back when that word meant something. But right now, someone is 18 elims, 11 final blows, and 1 death. He's been doing such a good job of rotating his cooldowns to survive properly. And someone, and RuPaul and Sir Marjet have been supporting someone incredibly well in that. And I think that someone's been hitting the critical accretions as well to make sure that he's always got an advantage in the duel against False. This is kind of an amazing performance from someone who I thought was mostly going to be playing the Winston to try and extract value in a map where the Sigma is demanded. And if you don't have the Sigma, then Circuit Royale can sometimes just be a map that you've got to throw in the bin.
Hello. At least it's a big mental comeback for Florida too, after how Paraiso ended. The fact that they just looked dominant through all of that. I mean, Titans barely had any kills until the very last, overtime fight for point A. Someone has some good dodges, kind of is just throwing bodies into checkmate so he can finish them off. And yeah, it was an important interaction of just both grab fluxes being exchanged, but someone getting more value out of his.
Florida Mayhem now. All they have to do is match the distance, and, well, we've seen this before, right? Florida Mayhem had a pretty good defense on Paraiso. And in the end, fate decided to take things into their own hands. But if Hydron can continue to be a menace on the Widowmaker, and as hot as the hand is coming in, this should be a fairly swift take for the Florida Mayhem.
At least having an assassin like Checkmate on the Genji, you can go and add pressure if targets are low. If Hydron's only hitting body shots, like Checkmate can go and follow up and maybe finish off those kills. Oh, I saw Hydron lining up the shot. If King was going to continue up those stairs, that was not going to be good. But Florida, some good progress so far. False hoping to hold the corner. And he's already been overwhelmed. He's been stunned by an accretion. That's slowly losing out to someone. But now that King wins out 2 kills, he just removes 3 people by himself? Okay, I'm a pocket king.
I'll be taking that crown back, thank you very much. And once again, I have to point out the difference in shield damage that's going to be available now. Although with Hydron swapping over to the Sojourn instead of a Widowmaker, it's going to be less distinct. Checkmate's going to provide a good amount of brawling burst damage if he can get on top of False. But Checkmate also isn't going to have much in the way of counterplay if he gets targeted by an accretion. You can either dash to try and dodge it. If you can't dodge that, whether it's Widow or Sojourn, Hydron still hits those heads.
That's a 5-on-4, so Florida really want to get trucking. They've already set up Checkmate on that right side to pressure out King, and he's still hanging around. He's getting healed. Titans aren't giving up despite False kind of being asleep, so Florida are taking more real estate. That's an important punish that Titans got onto Checkmate too, and Hydron? King is on it today.
King is on it, Aztec too. It's very weird that, like, at 1 HP, Checkmate decided not to dash to his supports, but instead to dash into melee range of the Zenyatta. Quite a curious decision, but says a lot about society. Thank you for Titans now. 2-0 still, and half the time bank of Florida Mayhem has slowly ebbed away. The question is, where do you wish to put this nano boost? Do you want to wait for the next 30% of Checkmate's blade, or do you want to try and maybe manhandle yourself a win in the tank duel by giving over that additional damage reduction and damage output to someone who thus far has been performing super well in the duel?
Well, that's a good Dragon Strike right at the corner. As thanks, False. I was lining that up, and you lifted them out of it. But all the kills are going in the way of the attack, but King was a threat finally dealt with. So we're left with Florida trying to still achieve point A. Around the corner is False and Aztec, and Aspire up on the high ground. So Florida, if they can just get one more pick, and a Hydra gets his overclock shut down. That's why you don't mess with Aztec. Oh, he's good.
Critical pick there from Aztec. Remember, one of the lesser seen additions to the Vancouver Titans this season, but his Zen still is dangerous. We've mostly been seeing Marsa, but the lean into the double flexes serve Vancouver Titans well in this matchup. Florida Mayhem, they're coming in loaded for bear when it comes to offensive opportunities, and there's not that much that can really shut down the Blade. The Immo field, if that can be forced out first, Checkmate should have an easy landing when it comes to the Blade.
Man, Titans are just so good at playing passive and wasting time, and someone wants to physically remove them, or maybe not. Maybe that didn't occur. Checkmate, now Blades, Transcendence from Sir Majed. We're just gonna out-ult them. That's how we win the fight. Florida about to cap A, and any staggers here are massive.
I love the target focus there from Florida Mayhem as well. They actually use the Blade from Checkmate to try and force out a defensive immortality field on the group of squishies that's presented by the Vancouver Titans. Then they about face, and they make sure that False, who's isolated on the cart with no more resources to try and help him, can be easily cut through. And the rest of Vancouver Titans, they don't have the pushing power to actually bring themselves back onto the objective, and that guarantees Florida Mayhem the chance to attack point B with 2.5 minutes. It was, however, an expensive fight, and Florida Mayhem are going to be wanting for resources with the exception of that nano boost. Last time it went on to Checkmate, and he was shut down by a headshot from King.
Oh, Checkmate pressuring out King, gets the dash reset. The flex in case anyone noticed. Titans don't seem to be too worried. False's shield is now broken. He has to back away. He's half HP. Titans just waiting to build those support ultimates. Florida meters away from the box of victory to keep themselves up in the series. Not again. Please, I'm begging you, someone touch a cart. Please.
That's going to be real difficult when you've got a tank with no mobility and a bunch of snipers on your team, but credit in this case goes to someone. False was making the move to contest the cart, and he managed to start body blocking, and while he was body blocking, got a point blank accretion as well. That reset False's momentum, stunned him for a while, and made it impossible to get past the bodyguard of the Florida Mayhem. In the end, I'm truly impressed with what someone managed to achieve on the Sigma, but is it something that Vancouver Titans are going to have to go up against again? You know that San Francisco Shock, they've been forcing the Sigma on a bunch of maps to just try and make the most of what Kaluj is good at. Florida Mayhem, I don't know if they're prepared to try and do the same.
Well, King is the one who impressed me on the other side, and we'll see you guys on the other side of this break to see if Florida can keep it going.
Florida Mayhem are showing us a multitude of different looks, and someone is helming all of them. This guy can do anything.
What? Someone already... Sorry? Excuse me? That's not allowed. Is he in a luge? What is this? Cool runnings? Sorry? Someone just slurped up proper on the way through. There's like someone just bolted a bloody hyper-powered Dyson to the front of him as he charges through the middle of the map. I mean, someone has to yeet the spaghetti. Someone was just able to follow up, clean him up indeed. Someone going to flatten Yurio here, and Dallas Fuel get absolutely Goomer stomped in this first fight. Someone trying to clear a few mines. He's very, very low, but he catches Violet still somehow.
When it comes to rookies, I think someone is someone that we're really going to have to start heavily considering as one of the best.
Man, winning must feel real good when someone's on your team. The energy he brings, but not only that, look at the stats he brings with him too.
Ooh, someone sizzling to someone Sigma. Only 4 deaths on the entirety of Circuit Royale Lemon, and someone was under so much pressure as well when it came to rotating those defensive cooldowns. His shield was taking both Hanzo damage and Sojourn damage, and the Sojourn loves to hit that shield to charge up her rails as quickly as possible, and it meant that Foal should have been in a position to really bully out someone, but the proper rotation of the kinetic grasp through the accretion as well also led to more accretion kills, 7 of them in fact on Circuit Royale. And I began that map thinking that someone was probably going to be at a disadvantage compared to Foals. How wrong I was.
Well, every reverse sweep starts with an 0-2 count. Florida are reaching towards the closet for that brew, but it stays closed for now. All that matters on how this push map is going to go. And they're going to need some extra help, so they've recruited Animo. The first time we've seen him this stage. Wonder what he's up to. Some Lucio, maybe?
He's alive! Animo's alive!
Put the milk cartons away.
Lucio. Maybe a touch of Brigitte, but honestly, I doubt it. We could be up for some Florida Mayhem shenanigans here. They are one of the teams that have been most likely to go full quirky mode, like they did on some Dorados with a pharmacy combo back in the day. That was actually during Stage 3, I think, when Jotes was at its apex, and they had Animo playing a bit of Mercy. However, I think this is likely going to be the Lucio. Push is such a fast game mode where you have to try and keep up with the bot, which moves at regular player walking pace, that the Lucio can bring a lot to the table, especially allowing you to set up fights in optimal areas where you want to be trying to stop the barricade or the bot at certain zones where you can control the high ground and have yourself a preferential battle.
Both these teams, maybe this isn't their preferential map. Both these teams are 0-1, I believe, on Colosseo. But when it comes to Florida, they had a really solid showing against the Gladiators. It was a 119-117 loss for them, running some dive. And you know how much Winston gets blown up. On the side of the Titans, they lost this to London Spitfires 61-59, another close one. And it was kind of an interesting comp with the Mirrorissa, as we call it. The Lucio, Bab, and May. Orisa May, question mark. So obviously as this series goes on, both these teams have kind of found their strengths. So we'll see if they return to the old tried and true strats.
I mean, Colosseo is a particularly good map for May, at least, because a lot of the high grounds are actually perfect height for a May wall boost, which can confer some value or some vertical mobility onto your tank where maybe you might not expect some. However, I don't see any May rolling out here. And someone, I wouldn't be too surprised to see him continue to play the Winston here, given that it is probably his best hero. Someone's Winston is actually kind of legend here, to be honest. He's starting to catch up with other Winstons in terms of the overall value generated, especially considering Florida Mayhem. The executions they've had on the dives, I think, have been pretty strong. When you look at someone's player cam, he do be yapping. He do be getting those words per minute out. And he is calling the dives pretty succinctly.
At least you have the double flanker from Florida along with this dive. It's already been initiated. They blow up Aztec immediately. And Titans already have to head for the hills. King overstayed his welcome, kind of stayed in the middle of the lane, got shot from multiple angles. And Florida continue to snowball this, looking for more kills. They even kill Skyrippa. And they'll reset Folz's energy, whatever he has left. And that's a good start for Florida.
So we talked about yapping and the execution, and credit to our observers there, we saw the really wide angle of the crunch that we needed. 4 members of Florida Mayhem all played around the outside, trying to soften up Vancouver Titans and kind of bait them in, so that someone from his obscure position could dive in and get maximum cleave on the Vancouver Titans who had kind of, they'd huddled up for warmth and defense.
Well, Titans are trying to huddle up right now. They barely dodged the dive. Both bubbles delivered from Pulse, and when you see both bubbles from Azaria, those are critical cooldowns, and you want to engage even more after that. Taking off King is good. He's 0-2 right now. Hasn't had much of a splash yet. Florida continue to ruin the Titans. Still looking for more picks in the cart. A steady progress, and it's Hydron that's on it, so you can have your supports of Florida involved in the fight at all times. Titans now on the bridge can get the drop down if Florida are not careful. And I'm expecting this Nano to be unleashed. They give it to someone, and he goes in even deeper. Hydron throws the pulse, and that kills Aztec. Titans haven't had any room to breathe yet.
Absolutely zero. Foles here. He's going to get solo primaled. I've had enough of you and your energy. Remove yourself from Colosseo. Oh, Foles might have to consider swapping D.Va here. He might have to give up the 76% ult charge or whatever he's got towards the Graviton Surge because they need a D.Va to bully someone. They can't let him run free, and honestly, Foles, Zarya might just be too slow. Someone's leaving him behind. Animo gets stuck, and that at least is an opening delivered by King, but in the end, the checkpoint has been gained, Lemon. Florida got what they wanted.
Yeah, Florida get there, and because they decide to leave this fight to recontest this, Titans won't be able to pass a neutral point unless they win the fight. Titans got left behind. Skyripper got left behind as Florida send their double flankers for the kill, not getting anything yet. As Titans, now that those flankers are gone, take the time to start and engage, waiting to see where Florida are. Maybe looking to focus someone as it's a solo EMP from Checkmate on the Skyripper. Still hasn't been able to kill him yet. Titans have backed away, they started providing bubbles, and they've refocused their attention on the front line of Florida and pick off someone, and that loses a lot of the initiation power that Florida had.
Vancouver Titans are doing a good job of sending False pretty far forward, knowing that the capacity to punish him without a Zenyatta and without a counter Zarya is going to be pretty bad. And it means that someone has to take these incredibly long leaps to try and actually take part in these dives. That's why we see things like the solo push and the solo EMP onto Viana, because the rest of Vancouver Titans can't stopping the advance.
Overclock from Aspire. Everyone from Florida is just running. Unfortunately, not able to get away is Animo. Florida did take a lot of damage, but just losing one is not the end of the world. That means RuPaul should be able to work up towards a Nano, and that could be the win condition for Florida, giving that to someone. But Aspire was still charging up off of the Winston bubble and able to find the finishing blow on the checkmate, and no DPS for Florida. Yeah, I guess you're still gonna Nano someone. You don't want to get totally rolled, but you commit the grab just to trade out with that ultimate. That's maybe a W in the Titans' eyes.
Oh yeah, that's a huge W to get rid of someone in that Nano. If he'd taken out either Skyripper or Aztec, a final fight on top of this checkpoint could have been viable for the Florida Mayhem. But now instead, they're going to be able to get some of this bonus distance as well, providing Checkmate doesn't go in for a major contest, and every single centimeter they get is worth so much now.
Florida couldn't contest before the lead swap, but they do Sound Barrier engage. Someone got slapped and bursted. Every shot from Aspire delivered with love and care. Titans, at least they have a tank, so they can just try and lay down the red carpet down this bridge. And the bot started leaving. Good thing that they look at the objective.
Eventually, Lemon. Eventually. False at the moment. Isolated. There's a Discord orb onto someone, which is going to make things slightly difficult, but of course it does have a primal rage if bad weather do be inclement upon him. Even more push now going to be achieved by the Vancouver Titans as King looks for an early pulse bomb.
Pulse delivered to no one. And speaking of no one, there's no supports for Florida. So Titans could be extending this, but okay, there's some trades coming in the Titans' way. They're still pushing. It's 3v3 as well, as someone's primal is now out of the picture. He lays the bubble just so, Aspire can get any random shots down lane. Someone jumps past, deals with Skyrip, a great follow-up from Hydron, as someone even dives out. He's still getting harassed by King's Tracer, but manages to live.
I mean, Vancouver Titans knew that was going to be a lost fight, right? Like, they're right next to Florida Mayhem spawn, but they got the additional distance out of it, and that's what matters the most. Because now Florida Mayhem, they have to win 2 or maybe 3 fights in a row in order to actually be able to equal or surpass the distance gained. And Vancouver Titans were getting forward spawns that entire time as well. Checkmate has an EMP that's ready to be set up here, likely in conjunction with the Nano Winston. False is going to have to be on it when it comes to these bubbles. That's an interrupted slide.
Oh, what a good bubble!
No way.
2 bubbles for Aspire as someone just sits happily in his own bubble. Someone has slept. Surely he's dead now. Even after Checkmate's EMP, Florida feels like they're on the back foot of this one. Because here comes Aspire and his overclock.
Recharging.
And Titans
I don't
get
know
to continue.
Aspire. How did he manage to do a quick 90-degree flick and take out Hydron? That was going to be the real linchpin of the dive and help to burn through his bubbles that False was going to be offering. Like someone, he does a lot of damage while he's nanoed, but not enough to really burn through his eye bubbles. It's still flat DPS that comes from the Winston. Now Hydron looking to try and turn things around with a well-placed Pulse, but remember that False can mitigate them so much more easily than someone can because of projected bubbles.
3.5 minutes left, and Titans at least a 30-meter lead at 94. They can just really keep Florida at this point, but Aztec's Transcendence is forced out from the Hydron pressure, and he just gives the Pulse Bomb at Skyripper right after. King tries to do the same thing, misses unfortunately for him, as RuPaul tries to go back towards someone to have some point of security. The grab is thrown from False, as Florida managed to survive through most of it. Animo can't give a sound barrier when he's dead, as someone at least keeps himself alive with the Primal, hopes to backhand King, and he doesn't want to mess with the Primal anyway. Titans just can't seem to get any progress at this point, and someone is still alive, and King is slept.
Yep, quick recall though, saved by the bubble, but unfortunately he's been placed back into the hellscape of war. False does have energy to work with, but no friends to try and share it with, and the bot should be back going towards Florida Mayhem's barricade any moment now. However, what value can really be extracted now from this Nano? It seems like Vancouver Titans have managed to find a good way of saving False's bubbles when they track that the Nano is available in order to just completely mitigate someone. And remember, he can also be controlled via sleeps and via Zenyatta's kicks as well.
See the Titans, or Florida trying to get a push going. It is contested on the top of that bridge, as Florida have to dislodge them by force. The Nano to someone deals with Aspire, a big threat when it comes to the damage. And Florida not wanting to really go after the support, so they'll just get at least a checkpoint, see if they can reestablish themselves on the bridge. And they caught False sleeping. They go after the supports while he's occupied, and you reset False's energy, not before losing Animo. Not a huge deal. But Florida were trying to push the bot, and King was trying to push it the other way. And King kills RuPaul, so you have no supports if you're Florida.
Oh, there's no way that RuPaul gets picked there, and King managed to steal the bot away as well. Like you said, the objective focus from Vancouver Titans here could be absolutely imperative. Only 1 minute and 19 seconds left. Florida Mayhem can take this engagement, but they don't have the healing to make it happen. And Vancouver Titans, they can simply outpace the bot, and it's slow push forwards. I think this is the right thing to do here for Mayhem. Leave their most escapable characters on the bot, pushing it forward, and then when they have 5, take an early engage.
Oh. Titans thought they were going back to the neutral point, but Florida wrapped back around, caught them completely off guard with the EMP. And it's already a 5 versus 3. Winning this fight for Florida could mean a lead change in the last minute of play, and Titans want to contest that. But now False is getting overwhelmed. Florida timed their dive so well, and they're so good at realizing the cooldowns that Titans have used and executing afterwards. Hydron misses the pulse, but killing Skyripper is massive. Aztec will have to use the Transcendence to provide some amount of healing if he can even connect with his teammates, because he was getting primaled for a second. The lead goes to Florida as they reach 112. They don't even have to go any further.
Someone did a really good job there as well of cutting off False with his bubble, making sure that none of that healing could come through, so there was no real way to save False when things started to get out of hand. A lead has been gained by Florida Mayhem, and only 10 seconds remain. If Vancouver want to end this here, they need to play perfectly.
And Titans are going to have to win multiple fights, not only just perfectly. At least they're on the bot. Overtime has started as Spire has the overclock. He's looking for targets, and Florida are running away from this ultimate. And as soon as he's gone, they counter-engage. Someone is in the back, but they all get blown up, as I'm sure Florida were in the middle of running away from Aspire, so some disconnects with Florida happened, but that means Titans are still in the bot and they still have a chance.
The question is, how many fights do Florida Mayhem wish to try and take to tax this approach from a Vancouver Titans? They should be able to get at least 2. 1 in the neutral area of a Colosseo, and then 1 once the barricade has actually been touched. But they might be able to win this first one if they can try and prank False's Graviton Surge, which is going to be the main playmaking tool of Vancouver. Ideally, you want to try and catch both RuPaul and Animo into that, but if Aztec is taken out first, things get real bad.
Oh, yeah, Aztec was 1 HP. I can't believe Checkmate didn't get that, but he'll be back with an EMP. That'll be a guarantee, perhaps. False throws the grab only to someone, and both tanks are gone. 4v4, Checkmate EMP, instantly kills Skyripa. Very limited heals available for the Titans, who, remember, have to play perfectly and need probably a fight or 2 to get to the 120-meter mark, which is up the bend and on the high ground. Florida, though, are missing some people as well. I think they have at least 4 members there, and they have slightly closer respawns. Aztec forced to use the Transcendence after Hydron's pressure was too much. He's just anchoring the cart, or the bot, to make sure overtime is still going. False or Skyripa have to be next. Now Skyripa's hacked, and he's dead soon, and False could not peel in time. The sound barrier, the overtime goes away. Every reverse sweep starts with an 0-2, and Florida are on their way there. We're going to Game 5.
The Siren Song of Control, it beckons Lemon. And Florida Mayhem, they perfectly handle that last fight. In fact, they give away a little bit more push on the bot every now and then as well, knowing that Vancouver Titans, they're coming back from long spawns. The bot hasn't moved past the checkpoint, and so they're spawning an entire map away, and they're not fast enough to really try and make this happen. However, someone, for me, really managed to get so much value there by continuously cutting False off from the Ana heals, using those Winston bubbles, and also forcing False to use suboptimal grabs to try and shut down the Nano Winston, when, in actuality, the main threat was already in the backline, and it was Checkmate with an EMP ready to take down both Skyripa and Aztec.
Well, Florida proved that the dive is not out of the meta, according to them. It works out on Colosseo. We're going to break, and when we get back, it'll be a Game 5 control to decide. Are you not entertained? Get your brooms out. There's potential that Florida could reverse sweep here. It all comes down to Lijiang Tower, our final map. Titans, I know happiness was supposed to prevail, but I'm not seeing no smiles after how this series has boiled down.
So no smiles? Mira coming in for false, and he's bringing in the substitute smile to reinvigorate the Titans. And I want to drag myself back to a comment that I made earlier. After Paraiso, I said that the lack of touch from Checkmate would have been a real bit of mental booming for the Florida Mayhem, but credit to Gumba and McGravy, they appear to have straightened them out pretty well when it comes to the mentality. Florida Mayhem, after that lacking of touch, what should have been, in my opinion, probably a map for Mayhem, they managed to turn this around and really dig their heels in this series. We could be facing reverse sweep here, and it all comes down to our fifth map, but our second control map. I think it's going to be Lijiang Tower, Lemon.
Yeah, and the Vancouver Titans successful on this map before against the Toronto Defiant specifically, running behind Mira, Zarya, even some Junker Queen at some point. A lot of King Genji, Aspire flexing between Tracer and Sojourn, and at the time it was Lucio Ana because, you know, Masa was playing, so I wonder how that strat is going to change with Aztac in the lineup. And Florida struggled on this map against the LA Gladiators, so understandable, have a nice day situation. They ran a lot of dive against them.
Animo remains in. He do still be living. He is on the Florida Mayhem roster and being put to his best use, apparently, playing a little bit of the dive supportive Lucio. And this means that someone could stick on the Winston as well. And while the Lucio is not mandatory for the Winston, it does allow for you to have some quite relentless forward pressure onto less mobile support lines that you've come to expect from the Vancouver Titans, especially when Masa isn't in. And there's a lovely little pause.
They're laughing. Who dropped the mouse? Skyrip is on the floor.
Gone. Sorry, guys, I dropped my mouse.
Someone had to crack a joke before the map started. There was way too much serious faces for the mom issue. Okay. Not sure what that's all about. That was written in game, by the way. There's no assumption. They wrote that.
Yeah, he's been told to clean up all the spaghetti that got dropped. Mamma mia, Scarippa. Mamma mia.
What's about to unpause? Mom issue aside. So we go to Gardens.
Yeah, we've sorted out the mom issue, and on Gardens, this is where you're likely going to be seeing the Winston. It's a little bit less common, especially on Control Center, but Gardens has always been one of those areas where Winston thrives because he can just close the distance so well, and he can use the central advertisement as excellent rotating cover. Someone doesn't even bother to take the TP on rollout, but Mira here on the Doomfist is interesting because he can very easily control the movement of someone and try and make him overextend in these. Never mind.
I bet he'd love to do a lot if he wasn't hacked. I bet he could use his abilities if he could. Also, Checkmate just killing King while he's in the sky. The supports from Titans on fire. Everything is fine, .jpg. Checkmate also farmed a lot of ult charge there. I like that Aztec's on the Brig, so you can at least try to protect yourself from the dives.
Yeah, you can also try and kite out the dives as well by using the shield bash with the increased distance that it gives you now on Overwatch 2 compared to Overwatch 1. It means you can create some good distance from the Winston. Not as permanently, however, because he has a speed boost from Animo, and Mira got thoroughly bullied in that. Remember that Checkmate can gather so much information for free here on when Mira wants to set up, and that makes his engagements a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, if all those hacks keep focusing Mira, he's not going to have a fun time. Either is Aspire catching strays. 5 versus 4 for Florida. Someone has to be careful. He just got antied as Mira is trying to make his way to the back. He does. He gets slapped. He's getting messed up, and someone's taking a nap. But he's nanoed, and he's ready to brawl. And Aztag wanted to brawl, but he's dead, so he can't do that no more. Florida with back-to-back fights.
Now, such a critical time for Checkmate to hit the hack as well on Mira midway through the Seismic Slam, because not only does it deny the damage on anyone who would have been caught in the AoE, but it also denies the overshield, or rather the overhealth that gets given to the Doomfist when he hits those abilities. Checkmate's essentially done double in terms of the ultimate charge compared to King, and his EMP might not be expected from the Vancouver Titans if it comes with good pace.
Titans need the point back, but they got EMP by Checkmate. Only Skyripper was affected, and he's deleted. So, Florida, not much they really need to do. You know, losing RuPaul kind of sucks, but he'll be able to get back, and this has been flawless by Florida so far.
And this also means that now Aspire is in a kind of a hostage situation where it's going to be an attempt to chase him down, but the locomotion is solid from the Vancouver Titans. Tracer getting out of his life. RuPaul is going to be able to pretty quickly rejoin his team as Vancouver Titans once more are going to try and make the Doomfist composition work. A different path this time from Mira to try and claim space a touch more aggressively and force Florida Mayhem to fight in their own turf.
Nano from Skyripper to Mirror. Aztec with the rally, that's gone too. Checkmate just assassinated the Titans backline before they could even do anything back. And we're at 98%. Titans need to pull a miracle out of their hats like a rabbit, and it's up to Mirror. And he is dealing with so much already. The sleeps, the hacks. They really thought the Doomfist was going to be the Winston counter, something to go and pressure the backline, but it's really Florida who are pounding Titans into the dirt.
Oh, 200 HP on an Ana requires 5 perfect 40 damage hits from the Winston juggle and 5 perfect damage hits we saw from someone. An excellent juggle there. Beautiful primal mechanics, but overall, Florida Mayhem, it's all about the pace here. They really just went all in on their backline races, including RuPaul actually just diving in with the sand barrier that Animo provided to basically guarantee the hit of that nade.
Checkmate is popping off this map, by the way. Like, he did that all by himself. You know, and you have the Animo barrier too, but 100-0? This is reverse sweepable.
Very much so. Another change up in the tanks. Mira picking up the Zaya that he was so well known for during GOAT. Someone on the Orisa. Huge amount of controllers available here, and also the ability to run down Scareppa rather easily with the Javelin.
Good Maywall from Checkmate, but even better bubble from Mirror to maybe save Aztec. No, there's no help is coming. 911 has been called, but there's nothing you can do about this. Florida with a flawless first fight. They haven't lost anyone, and with this May, they can go and, of course, cap the point, but also gatekeep the main choke.
I think that someone's played like 4 or 5 tanks in this series
or
now.
Not.
which is very impressive. Although, yeah, the choke control, I guess they don't want to play for here, which is weird with the May, but maybe they're hoping to try and bait people in and try and catch them on the escape instead.
Haha, you thought you were safe. Immortality, bubbles galore. Mirror is toast. At least he had some respawning pigs. King and Skyripper got a kill each. So you don't have RuPaul, so Florida will not be able to hold the choke again. Not like they were kind of digging it last time. Now you have King hanging around. If they stagger him, that'll hurt in the morning. Oh, that's a javelin hit too. Oof.
Oh, that's disgusting. Let's have a quick replay of how this went down. Oh, that's environmental kill as well. You can't immo that, Lemon. You can't immo that.
Unless you can
fly.
He needs
no choke
wings.
again. Maybe once again we're going to see Florida Mayhem just bound on forward with a speed boost and try and catch them on the disengage with the wall again. It's the same story, Lemon.
Titans dead again. And Florida back on the choke. Ooh, Aspire's one. He's going to get chased down too. King thought he was invisible. Hydron, headshot after headshot. I'd hype it up if it wasn't just so one-sided, but Titans are one fight away from getting reverse swept.
Mira's had such a sad match thus far. He hasn't broke 2k damage yet. And we are about to finish out Lijiang Tower. It's almost full ultimates for the Florida Mayhem. The Vancouver Titans have naught but an overclock to try and break through the armored chest, the Helm's Deep of defense that Florida Mayhem have been providing again and again.
Florida just speeding in. Terra Surge, the Maywall, you're not going anywhere. Titans all 3 dead, no supports. The Blizzard is just the cherry on top for Checkmate. 90%. You had a back cap from Titans. This will buy a few more seconds. Mira is still alive. I don't think he really wants to be, so he's going to jump off the map, or Animo will serve him up. And 97%, is there anyone to touch? That is it. Florida have officially reverse swept the Vancouver Titans.
And from what low lows on Paraiso, we had to dredge them, and we were down in the pits. It was a limbo dancing contest at a geothermal power point, at a geothermal power plant levels of low for Florida Mayhem. But the reverse sweep has been so strong, and it's been led by someone who managed to diff false in the Sigma battles to begin with. on Circuit Royale. We saw the excellent setup of the dives on Colosseo. And once again, it is a story of someone, whether it be on the diving Winston or the Orisa Javelin Warlord. Someone's been the difference maker.
All it took for Florida to get back on that horse is the worst C9 I've ever seen. But man, once that brain falls out, you put it back in, and the blood starts flowing. Florida, they really rely on that someone energy, and you can tell how much it really meant to them to go back to their strength. They were known to be that dive team at the very start of the season. Went back to the tried and true. When in doubt, go back to what you're good at. And Titans didn't have kind of that immediate diva swap. They tried from false. They brought Mirror in to play Doomfist, thought that was the key, and then Checkmate just locked him up. Mirror couldn't do anything on the Doomfist.
Like you said, Lemon, this meta appears to have a lot of room for teams to just go over to what they're good at. We've seen San Francisco Shock do it, and now it's been well served with a reverse sweep from Florida Mayhem. And I've been singing his praises, so of course he's our player of the match. Our player of the match is going to be the one and only tank of all trades, the Jota, some would say, the jack of all tanks, someone himself. And, well, that's one of the best Winston performances I've seen, but I can't help but feel that Vancouver Titans kind of missing a trick by not trying to counter it with a diva at any point was maybe a little bit of ego.
Yeah, you just, to counter a good Winston, you need a really good Zen player, a really good Sombra player, and Titans floated around different comps and tried to adapt in different ways. But the pound that happened on Colosseo, that was something else. And you got to give it all to someone. He's initiating. He has these perfect dives. I think I only counted him getting punished like 2 or 3 times. Even at parts where Florida started losing the fight, they would just leave. They had a really good understanding of this push map in particular. And it all started off kind of tripping over themselves in the Paraiso to really getting a firm pep talk from the back room to someone flexing just like this on him.
It's a big flex, and yes, someone's understanding of the Winston also, of course, goes over to his bubbles. He did such a fantastic job of cutting off false from heals, knowing that there was no real mobility options available for false. If there was a bubble between himself and his Ana, either his Ana had to move or false had to move, and both of them just move at standard pace. The bubble can't be broken very easily by an Ana. And wow, for jump pack kills per 10 minutes, 12.4, those dives are coming in clutch, and he's not dying very much at all for a Winston in this meta where you are consistently going up against both hacks and Discord orbs.
Those stats speak for itself. I mean, double-digit final blows, like you said, jump pack kills, and very, very low deaths per 10. Someone is your player of the match, very obviously. The turnaround to trying to mirror what Titans were doing to going back to what they were good at. So a big congratulations to the Florida Mayhem. That's their first win of this stage. They were 0-2 before this, and every win matters to them because Florida technically, mathematically, still have a chance at the top 6, but they need to win everything from here on out. Titans don't care either way. They don't have any stakes in this match. They're officially eliminated. But we officially also have an interview with Danny and someone coming up after the break, along with some post-match analysis from the Watchpoint desk. And so he's back. Yay! So we will see you all there. Bye-bye.
Let her jump. Oh my god.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Watchpoint Post Show, everybody. I'm here joined now by someone from Florida, Mayhem. Also, he is the player of the match, so someone congratulations on winning the match and also getting the player of the match as well. And I mean, this was a reverse sweep. You guys seem to be struggling a little bit in the first half, but you guys were able to turn that around and get the win. So, you know, what gave you guys the edge today? 자, 오늘 첫 번째 질문 일단 승리를 축하드리면서 오늘 POT 받았고 너무 축하드리고요, 썸먼 선수. 일단 경기 초반에 조금 힘들어하는 모습을 보여주시다가 이제 후반에 들어가면서 다시 좀 기세를 타고 오늘 승리를 거두시게 되셨는데 오늘 역수입 좀 어떻게 이루시게 되셨나요?
저희가 일단은 솔직히 말해서 1세트 지고는 너무 1세트를 너무 이런 말 하기만 해 발려가지고 그래가지고 저희가 분위기가 좀 안 좋아졌었는데 이제 근데 2세트에서 좀 수비를 잘하고 이제 자 으쌰으쌰하고 공격을 딱 했는데 이제 거기서 C9을 하는 순간 솔직히 말해서 저는 좀 쎄했어요. 오늘 좀 지는 거 아닐까? 근데 이제 거기서 그거죠. 이제 저희는 이제 플레이 인도 준비하는 상황이고 플레이 오프도 가야 하지만 이제 이 경기를 지면 또 그게 또 힘들어질 수 있기 때문에 무조건 이겨야 한다. 딱 이 생각으로 임했는데 제가 오늘은 좀 잘해가지고 이겼던 것 같습니다.
Alright, so honestly, in map 1, I think we lost because I think we went a little bit too hard and we were a bit too aggressive. We made a little bit of problems. That was the most, I guess, problems that we had. But going into map 2, we had a good defense. And then as we all know, we had that egregious C9. So that's when I really honestly felt I had a bad feeling. And we really sort of needed this win because not only for playoffs, but we have to go into locker spots in the play-in. So it was really important to have that win. So I guess that sort of was a drive for me, and I guess honestly, at the very end though, it was because I was really good. Yeah, I mean, you were really good on multiple different tanks. And I mean, you know, I feel like, you know, Florida Mayhem is very, I mean, I guess someone like you especially, you have been so good on many different heroes, but in this current meta and in this current stage, I feel like a lot of teams have their own unique styles or like their own colors. So I want to ask you, what's Florida's uniqueness in this meta? Or I guess, what's your color for this meta? 자, 두 번째 질문은 요즘 이번 어떻게 보면 스테이지에 들어오면서 현 메타에서는 좀 굉장히 많은 팀들이 자기만의 색깔을 가지고 있는 게 되게 중요하다고 제가 보거든요. 그것 때문에 썸먼 선수가 보셨을 때는 플로리다 메이햄만의 좀 특별함, 좀 메이햄만의 색깔이 있다면 뭘까요?
이제 다른 팀들은 이제 다른 팀 개개인의 색깔이 있지만 이제 저희 팀은 이제 다른 선수들 잘하는데 이제 저가 원탱인데 제가 요즘 연습도 열심히 하고 있고 이제 탱커 같은 경우 상대 팀이 이제 제가 뭘 할지 예측을 못하는 경우도 많기 때문에 이제 저와 이제 그리고 저희 딜러들의 유동성인 픽을 위해서 이용해가지고 조금 그거를 굴리면서 운영하는 게 저희의 장점인 것 같습니다.
Alright, so I guess our Florida Mayhem's color is definitely because I am the one tank and I'm the sole tank of the team, and I am practicing a lot of different heroes as well. So it's really sort of hard for a lot of our opponents to predict, you know, what our team is going to run with as for compositions because there's only one tank and there's a lot of different heroes that I could pick for the match. So I guess that is sort of our positive and that is our strength where not a lot of opponents could predict what compositions Florida Mayhem will be pulling out with. All right, that is it for the interview. Someone, thank you so much for your time. And again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 인터뷰 감사드리고 승리 축하드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Goodbye.
Bye bye, someone. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat. And ooh, Danny, that first answer I thought was never gonna end. And you kept on like scribbling. It's like, oh my God.
I was gonna look for the whiteboard, the big one, to give you start writing down.
You guys should replay it. I think that was pretty spot on.
Not the two-pound horn,
If there was a world championship for translating, Danny would be in there. He'd be competing.
For a second, when you were asking him like their color, like their style, I thought he was literally going to respond pink. Yeah, I was like, oh, we're actually rocking pink for a majority of the stage.
That interview was extra hard because I see Matt in the side just going,
me?
Yeah, he was very animated, but so was someone.
Oh yeah,
like, he
was.
seemed so enthusiastic about answering. I mean, obviously I don't understand anything, but yeah, I loved it. Thank you, Danny.
Thank you. No, thank you.
You guys were right on somebody achieving happiness. It just wasn't the Titans.
Well, I guess, yeah. I
don't know. Have you checked the player cams? Vancouver Titans players seemed actually thrilled. I don't know why.
Happiness always wins, even
That's
if
true.
they lose a match.
It prevails.
Well,
But
you can be happy.
let's talk about how they got it done. Let's take a look again at some of the footage, some of the highlights, maybe some of the lowlights of that match. Reinforced, run us through it all. How did they pull off the reverse sweep?
I think when it comes down to it, like Hydron and Checkmate being able to do these dives, it's such a crazy strength for the Florida Mayhem. I think going into this season, not a lot of people would have been like, oh, the mechanical skill on the Florida Mayhem. Wow, who would have thought? But like Hydron is a really good hit scan player, and some of his like pulse bombs and stuff like that. Checkmate, his Sombra, excuse me, it's really good. Like he's able to find value with the EMPs, but then also like dive and just like utilizing the gun from Sombra, being able to find picks onto the Vancouver Titan backline, being able to output so much damage. Like I keep being very impressed by the Florida Mayhem and what they've achieved so far this season. Look, they're just 10-11 in the regular season, but they had a really good run in the Summer Showdown. And just looking at their roster going into the season, I don't think a lot of people give them a ton of credit for like what they've been able to accomplish with this like random roster, really. Just like picking up tons of skilled players, like Gunba mentioned in an interview a few weeks ago. So really good look for the Florida Mayhem. They reverse sweep the Vancouver Titans here today, which is an achievement in and of itself. Like, it's one thing to come out and like look good from a comp you practice in scrims. It's another one to like, when you're down 2-0, to have the mental strength to like trust an idea and come out and reverse sweep a team.
I really have enjoyed Hydron's play as of late. I think, like Johnny mentioned, for a bit they actually took him out. They were playing like Xe pretty consistently and whatnot. And then when they've kind of brought him back in, like whether it's the Sojourn or the Tracer, you know, Genji, we've seen him play. Just really strong play from him, like all throughout. And even before, like really early in the season, like maybe the Mayhem had some struggles, but I never really kind of thought it was from Hydron's play. I thought like
some of their best maps was him playing Widow on Gibraltar.
Yeah.
That was their strength. Like Hydron plays Widow on Gibraltar against like
he's
a
been sick, so I'm excited to see him back in like in a more full-time basis.
And if we're looking at the other side here, I mean, yeah, we're just going to ignore that the last map ever happened. But before that, I mean, Vancouver Titans, they managed to play close. Is that a surprise to you, John?
I don't think at this stage it's as much of a surprise. Like maybe at the start of the year, I've been like, oh, this is not looking great for them, right? But we've learned as of recent that they're a competent team now. Aspire, for example, is a star player of theirs who always has a lot of impact. I think King had a bit of a breakout game a couple of games ago, especially on that Genji, for example, like really taking it to some of the better teams around the league, right? So they're all another team that like similar to almost like Hydron and Checkmate. They have their own damage dealer now that can really like swing games and like win you maps. And we saw that them going up 2-0. Look, this reverse sweep is just like, it just like summarizes the Titan season like pretty well. It's just not been their year, but I think you can identify the talent. Just looking at these games, watching the games.
Don't say it.
No, I didn't say. I said you can identify it. I didn't say that they have it, but you could possibly identify it.
Identify.
The skill is I'm trying not to say it. I don't want to say it.
The skill exists. The skill exists.
It is present.
They have the potential.
If you inspect closely, there might be a crumb of talent on there, and that could be something you could carry over to next year.
I think their damage dealers are like good. Like I actually think like as a combo, I think they're really good.
Would you say they're talented?
Aspire and King, yeah, absolutely. I think maybe the rest of the roster, I think you need to figure out kind of like what you have before the end of the season, right?
Okay.
Sky Ripper has the talent. The talent is there.
Yeah,
Necro said that.
Yeah. We've seen moments, but like. You know, 2 games isn't a great moment, and then lose the next 3.
Look, it's a problem, okay? It's a problem when your 2 tanks this year has been False and Mirror. Like, you need the versatility, like, of a main tank, for example, to come in and play like the Winston and like the Reinhardt.
To be fair to False, we've seen him on like off tanks, which we know he can play. He's looked good. It's just when they had him on the Winston earlier in the season, which like wasn't his kind of specialty.
It's just a suboptimal thing, and I recognize that you can make the counter argument if you're a Titans fan, like, well, for a Mayhem, they only have someone, and I think, well, I go like, well, it's not like, you know, someone Zarya and D.Va and stuff is like amazing either, you know? They got by their skin on the teeth now.
Yeah, but it needs to be at least serviceable. That's what you need to at least
Is
bring
someone
to the
a
table.
jolt? Just like Hawk?
No, he's not a joke. He might pick the heroes, doesn't mean that he's like excelling at them. Hawk excels.
But I mean, Hawk doesn't excel in Winston.
He's still a good Winston. Like he passes the test of playing Winston.
Johnny
That's
played
coming
Winston
from
back in the day.
Reinforcement.
Yeah.
He's a very critical judge when it comes to
Yeah.
tank play. So
He doesn't
we
like
think we're-
anybody.
He's no Smurf,
He
but he's a
hates
good
everyone,
Winston.
in fact.
Yeah, he doesn't even like us.
Yeah, well, either way, Mayhem gets the W and Vancouver Titans do not. So that summarizes that game.
That's how
Thank
that
you for
everyone
watching,
is
but that's
happy.
how it works,
So
exactly.
that's-
And some people are happy. No, seriously though, check those player cams. Mirror was having hoots after that game. I have no idea what was going on in voice there. But anyway, I think we had a lot of great moments, which caused a lot of happiness here in the truck. So that leads us to the best of the day. And I'm going to kick things off with Aaron. That's always my best of the day. Like having Aaron on broadcast, he's just such an absolute wonderful human being working for a talented team.
No, I know why you picked Aaron.
Why?
It's because he gave us the leaks.
Yeah, he did bring some cake, some good tea he spilled here on the broadcast, and I do love that. But no, it's so great that they take the time to come here on the broadcast and chat with us about what they're working on and giving us a little insight. Like I think that's a big privilege we have here to be able to do that.
Yeah, I love every time I can get a chance to speak to Aaron and the rest of the devs. He's just such a...
He's a funny guy.
He's so funny. He's such a
guy.
great dude, yeah.
All right, Jonathan, what was your best of the day?
My best of the day, Dion. I'm sorry, Jonathan, come on. Hey, that was pretty cool. Look, one of my favorite new things about Overwatch 2 is honestly the Mythic skins. I am that skin guy, all right? There are some people who are just like, I don't care what skin I wear, like I just want to play the game and like
You
use
live
abilities
for
and stuff
it.
like that. I'm like, I sat in tank queue the other day and I just went through all my heroes and just like changed all the skins because they had to be perfect. There is no way that I select the wrong skin for any of my heroes when I play them. And so having Dion over, just talk
ruins
about,
the
a bit about
entire game,
the
doesn't it?
Genji
Yeah.
Mythic skin that looks awesome. Being able to customize it. I'm definitely equipping the green Mythic Genji skin, by the way. That is the superior version of the three, I would say. So it was just awesome to have Dion over and talk about, of course, Kiriko, who we spent most of the time talking about, but also the Mythic Genji skin that I'm 100% getting before the battle pass concludes.
100%. You heard it there.
Zoe and I have had so much like opportunity to talk. I feel like with like Dion and Aaron throughout the year,
Yeah.
and like Dion always just makes me happy. Like he could just
You
like
get
I
to
can
talk to
always
these
see
people.
Dion just talk about like anything.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter what he says, like just his presence,
Yeah.
like some happiness.
He said hi to me in lunch when I was getting lunch. He was like, "Oh, hi,
Isn't
Danny."
great?
I was like,
Like suddenly your day just gets better, and there's like some magic
I know.
about that. I love that. And now, Danny, I took Aaron, he took Dion. We only had 2 devs.
I
so
mean,
what was your highlight?
I think we wanted to talk about more about this person for the intro, but we didn't get to because of Aaron and Dion. But yeah, my best of the day is having Zoe back. All right, we have our host back, ladies and gentlemen. Like you guys don't have to suffer from the scuffed hosting from me and Johnny anymore. We actually have an amazing host back with us. So it's really good to have you back, and of course, congratulations on having your baby.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're a mom now.
I am, yeah.
You're
Before
an
that,
adult?
I kind of took care of the toddlers on the desk. Now we have a real child.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
is great practice. Thank you guys again for all those years.
So here, now you could implement your baby thing to us.
It translates directly, yeah,
Or
absolutely.
other way? I guess it's probably
Danny, what are you
I have no
Get there, don't worry about
We're
it.
going
You're
with
doing
this.
great. I'm really proud of you, Danny.
Thank
But thank you. No, I'm so happy to be back. And then,
I thought you were gonna go a different route.
what did you think?
I thought your best of the day was gonna be having me back. So I ended up just choosing myself.
It's your best of the day.
Yeah, I thought me being here was the best part of the day. I think that obviously I bring lots to the table. I'll be here tomorrow, which is cool.
I think
and
I think you've regressed a bit.
do we have a?
At least last time.
Where's the
yesterday was
B-roll of
you
me
and
from
Danny.
today? Where's the B-roll of me from today? Do we not have any other
Can we
like
go to a
highlights
graphic or something?
footage
Yeah, I
of
think we
me
can look at the
today?
schedule. Anyone's schedule?
Wow,
East,
they
West?
production even
Anything?
cut the music.
I know.
I think this is a time for schedule.
Okay.
That's what I'm really
Yeah.
interested in.
I did
Schedule,
get a chance
let's
to have
go.
you guys
Who are we
react.
The music returned.
Yeah.
It's over.
But nobody has any thoughts on me being the best of the day.
Ooh, Guangzhou Sport. Yo.
Jimmy.
Shy?
It's gonna take
Shy?
I wish
Spark,
Jimmy
we have
could be in the
Valiant
truck.
against the Shanghai Dragons, and of course the battle of the Orange.
The battle for the better shade of orange
Exactly.
between them two.
I wish they would
Still
both wear their home skin.
Yeah.
The both orange teams.
Ultimate confusion. So who is your favorite Orange team then, Matt?
I don't know, that panda. That panda's tough to deny. That panda's tough to deny.
Like slightly pastelly of Philly, it kind of goes hard. You know?
Yo, Battle for Texas though?
That's going to be the certified
though?
banger of the day. However, I do think that the Atlanta Reign and Mayhem game might not be one to scoff at either. And then we're going to see Washington Justice and the Gladiators.
Justice Gladiators has some kind of bizarro upset potential. I'm feeling some vibe about that type of game going in.
No,
tomorrow.
the Atlanta versus Mayhem too. Jote v Jote. I think
You're the only one who crowned someone a Jote.
No.
Yeah, the
Someone,
Florida
you're a
fans
Jote. Don't listen to anyone else.
Rallying
You
around
are
Danny
a
right
Jote. All right. Thank you.
Is that it?
That's it.
That's it. I think this is a perfect way to end the show. Danny, thank you so much. Matt, of course, we're very happy to have you here in the desk. I don't know how you ended up here because I didn't see you on an invite or anything. Just showed up one day and I guess we
I just happen to be here.
But yeah, no, it's great to be back with my little Watchpoint fam, and we of course will be back again tomorrow. Same time, actually not same time. We're gonna be back to our normal time.
Yeah, regular time.
That's right, and we hope to see you there again. Thank you so much for watching. See you tomorrow.
Mitch, come get your man.
Bye bye.